How scary would a hero be if they were desperate enough to go dark? Even though he had the power of a monster, he had never killed any criminals, because when Seo Kang Yu became a hero, he promised his teammates he would never kill anyone. So instead of killing him, he sent the world's strongest villain to a prison to await execution, like some kind of L from Death Note situation. But on the day of the villain's execution, something crazy happened. All the superpower control devices in the prison went haywire all at once, causing all the prisoners to regain their powers. Bad luck would have it. That day, Seo Kang Yu, the main character's brother, was in charge of Seung Hoan's execution. Knowing Kang Yu wasn't as strong as his younger brother, he didn't hesitate to attack him. Seo Kang Yu, after hearing the news, couldn't contain his rage and headed straight to the prison. He used his position as a warden to start a massacre, executing all the prisoners. Screw the promise, if I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Okay, let's get to the main event. The story opens with huge plumes of smoke rising from beneath the ground, followed by large, jagged craters as if there had just been a fierce battle. At this time, there was a tired man sweating, with many wounds and bloodstains on his face. Below that man was another man, white-haired, wearing white clothes, being choked and pressed down. The two seemed to be at the end of their battle. But surprisingly, the man below, being strangled, bleeding profusely, wasn't afraid at all, and even smirked, hehehehe, as expected. Then, he glanced to the side. Unlike those pieces of trash, it was a picture of others collapsing onto the ground, exhausted. A tragic scene unfolds, and the falling rain makes it even more dismal. The black-haired man above couldn't stand that mocking tone anymore, and hissed resentfully, "Shut up, kill me!" The white-haired man below still grinned wickedly. "Only you have the ability to kill me." The black-haired man above just looked at him coldly with sharp eyes. "Is that so? But I'm not the one who will take your life. I promised my teammates," he said, grabbing his collar. He stared at him and shouted, "I'm going to make you face the death penalty and face the law." The white-haired man still brazenly looked at him, smirking. "Even now, I still regret it." The black-haired man shouted, "You'll face the judgment of justice and then regret it. I should have killed him back then." At this time, the news showed an editor announcing breaking news, along with a picture of the white-haired man with the words, "The worst villain ever." The villain who brought fear to the whole world, so this villain's name is Seung Hoan, folks. A judge's gavel slams down on the table, and the verdict is announced. Seung Hoan was now tied tightly to a wooden board. Around him were soldiers in protective gear, with guns in their hands, extremely vigilant. The verdict continued. Death penalty. Seung Hoan was currently wearing a special device to control his powers. But this villain, even after being caught, still confidently wore a bright smile and was being held at Lucilla's prison, the place where the most vicious criminals are held. He was imprisoned in the deepest basement of the prison, on the 5th floor. Furthermore, a memorial service called Justice is scheduled to be held tonight. A person watching the news gritted their teeth with resentment, with a wound plastered on their face. In memory of a girl with shoulder-length purple hair, a monk, a girl with long blonde hair. So like, a bearded dude and a blue-haired guy pop up, right? These are the heroes who bit the dust fighting Seung Hoan alongside Seo Kang Yu. Seo Kang Yu, the other guy, is getting patched up, and when he hears the news, his face goes stone-cold scary. The TV's still blaring. The government's super grateful for the sacrifices of these peeps. Then, bam, someone grabs the remote and shuts it off. A voice calls out, "Seo Kang Yu." Our dude, all mopey, turns his head. It's a guy in a cop uniform who strolls in, saying, "Your body's all busted up, shouldn't you be resting instead of watching TV?" Turns out this guy's the warden of Lucilla's prison. And Seo Kang Yu's thinking, "Seo Kang Ho, this is my bro, a prison warden." Then Seo Kang Yu speaks up, "Bro, look at your hands." He's all freaked out, lost for words. That jerk Seung Hoan. His face darkens, and he spits it out, all menacing. "I should have offed him myself when I had the chance." His brother chimes in, trying to chill him out. "Kang Yu, you promised your teammates, remember?" Flashback time. His blonde teammate, Lao Sa, was all serious, like, "Heroes save people, they don't kill them. No matter how evil they are, you can't go around murdering people. They're still human, and the law will judge them." But Seo Kang Yu was all, "Nah, but what if they kill us?" Lao Zhan says. "Promise me. No matter what, you won't go killing people." She kept reminding her teammates. And back then, our boy just shut up and obeyed Lao Zhan. Back to reality. Seo Kang Yu, his bro, says, "I agree. The only thing that can judge people is the law." As he's saying this, he looks down, totally bummed. His bro's a bit helpless. And of course, a warden's got to keep this secret. This is classified info. Seung Hoan's getting the death penalty next week. I'm on execution duty. Seo Kang Yu's jaw drops, and his bro continues, "You kept your promise to your teammates. Good job. Leave the ending of his life to us wardens. Let's go, shall we?" Seo Kang Yu is even more shocked. and looks up at his brother. Seo Kang Yu reaches down to help him up, grinning. Let's go see your colleagues. Cut to a new scene. Letters and flowers for the fallen heroes are piled high. People are gathered, holding banners, looking all sad and angry. And there they are, pictures of the fallen heroes, lined up all neat and respectful. The Seo Kang Yu bros showed up too, to pay their respects to their teammates. He's holding a bright white chrysanthemum for his beloved teammates. Fast forward a week, and the funeral home's still packed, and the day of Seung Hoan's execution has arrived. The wooden board with the villain's name pops up, but Seung Hoan's gone. Instead, there's a memorial photo of Seo Kang Yu. Dude, I was shook. This is heartbreaking. He's dead. Seo Kang Yu's tearing up, totally in disbelief. He's in pain, speechless. Why didn't the guy who was supposed to die by law actually die? A flashback to Seung Hoan looking all smug. My brother, a prison warden, died instead. Seo Kang Yu's memorial picture is smiling, a warden who always did his job. In front are memorial chrysanthemums and a smoking incense burner. Seo Kang Yu can only sit there, dazed, next to his brother's portrait. He's drowning in despair when someone calls out, Seo Kang Yu. A girl appears, with two uniformed officers trailing behind. She says, long time no see. This girl's a prison officer from Lulu Lucas, named Jose. Can we talk for a bit? Seo Kang Yu gives them the side eye, all tired and annoyed, so they hand him a tablet that's already playing a video. Seo Kang Yu, looking super annoyed, is like, what's this? Jose jumps in. It's the video of Seung Hoan's execution from today. Cut to the video, showing these synchronized footsteps, all orderly and stuff. There's Seung Hoan, tied to a board, being carried by a bunch of guards. Seo Kang Yu's walking next to him, and Seung Hoan gives him this side eye, smirking, hey, you look just like him. He leans in close, keeps going. You really do look like Seo Kang Yu. Are you two related? Seo Kang Yu just glares at him, not saying a word. Seung Hoan still being a pest. You a prison guard? Huh, you guys are so different, haha. Which one of you is the older brother? Which one's the younger? Seo Kang Yu's still silent. Seung Hoan just stares, waiting, then suddenly calls out again. Hey, Seung Hoan asks, how's it feel to kill someone? Seo Kang Yu finally snaps. What? Seung Hoan still got that slimy smile. You're a guard, right? Isn't your job killing people too, just like me? How does it feel? He's totally trying to provoke Seo Kang Yu, but he just stays silent, brooding. Then Seung Hoan gives him another look, all sinister. I just feel a little bad. Seo Kang Yu shoots back. Seung Hoan grins like a psycho, saying the most messed up stuff. Killing someone with a single touch, it's too easy, not fun at all. That's when Seo Kang Yu really loses it. You, he yells, pointing, grinding his teeth. Even killing someone who's not even human like you, I still feel guilty, even if I just tap a button. But the truth is, he's been having nightmares every night, waking up in a sweat, totally torn up. Every night he can't sleep, and the nightmares just won't stop. It's like nightmares. Other criminals' faces appear and shout, you are like me. Even before he died. Seung Hoan keeps grinning, cursing Seo Kang Yu's job. Just killers, nothing more. Seo Kang Yu's super triggered. The prisoners I executed haunt me even in my dreams. Seung Hoan just keeps smiling that nasty smile. So, what motivates you to keep being a guard? Big Bro's thinking, well, everyone's got a job to do. I'm just doing my duty as a guard. Cut to before the execution. Seo Kang Yu's sitting in front of Seung Hoan, asking, anything you want to say? Seung Hoan's all nonchalant. Yeah, just want to ask. He starts laughing like a maniac. Never mind. Which one of you is the older brother? Big Bro barks into his radio. Begin the execution. The three guards are ready to push the button. Two fingers are almost touching the button, and Seung Hoan's still grinning like an idiot. One finger presses down. The button is about to be pushed, when suddenly there is a flash in the black. The video on the tablet freezes right there. Seo Kang Yu's staring at the tablet, totally speechless, like, no way. Jose speaks up. The moment of the execution, the screen went all static with those black lines. Cause of signal interference. Meanwhile, back at Lucas prison, the ceiling came into view, along with a long, busted light bulb. The prison guards were freaking out, like, what the? Power outage, inmates. And then, they glanced over at this dude, Seung Hoan? Wait, does Seung Hoan have a red button on his collar too? He grinned like a total demon and mashed that red button. A surprise attack has been initiated, Seung Hoan yelled. The only one who can kill me is Seo Kang Yu. Kang Yu was losing it right about now. A massive explosion ripped through the cell block, and everyone scrambled to dodge the blast. Electrical wires on the ceiling started sparking and crackling, with flashes and smoke blinding everyone. A guard, barely keeping it together, shouted into his radio, lock them all down, alert, we need backup. The death row inmates are being released. He rushed out the message as fast as he could. I repeat, Death row inmates are in the control room, but then, Seung Hoan popped up behind the guard, staring with those creepy demon eyes. Instantly, the guard's skin started to bubble and swell in terror. Ah! Seung Hoan cackled with pure glee. Then the guard's body inflated until he exploded into a gruesome mess, right in front of a horrified Kang Ho. Kang Ho's eyes went blank as he stared at his comrade's blood. Seo Kang Ho dropped to his knees on the floor. Seung Hoan stepped through the puddle of blood, closed in on him, spoke up. "When I saw you," looking down at him with a face of revulsion, "I knew you were the older brother, right?" Seo Kang Ho was livid, his grip tightened on his knife. Then he leaped up, swinging his knife down on him with all of his strength. But Seung Hoan easily raised his hand, and instantly Kang Ho's arm was shattered. Seo Kang Ho's eyes were filled with pain and resentment. Then he couldn't help but fall down, clutching his wound with his other hand. Seung Hoan's eyes bulged out as he asked, "I'm right, aren't I?" Seo Kang Ho's whole body was trembling, but he still tried to reach out with his remaining hand to grab the knife. "You have to be dealt with by the law." Seo Kang Ho's blood-stained fist bulged with veins because of the current suppression. Seung Hoan's expression remained stoic as he looked down with disdain. Seo Kang Ho gathered all of his strength and slashed down with his knife, screaming, "You have to be punished according to the law, you monster." But then Seung Hoan easily reached out his hand once more, and instantly a splash of blood sprayed in the air, leaving only scraps of fabric. The familiar hat fell down. Above, the electric wires sparked and flashed. Below was the fiend standing there like a demon, and the ground was something no one wanted to see, Seo Kang Ho's head lying directly in his own pool of blood. The devil looked at the empty hat and exclaimed, "What?" he said, grinning wickedly. "To get the right answer, you have to ask Seo Kang Yu." Back in the present, Seo Kang Yu was still in shock, his eyes wide and unmoving. Du Zhen spoke up. "Therefore, due to the surprise attack initiated by Seung Hoan, the control devices installed on the death row inmates on all floors have been released. Lucky for them, the escape attempt was thwarted, but countless prison guards ended up locked in with the inmates." Seo Kang Yu finally snapped back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, "Who the hell did this?" Jose was silent for a moment, then replied, "We're still investigating." Then, chin in hand, she cut straight to the chase. "I'm really sorry to ask this at your brother's funeral, but can you quell the riot at Lulukaris prison?" Her expression was sharp and serious now. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Kang Yu blurted out, "Of course, absolutely." Still, she stared at him with those piercing eyes, waiting. But then, a dark aura enveloped Seo Kang Yu. His crimson eyes glowed menacingly as he continued, "But I have one condition. My teammate always said this, and at this time explosions big and small could be heard. There are a group of prisoners, all wearing yellow uniforms, working together to break down a door. It seems they're locked inside." Chaotic screams erupted. "Open the door! Damn it! Die! Die!" Some of them, like lunatics, were gleefully hacking and slashing at each other. Seo Kang Yu resumed his internal monologue. "Heroes are supposed to save people, not kill them." The solid iron door gradually creaked open, revealing a sliver of light. Then the door gradually opened wider. After the initial chaos, the prisoners scrambled to escape. My brother, a prison guard, also told me that only one thing can judge humans, and that is the law. The burly, grotesque prisoners were ecstatic at the sight of light. The doors open. Everyone, escape. A triumphant shout erupted. And the enforcer of that judgment, before they could celebrate for long, a force from outside slammed them back in. A prison guard. W.H. "What?" the prisoners shrieked in panic. And so, a dark figure with glowing eyes like a wild beast stared into the cell. "I don't want to enter Lucas prison as a hero." A familiar cap with a badge emerged, followed by a greeting that sounded like it crawled straight from hell. "Greetings, you garbage scum." But as a prison guard, a butcher, Seo Kang Yu declared, his face an emotionless mask, "I'm Warden Seo Kang Yu." Seo Kang Yu. The tough inmates were taken aback. One of the ringleaders stepped forward boldly. "You're a hero. Why are you wearing a guard's uniform?" But then they cackled like monsters, leering at him. "But either way, it's a pleasure to meet you. Die." With a roar, the monsters lunged at Seo Kang Yu. He stood calmly in the doorway, waiting for the moths to fly into the flame. Just before the sharp claws reached him, he darkened his face and raised his fist. And then, his eyes flashed, and he dove in. The first brute to reach him ate a punch from Seo Kang Yu that landed squarely in his gut. The guy's body immediately split in half. The ones too close to him also had their arms ripped off. The inmates, whether dead or alive, were blasted backward like they'd been hit by a Category 5 hurricane. At this point, a path from the door through to the inside appeared, with bodies completely torn apart and blood splattered all over the floor. The other prisoners were utterly horrified. One of them, teeth grinding and sweating bullets, stammered, "WH, what is that? Seo Kang Yu," meanwhile, was just standing outside, catching his breath. Then, standing tall, he warned the prisoners. "Listen up, you scum. From now on, by order of the government," from the first floor, a huge man sat with his head bowed inside the first basement floor isolation room. In basement 1, a purple-haired girl smiled. Basement 2 shows a group of people with unclear faces, revealing only the glowing eyes. Basement 3 has a person with light blue hair and an illuminated fluorescent symbol below his eyes. Basement 4 has a woman with long blue hair who can see half of her face. Basement 5, a familiar hat covered in blood appears. Seo Kang Yu continued, "All of my brother's work." Seung Hoan sat on a pile of dead bodies, nonchalantly placing the venerable hat of the unfortunate warden on his head. "I will," he said, and as soon as he saw the person who came, he smiled mockingly and spoke. "So here he is." Xiang Wu wrapped up his narration, continued the succession, then a look of furious judgment spread across his face. "Begin the execution." At this, the inmates totally freaked out upon hearing that. Execution. They screamed like crazy, not wanting to go down like that. "Bullshit. You damn freak, you gonna kill us?" Seo Kang Yu just gave the yapping crew a stone-cold stare. Once they quieted down, he spoke with a heavy voice. "You guys have killed countless people, and you still don't think you deserve to die." The prisoners looked at each other, confused, wondering, "We killed that many people." Then one of them yelled, "I haven't killed that many, but the guy at the front, Halida, he's offed like 12 people." Another raised his hand to explain, "The number of people I've killed can be counted on one hand. That's Brooke, he's killed 7. A chubby dude proudly held up a few fingers. "I haven't even hit 5. This one's Kade." And even nastier, he kidnaps kids, abuses them, then kills them. Then a bunch of prisoners, with zero remorse, started grilling Seo Kang Yu. "Who are you to just kill us? I need to talk to my lawyer. Even murderers are people." Then came the insults and rebuttals from the trashy bunch. Meanwhile, one inmate silently watched. He observed, low-key annoyed. "Too noisy. This guy had long, moss-green hair and looked like he hadn't slept in days. His name's Choi Guan, and he's killed 8 people plus some sexual assault." At this point, Choi Guan, amidst the chaos, was calculating something, even though he was distracted by the other inmates. Then he peeked through the gaps at Seo Kang Yu. His eyes lit up like he'd just hatched an evil plan. Choi Guan quietly backed away. Then, a foot slammed down on the floor. While the inmates were stubbornly resisting Seo Kang Yu, Choi Guan used his lightning-fast power to dash outside, seizing the opportunity to break free. But before Choi Guan could get cocky, something was already approaching his ugly mug. Seo Kang Yu wouldn't let this little shrimp get away. With just one kick, a huge splash of blood exploded in the air. The inmates who were causing a ruckus earlier were silenced by the terrifying sight. Now all that was left was a mangled mess on the ground. Seo Kang Yu calmly spoke. "You guys." He stood tall before the stunned inmates and proclaimed, "I'll give you one last chance. Meekly put on the monitoring devices, return to your cells, and wait for your turn to be executed, or get executed by my hand right now." He said it with the same face as the Grim Reaper. The inmates all around freaked out, totally panicked. Suddenly, one fearless dude spoke up mockingly. "What's that guy thinking?" He puffed himself up like a toad, spewing crazy talk, while the others stared in shock. "I just want to say one thing. If we're gonna die anyway, isn't dying in a riot better than just lying here waiting to die? This negotiation is seriously useless. That dude's ugly as sin, like a sewer rat with BO for words and an annoying smirk that deserves a Yang Wuzheng beatdown." "That's not a negotiation," Seo Kang Yu retorted. Despite his contempt for the vile prisoner, he tried to suppress his murderous rage and patiently explained, "This isn't a negotiation. This is the last bit of mercy I'm offering you." The inmates, confused, worried, and some calm, started whispering, "We're done for. Is he going to kill everyone? Just trying to buy some time. I thought he was just a new warden, who knew he was a hero from equality. I'll put on the monitoring device. Me too, me too." But one inmate remained silent. A bright aura emanated from his mouth. While the rest of the inmates were still huddled together in a panic, he opened his wide mouth and unleashed a strong burst of energy. His face right now looks like a high-level monster. Even the prisoners who were causing a ruckus turned around in shock to look at the monster. "Listen up," a voice rang out, along with a dark finger pointing to the sky. That prisoner casually shouted, "Hey everyone, even if he's a hero from equality, there's no need to be so worried. It's just one guy. I've killed a rank 2 hero before. If we join forces, we can take him down." That guy started brainwashing the weaker prisoners to attack Seo Kang Yu together, another guy asked worriedly. Are Really. Then, instead of the panic from before, they all showed sinister expressions and burst out laughing. If that's the case, let's go. The sewer rat from earlier chimed in again. That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Kill him and take back our freedom. Seo Kang Yu, at this moment, calmly looked at that guy with his fiery red eyes and said, "You piece of trash." Back to John. She was sitting in her chair seriously, saying, Lucilla's prison divides the detention areas according to the level of danger. On the first floor are the guys who have killed a lot of people. There are over 300 serial killers there. In the first basement level, there are over 100 regional level criminals. In the second basement level, there are over 30 city level criminals. In the third basement level, there are 10 national level dangerous criminals. In the fourth basement level, there are 5 continental level dangerous criminals. In the fifth basement level, there are 3 people, including Seung Hoan, who are dangerous to the entire world. You must have been impressed, huh? It's quite a lot. But the number of prisoners you have to deal with will be much smaller, she said with a very serious expression. The prisoners in the second basement level. Images of staggering people appeared, with a golden halo locked on their heads. At this moment, 2 girls with blue and red eyes were reminding them, "Those prisoners, confess your sins." And in the fifth basement level, a ceiling appeared. At this moment, a girl was sitting in the corner of the room. Another guy approached to observe her and exclaimed, "So that's Seung Hoan?" In his hand, he held a round, red thing like a lump of meat. Standing there laughing and looking at the girl sitting in the corner, they both hated each other. He casually said while tossing the thing in his hand, "You're here?" That girl only glanced at Seung Hoan with sharp, cold eyes. Seung Hoan smirked wickedly, then calculated how he could kill time while waiting for Seo Kang Yu to arrive. At this moment, a voice rang out again. However, there was a rather special prisoner on the first floor. Jose put down some information and reminded Seo Kang Yu, "You have to be careful of this guy." From above, an image appeared of that sewer rat from earlier, nonchalantly holding his prisoner ID. His name is Hilan. Back to the present, he showed a completely nonchalant expression. Without a trace of panic or fear, he possesses a skill that can make people easily persuaded by his words. Seo Kang Yu then accused him. "You attacked a hospital, injured 30 people, and killed 7. Plus the rank 2 hero, that's 8. Suddenly, Hilan's ugly lips, like the mouth of a suckerfish, said, I killed him people. Ah, that hero was pregnant with twins." Seo Kang Yu's eyes became even sharper when he heard him say that. At this moment, he stared at him, took a breath, and started calling out. "A commander," he said into the shining object attached to his collar. "Guess I'll put a little effort in," Seo Kang Yu said, his face turning ice cold. "Is this prison strong? 'Cause the commander on the other side swore, no matter what you do, it won't collapse, I guarantee it." "Then I don't need to hold back," he continued. Meanwhile, this Hilan dude, totally fearless, or just plain dumb, sneered. "You're all just talk," Hilan taunted, dissing everyone from Kang Yu himself to his teammates. "What a jerk. You're a hero from equality who couldn't do anything right. To catch Huang Seung-wan, you were so desperate you used your colleagues as bait, right?" He finished with this nasty, creepy grin. "Ugh, I hate him already." "We'll send you to join your dead colleagues," Hilan roared, throwing his head back and unleashing this crazy dog energy. The other prisoners, feeling that energy boost, got all hyped up. You could see the hope shining in their eyes. One guy even cackled, "I'm overflowing with power." Then Hilan, mouth gaping like some high-level monster, yelled, "Attack!" Instantly, the other prisoners charged at Kang Yu, determined to take him down with their newfound confidence. Just then, 2 streaks of power flashed out, heading straight for Seo Kang Yu. But like before, the prisoners who rushed forward immediately got sliced and diced. So much for that plan. That dark power took out all those fearless or foolish inmates. Hot blood sprayed everywhere, and the prisoners at the front started dissolving. Yikes! The dark power snaked through the prisoners, freaking them out. What's going on?" they stammered. Soon enough, the prisoners were all messed up beyond recognition thanks to Seo Kang Yu's power. The pieces of bodies were scattered all over the ground like chickens with the plague, and a few lucky ones were just standing there, frozen in shock. What the hell? Even Hilan Lasan was there, his cocky, smirking face replaced with complete disbelief, horror, and utter shock. Just then, a foot flew out with incredible force, none other than Seo Kang Yu's. His mid-air kick unleashed a crisscrossing dark aura like a spiderweb. Then, Seo Kang Yu brought his foot down with twice the force. The blood-red streaks of power spread even more violently. Instantly, his power reached its peak as his foot hit the ground, and the remaining prisoners were definitively sent straight to hell. Scene change, to a beautiful sunset sky, as if the scene of death just now was all just a nightmare. There's someone sitting in a dark room. A man, sitting there silently, head down, motionless. Suddenly, the prisoner lifted his head, his mouth gagged with leather. Then a questioning voice was raised. Seo Kang Yu. On this side, a prisoner screamed, "Ah, yeah." He was still getting the Seo Kang Yu special treatment, about to be sent off to the afterlife, but he couldn't resist mouthing off, "Damn it." Then his eyes rolled back in fear. Seo Kang Yu was still jumping around, taking out the remaining prisoners. They were just shrinking back, trying to dodge. Seo Kang Yu's eyes blazed as he charged forward with his death fist of doom. That fist turned into a powerful surge of energy that crashed down. Screams echoed, "No, no, stop!" Blood spurted into the air. 2 death cries rang out, and his fist tore through all the prisoners there like a net. That fist was like the claw of a massive beast. The prisoners were terrified as that blood-red power wrapped around them, and Hilan was no exception. He was sliced in half by that sharp power, his face not even registering the pain yet. Then, his eyes rolled back, his face filled with disbelief as he choked out, "No way." The result of Seo Kang Yu's takedown was that the remaining prisoners were all cut in half. After Seo Kang Yu pulled back his power, all that was left behind was an apocalyptic wasteland. Only then did Seo Kang Yu open his mouth. First floor execution, complete. Let's head to the isolation cell. Behind him was a scene no one would want to see in their life, but those guys totally deserved it. How many people were killed? It's impossible to count when you see a mountain of corpses like that. Dozens. Hundreds. Seo Kang Yu's deathly fist was still burning strong. Now he's standing in front of 2 prisoners, one big, one small, who are totally freaked out. Seo Kang Yu speaks up. "Choose, wear the device or die." His voice was cold, and his eyes were sharp. The little guy gritted his teeth in fear, while the big guy gritted his teeth in anger and blurted out, "You." The guy dismissively raised his hand to rush at Seo Kang Yu, cussing him out, "You bastard." But Seo Kang Yu just lightly kicked him once, and the guy turned into dust, just like the prisoners before him. There were about 300 people on the first floor. The little guy, seeing the big guy die in the blink of an eye, was terrified. Then, he quickly became practical and raised his hands, hurriedly surrendering. I'll wear it. I'll wear the device." Seo Kang Yu then said, "Come and get it." The guy stammered, Yes, sir." He frantically raised both hands, cautiously saying, Please give it to me." Seo Kang Yu's eyes sharply pierced him. Just when it seemed like this guy valued his life, he suddenly gave a sinister grin, unleashing a burst of power from his hand that he thought was stronger than Seo Kang Yu, cursing him, "You bastard." Then he confidently hurled that power towards Seo Kang Yu, laughing like a maniac. "Did you really think I'd listen, you jerk?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock after the attack. Seo Kang Yu still stood firm, without a scratch. The guy exclaimed in disbelief, One of the evildoers Tomoki captured said those lacking physical ability are pathetic. Tomoki is deviating from his original intention, yet he claims to be egalitarian. A female prisoner, chained and bound, appears. Despite being completely tied up, she laughs like a maniac, saying, "You wouldn't understand the feeling of an M crushing someone from afar, would you?" A familiar fist punches the guy's face like this, MMF. Immediately, the guy's head was smashed to bits in mid-air. Wasn't it just like crushing an egg with a hand? Moments later, Seo Kang Yu was in a different space, cleaner than before. He pressed the red button on the wall. After the door opened, the image of Seo Kang Yu standing in backlight appeared, and a voice of the person inside rang out. "It's awfully noisy outside, isn't it?" But he just looked at him with cold eyes. The prisoner with the gag in his mouth still spoke. "It's been 3 years, huh? I knew you'd come." Seo Kang Yu frowned uncomfortably. The guy kept talking. "Long time no see, Hero Kang Yu. This guy is an isolation prisoner on the first floor, Chi-Ok Findio. Cannibalism, brutal torture." He then asked, "Remember me?" At this time, Chi-Ok Findio stood up. "Looks like you've changed jobs, huh? Doesn't look too good." Seo Kang Yu didn't reply to his nonsense but coldly said, "Choose between living and dying." Chi-Ok Findio took off the gag, his sleazy expression reappearing, rambling on, "If I knew we'd meet like this, you and your hero buddies in the Equality Society." Scene cuts back to before. So, Chi-Ok Findio was just captured by the Equality Hero Squad and tied to a rock, right? That's when Seo Kang Yu suddenly noticed something and glanced to the side. There, a pot with a slightly open lid appeared, and inside was a bunch of red stuff. Seo Kang Yu was all confused when the guy spoke up. "Totally gross. Doesn't it look delicious?" He then stuck out his dog-like tongue and put on the most disgusting face. "You look like you want to kill someone, huh?" Seo Kang Yu glared back with furious eyes, but the dude kept taunting him, But you wouldn't dare kill me, would you? Seo Kang Yu's hand was overflowing with raging power. His teammates looked at him, super worried. Seo Kang Yu swung his fist at that damn Chioke Findio, roaring, "I'm gonna kill you!" While he was totally enraged and about to take care of the prisoner, a shout rang out, "Seo Kang Yu!" When the other person appeared, his fist stopped. Lao Zhan spoke with a sad look. "Don't." Seo Kang Yu could only suppress his rage, but Chioke kept provoking him. "Look at your teammates, look how disappointed they are. Back to the present." This time, he raised the hand that was emitting power and said, "If you don't answer, I'll take it as you choosing death." Chioke Findio kept rambling. "You want to know why I killed people? I'm not interested." Seo Kang Yu had already gone insane a long time ago, so he didn't have the patience to listen to him ramble on. Instantly, a burst of power flashed, and Chioke Findio's head flew off his body. Suddenly, a voice still rang out. It was because, surprisingly, Chioke Findio's head was still grinning maliciously. "I want them to remember me, me." He reappeared on the other side, raised both hands, and said nonchalantly, "So I killed them, and became the most memorable person in their lives." The image of a person being murdered by him looked up in despair. "When they die under my skills, they won't forget me." His image appeared in the lives of the victims, like disgusting, venomous insects. The victims were surrounded by a terrifying power, unable to escape. The guy laughed like a monster, proudly. "They'll engrave my image in their eyes. Chioke Findio's ability is proof. I can show you the memories of the people I've killed." Seo Kang Yu just glanced at him, uncomfortably watching him show off his evil. Around this guy were eerie, purplish-black insects. Like his power, he started acting arrogant again. "Should I show you one by one?" At this moment, an image of a head appeared under his hand. Chioke Find was about to say something, but the kid's eyes immediately lit up. Immediately, the arm that had summoned the head was cut off by a flash of power. This time, Chioke Findio painfully clutched the wound on his arm. That's when Seo Kang Yu finally asked, "Is it because you're a solitary confinement prisoner?" Seo Kang Yu turned his power into a sword, grabbed it, and approached the struggling Chioke Findio. "I really want to shut your rambling mouth." His image appeared like Yama and said, "You don't have time to attack me with your skills, do you?" That's when the guy shouted, "Huh, then, sweating bullets," he asked. "Let me ask you something before I die. Do you remember the people you've killed?" Seo Kang Yu swung his sword and replied nonchalantly, "No, nothing worth remembering, especially trash like you." Suddenly, his eyes became serious. Chioke Findio grinned maliciously, creating images of his teammates in front to distract him. Lao Zhan said with a sad look, "Kang Yu, don't." Kang Yu became dazed. Staring ahead, two more teammates were looking at him affectionately, calling out, "Kang Yu, man." Ten's Chi, sweating like crazy, still tried to put on his sleazy act. "Hey, you remember these guys, right?" But whatever. Kang Yu quickly regained his composure, still swinging his sword at the sounds of his name being called. "Kang Yu, hey Kang Yu." The Lao Zhan illusion was still calling out to Kang Yu when that sword strike came crashing down. His powerful strike cut through the illusion. Instantly, that surge of power snapped the space back to reality. Seo Kang Yu's eyes were sharp as a death god as he hissed, "Are you done with your little games yet?" Ten's Chioc Findio still had a sly grin on his face, then continued with his rambling. "I didn't expect you to be able to slice up your colleagues without hesitation." Seo Kang Yu coldly retorted, "Isn't that?" Just then, Ten's Chioc Findio frowned in confusion. Seo Kang Yu finished his sentence, "Just an illusion." Immediately after, Ten's Chioc Findio's body was split in two by the sword. By his power, the prisoner's entire body fell to the ground. Seo Kang Yu stood there, looking down, and said, "And I'm not a hero anymore, I'm a jailer." Ten's Chi Findio, spitting up blood, was still being stubborn. "What the hell, you're not just a jailer." His eyes gradually closed, but he still tried to finish his sentence. "You're a monster." But Seo Kang Yu just stood there silently. Ten's Chi Findio's last words ended his wicked life. A monster just like Seung Hoan, words meant to sting Seo Kang Yu one last time. But by now, who cared about those meaningless words? He just turned around and glared at the prisoner's corpse. Now, a scene changed to Seung Hoan. He had a bored expression as he looked up. Whatever. Without a hint of resistance, the female prisoner sitting in the corner was knocked to the floor by him. Her face was blank, as if she had no emotions. Seung Hoan showed his dissatisfaction like a little kid, looking utterly disgusting. "When are you coming down here, Seo Kang Yu? Or should I just come up?" He was planning to take everyone down inside first. It was nighttime now, the moon shining faintly through the dark clouds. At this time, 3 people were standing on a cliff, observing. A man spoke up. "Sister Shink Ca, when are you going to start?" The woman called Shink then smiled and replied, "He's here, huh? He's Seo Kang Yu. He appeared on that floor. His face was incredibly cold. Another death scene about to happen." Shink Ca covered her face and gave an excited smile, then exclaimed, "My dear husband." Her husband? One of them asked in confusion as he looked at Seo Kang Yu through the screen. She turned back with a bright smile and replied, "Yep, he's my husband." Then the other guy said, "Lady Shink Ca." He smirked and asked, "Isn't your husband Seung Hoan?" This guy's name was Hannes. One of the three, Ho, also spoke up. "That's right, isn't that why you attacked me, to save him?" Hannes continued, "And that guy over there is a hero. He's the least useful person for the development of mankind," Shink Ca casually replied. "Used to be a hero." But then a crazed look appeared on her face and she exclaimed, "No, I don't see any hero in him at all." Everything went silent after that statement. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu looked cold as ice but remained cautious as hell. That Hannes chick was all like, "Well, your highness better pick one." And a Hanto chimed in, "Yeah, polygamy is totally illegal, duh." Then Shink started pondering her options. Is he younger or older? This is crucial, because they're just not compatible. Suddenly, her eyeballs lit up with some kinda symbol. "The one who survives is my destiny, girl, please." Acting like we should be so lucky to be chosen by her, she put on this sinister, expectant face like, "So, which one will it be?" Suddenly, we see a ceiling full of fluorescent lights, and Jose pops up behind Seo Kang Yu, saying, "Good work, Warden Seo Kang Yu." Her eyes narrowed as she looked down at the dead prisoner, and she continued, "The entire first basement level is now clear." But Doksin started warning him that the prisoner's strength increases exponentially, so he should rest for a bit, but Seo Kang Yu cut her off like, "Nah." He turned around, looking pissed, and said, "I'm going down there right now. Open the gate." Jose was momentarily stunned, then replied, "Understood. Before you go down there, I need you to do something for me." On this lower level, basement 2, there's still a warden alive who's sending signals. Images flashed of weak wardens surrounded by dangerous prisoners, and she asked, "How many wardens do you think there are on each level?" We see a female warden gritting her teeth, using her baton to hold them back. Seo Kang Yu replied to Jose, "I don't know, but can we save them and get them back to their families?" Jose replied. "All the communication devices on basement level 1 are broken, so I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure there's only one." A shot of bloodstains on the floor appeared, the result of a warden having his legs attacked. He's trying to crawl along the floor because all the communication devices on the 5th basement level are still working. The camera footage pops up. The warden finally crawled to it and, clearly desperate, screamed into the camera, "Help! Save me! Save me! Someone, please!" But then, behind the poor warden, Seung Hoan appeared with another prisoner. His eyes were filled with pure evil as he raised his hand. Instantly, the warden's face puffed up. Then, boom, a horrific explosion, with blood splattering all over the camera. Seung Hoan gave this totally smug, deranged grin at the security camera. I'm going to show this to the guy up there. In Seung Hoan's hand was this disgusting red round thing. Seo Kang Yu adjusted his cap and said, "I'm going down," which totally freaked everyone out. And Jose replied, "I'll open the door between the 2 basement levels." Then she spoke into the intercom, giving the authorization. The door opened, revealing a sliver of light. While Kang Yu waited for the door to open, Jose gave him one last warning. "You have to be careful. The difference in strength between the prisoners on the 2 levels is like night and day." As she finished speaking, the door opened before his sharp eyes. Seo Kang Yu's expression became serious as the door opened. A horde of savage prisoners charged out, attacking Seo Kang Yu all at once. They were super excited to make him their plaything, like, "Ah ha ha, you son of a bitch, may the fastest one win." Then there were flashing lights and colorful explosions going off everywhere. The prisoners, each with their own gun, started aiming and firing, mocking him. "Fire! Fire!" They knew someone was coming to get this welcome gift. Jose freaked out and yelled, Seo Kang Yu!" But her eyes quickly darted down when she heard him say, "Worry about yourself before you worry about others." A huge hand reached out in front of Jose's face, and a prisoner grinned like a maniac. Then his disgusting hand reached out and successfully grabbed Jose by the neck, lifting her up. He chuckled. "You're a warden, huh? What a rare opportunity. I always wanted to smash your arrogant face in." Jose gritted her teeth, trying to wriggle free from his grip. The prisoner smirked triumphantly. "Should I just do it now?" Then he turned around smugly and announced, "Hey, you idiots, it's a warden. Whoever catches them first gets—" But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. While he was busy basking in his pathetic achievement, The prisoners from his cell block had already collapsed on the ground like chickens with the flu. The prisoner exclaimed in disbelief, "The hell?" Then he fearfully glanced up to see Seo Kang Yu bringing down a deadly punch. It didn't take long for that immense power to land. Seo Kang Yu kept punching until the guy finally dropped Jose. Jose landed on the ground, dazed. Then a voice called out, "Don't come down." Seo Kang Yu stood up, looking at her and said, "Second basement?" His eyes were sharp as he warned, "It's dangerous." Jose could only nod in agreement. Yes, I understand." Before he could walk away, Jose reached out and called, "Kai, Warden Seo Kang Yu." Tomoki was captured on the first basement floor. Images of women tied up with chains flashed through his mind. Seo Kang Yu remained silent for a moment, then finally replied, "I know." Cut to the solitary confinement room on the first floor. Some rough-looking prisoners were muttering to each other. "Did you hear something?" Sounded like a scream. "Did he succeed?" Then a female prisoner with massive assets spoke up mysteriously, "Hey, you dumbasses. Did he succeed? Do you really think any of those guys could cause trouble here? I bet you wouldn't even know. That's Tomoki. She killed 28 heroes." Tomoki pointed to her forehead, saying with a cocky grin, "You know why villains are always villains? Because you're not smart enough, ex-hero." Suddenly, a shout erupted. "Bitch!" A burly prisoner stomped over, glaring down at her and snarling, "You want to die?" Tomoki burst out laughing. "Piffed, kill me. You've only killed ordinary folks. Ever killed anyone with superpowers?" The burly guy was silent. She proudly pointed at herself again. "Ever fought them?" "If you don't know why I'm here, it's because I've killed them." The burly prisoner's murderous aura intensified as he growled, "I'll kill someone with superpowers right now." But in an instant, she slashed a line straight down his face with her claws. "Kill." Immediately, a spray of blood erupted as Tomoki's monstrous arm dripped with gore. "Who's gonna be killed, you ask? You moron." Everyone in the room was frozen in shock, and she proudly continued, "As a hero, I've caught countless villains, so I know how to catch those with superpowers. With that knowledge, I've killed countless heroes." Tomoki, standing before the body she split in two, grinned. "Now I'll teach those who side with me." She disgustingly licked the blood off her hand, then declared, "I'll show you how to hunt a superpowered individual." At that moment, Seo Kang Yu's image appeared in the dungeon. His sharp gaze was directed forward, and she continued, "And more importantly." A venomous smile crept across her face as she blurted out, "I know Seo Kang Yu's ability." An astonished voice rang out, "How do you know Seo Kang Yu's ability?" Tomoki, now sitting on a hunched-over figure like a queen on her throne, confidently replied, patting her chest, "I used to be a hero. You know, I have reliable sources." Another prisoner questioned, "Even if you know, what can you do to him?" "He's a hero at Equality, an organization full of top-tier heroes, unlike third-rate heroes like you." The witch then put on a sinister expression. Then she started explaining, "Since Lao Sha became the chairman, Colty has made changes to the hero profession. First, they changed the way heroes operate, no longer allowing them to kill prisoners at will. Second, they often hold collective training sessions between heroes. Finally, the hero ranking system from 1st to 5th rank has been abolished." Tomoki confidently said, "I mention this because Seo Kang Yu joined Equality when the ranking system was under maintenance. Seo Kang Yu was specially selected without any outstanding achievements, or in other words, he got in through nepotism. There are even rumors that he is Lao Zha's lover." The prisoner Kia was still hesitant. "Actually, I've never seen him fight, but the way he cleared the first floor in an instant must be at least 3rd rank strength, a level above us." Tomoki then laughed dismissively. "The first floor is full of insects, you could do that too." The one with the spiky hair, Choi Mok Gang, killed 1738 people. And the one with the scar down his face, Hoen Hien Eu, killed 1983 people. Her voice rang out again. "Easy peasy." The one with the wide eyes, Korean, killed 2,270 people. And the one with the narrow, contemplative eyes, Mizu Jonak, killed 3,521 people. Right? A large, burly man who looked quite young, Spick, had killed 6,435 people. The other prisoners were still confused. Tomoki continued, "I'm not saying Seo Kang Yu is weak, he's strong, really. But," she was extremely confident, "I know his weakness, so we can work together to take him down." "At this time?" Spick asked. "You know his weakness," she casually said. "Hey, why do you guys have to think so much? How long are you going to keep thinking? Decide quickly." Those guys were still hesitating, while Seo Kang Yu was still entering. Hearing this, the prisoners Kia scrambled to raise their hands. "I'll join. Me too." With only Spick remaining silent, she turned to ask, "What about you?" He made his decision at this moment. "I'll join too." What's the plan? Since the last century when humans began to awaken superpowers, doctors, through research, have divided superpowers into three main types. The type that can transform or strengthen the body is the physical ability group. So the kind that can create stuff out of thin air, that's creation ability, hands down. And those who don't fit into either of those groups, we call them ability users. Basically, the special snowflakes. These prisoners were already standing there, staring straight ahead, waiting. Then, bam, a familiar hat appears, and Seo Kang Yu strolls through the door, much to the prisoner's anticipation. He's here. Instantly, two dudes exchange a look, shooting out some lightning bolts. Those power-packed bolts zoom straight into another prisoner's eyes. Target locked. In a flash, a huge surge of power courses through Spick's head. He's all like, "Yo, you see him?" Tomoki, still chilling on someone's back, casually replies, "Yup, got him." Physical ability, communicating through brainwaves. Her eyes are glowing like crazy, powered by that lightning. She analyzes with a smug grin. Seo Kang Yu. His power's physical too, just like mine. Tomoki thinks she knows Seo Kang Yu's weak spot, cause she's been watching him train every day. HL12 training bot. Activate combat mode. Back then, she watched him with a sneer. Look at him go. He was training with a giant robot on easy mode. What a joke. Back in the present, Seo Kang Yu saunters in, stands before the prisoners, and drops his trademark line. Got your monitoring devices on? Good, if you want to die, just let me know. Suddenly, a beam of power flashes from the ceiling, targeting him. A moment later, a blinding explosion erupts right next to Seo Kang Yu. She's still over there, all confident, thinking, he didn't dodge, did he? At that moment, a prisoner excitedly shoots out his power. Tomoki uses the cell doors as a makeshift shield, letting the creation and ability user guys attack non-stop. The prisoners keep blasting their powers at Seo Kang Yu. Spick, still wearing that power surge like a hat, pipes up. You're right, he's just standing there taking it. Tomoki just smirks, all pleased with herself. But she also knows why Seo Kang Yu isn't dodging these attacks, because a big explosion went off. But it couldn't hurt Seo Kang Yu at all. When the smoke clears, Seo Kang Yu is still standing there, cool as a cucumber. Then, a power blast, even stronger than the last, comes barreling towards him from behind. But Tomoki's got one more trick up her sleeve, this surprise attack from the rear. Seo Kang Yu coldly turns and glances at the long-range attack. His usually calm eyes suddenly widen in shock. The power blast slams into him, and his body staggers. His hand starts to change from the force of the hit. After the blast fades, Seo Kang Yu is just standing there, frozen. The guy who launched the long-range attack smirks, all proud. Done. Then, a small button on Seo Kang Yu's collar lights up. The power limiter. Like you said, I've been collecting these from the Warden's corpses. A hand holds up the collar. It's Spick, he's still a bit skeptical. But will it even work? This stuff's from the first basement level. Tomoki assures him, it'll be fine, we just need to load him up with more. That stuff's from the first basement level. 10 of those is enough for a rank 2 hero. Even a rank 1 hero would lose all their powers with 15 of those things. Million can slap them on him with his skills. Million, who's holding a pile of those devices, grins. Got it. He's the guy who killed 2,421 people, has object manipulation powers. Tomoki adds, just to be safe, slap 30 of them on him. Seo Kang Yu is now covered in power-limiting devices, standing motionless. Those guys saw that and cheered excitedly. You're done for, you bastard. We've installed ability-restricting devices on you. However, there were 3 mistakes in Tomoki's plan, and very quickly, those guys stopped celebrating and were replaced with shock and horror. The ability-restricting device on Seo Kang Yu's neck gradually cracked. His eyes flashed brightly like a wild beast. First, the power emanating from him was still as strong as ever, not restricted in the slightest. The power of Seo Kang Yu. The horrified prisoners looked up at the ability-restricting devices that were broken and falling in midair. Then came a fist of death, descending. Seo Kang Yu's fist flew out, causing those guys to crack open just like the prisoners on the first floor, many times larger than a Class 1 hero. The prisoner coughed up blood from the backlash, and the lightning power helmet was also completely shattered. The Speak guy exclaimed in horror. The restriction device, it's all broken. At this moment, Tomoki lost all the arrogance and bluster she had before and stared at the scene wide-eyed, blurting out, "What the hell?" Immediately, a miserable scream rang out. Ah. The prisoners turned and tried to flee before Seo Kang Yu's eyes. Damn it, Tomoki hurriedly yelled. Plan B. Tell them to deploy Plan B. Speak transmitted. Everyone, deploy Plan B. Just then, a voice rang out. Warning. Seo Kang Yu. Don't move. At this moment, some innocent person was being strangled by a bizarre hand. This prisoner grabbed the poor prison guard and threatened Seo Kang Yu. If you move, I'll kill him. Then, the group of prisoners swaggered and used the guards to blackmail him. If you want to save him, but at this moment, he just gently raised his hand. Immediately, those prisoners forcefully grabbed him. The second mistake. Drops of fresh blood flew into the air again. At this moment, the prison guard glanced to the side in complete panic. The hands of those prisoners painfully released the prison guard. Seo Kang Yu on this side only gently pointed one finger. But the power was completely the opposite of that smallness. Seo Kang Yu's ability is physical, but the prison guard's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Inside the prison room were currents of deadly red blood. Before he died, that guy was still in complete shock, unbelievingly saying, "There's this kind of ability." The scene inside the prison was extremely brutal. The prisoners were dealt with quickly by Seo Kang Yu's one finger, lying in a large pool of blood. The other prison guards were also rescued. It can also be used like a superpower. The third and final mistake. At this moment, some prisoners were hiding in a corner, panicking with each other. "Damn it, what should we do now? Should we put the monitoring device on?" At this moment, one prisoner reached out of the corner. He sweated profusely and hurriedly said, "I will wear the monitoring device. Will you spare me?" But before he could finish speaking, immediately, his pupils constricted, then a large streak of blood spurted into the air again. With him, those who regret too late. Seo Kang Yu had no patience with those guys, and continued to sweep through the prison. His power spread through the air like that. Those on the upper floor were also scared to welcome the death from the Reaper. At this moment, Seo Kang Yu clicked his tongue and uttered, "You're saying it too late. These guys will never be forgiven." At this moment, the blue lightning-like power burst, and this prisoner was sweating buckets. It was Speak himself, blurting out in disbelief, "Shit." Then he turns on Tom Tomoki, grilling her. "What the hell is he? Everything's screwed. You got no backup plan." Meanwhile, she's just sitting there, chewing her nails, going, "No way, how is this even possible?" Speaks had it. He snaps. "Say something, damn it. Shouldn't have trusted you." Then Tom Tomoki finally speaks. "You said the limiters wouldn't stop him, even with 30 of them on. He then told me he'd wear monitoring devices. That way there'd still be a chance to live." Hearing that, she grinds her teeth, fuming, "Shut up, shut up." Tom Tomoki's eyes blaze like some demon, and she whirls around, using her freaky hand to punch right through Speak's gut. She's totally lost it, screaming, "Who do you think you're talking to? You think we're equals because we're stuck on the same floor?" Tom Tomoki, looking down at the guy she just realized she killed, says all cocky, "I'm almost good enough to be a rank 1 hero, you know." Then, still freaked out, she bites her nails again, muttering, "But did all those limiters really break? If he's so strong, why isn't he fighting on the front lines?" Tom Tomoki throws her head back and yells, "This is all so pointless. Makes no sense." Suddenly, she whips her head around, spotting something. It's just a prison guard, trying to sneak away. Seeing that evil look in Tom Tomoki's eyes, the guard freaks and starts yelling for help. "Ugh, someone, please help me, somebody help, help." But she's in a rage, and she raises her hand, ready to strike. Out of nowhere, a surge of power flashes, slicing right through Tom Tomoki's wrist. She stares in horror at her bloody stump of an arm, blood everywhere. Seo Kang Yu makes his grand entrance. With his own messed up hand even freakier than before, he calls out, "Hero Tomoki." The guard, who just dodged a bullet, jumps up and shouts, "Ah, ah, ah." Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu's just radiating this killer vibe, asking, "No, convict Tomoki, any last words?" Tom Tomoki just cracks a mocking grin, "Haha, well shit, I'm done for." Facing this stone-cold baddie, Seo Kang Yu asks, "So, that's your last words?" She keeps rambling. "So, is it true that all the ETI heroes are dead, except for you?" Seo Kang Yu casually replies, "That's right." Tom Tomoki then gives this creepy smile, "He, so Tom's dead too." An image appears of Tom being bound by countless chains. Seo Kang Yu just keeps staring at her, silent. She goes on, He, dead? Huh, I told him not to be a hero. What a dumb little sis." Then, a little provocatively, "A member of equality, and you're killing people. Do the other heroes know? You know how hard Lao Xia tried to change the hero biz? But because of you, everything's back to square one. I wonder if Lao Xia's bummed out in the afterlife." His eyes turn ice cold, glaring at her. Too many last words. This hero gig isn't a normal job, is what Tomoki realized after becoming a hero. But taking out bad guys doesn't mean everyone's on the up and up. Just then, a shout for help rings out. "Someone, help me." A girl's being threatened by some thug with a knife. "Please, sir." The thug yells, "Stay still if you move." The poor girl's shaking in her boots. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots past, so this hero dude straight up slices a villain in half. right? And guess what? The poor girl standing next to him gets caught in the crossfire. Ouch! Apparently, when you're on a mission, even if innocent civilians bite the dust, the hero's status is like untouchable. Talk about unfair. This hero, after accidentally offing a civilian, has the nerve to smile all smug and say he completed the mission. What a jerk. The reason why Tomoki became a hero is super simple. Back when she was a little girl, her sister was always helping her out. Like holding hands tight, kinda helping out. Little sis Tom, all cheerful, would say, "Awesome." Just like a hero, Tom, who doesn't have any powers, relied heavily on her super strong sister. But Tomoki, catching Tom off guard, she straight up says, "Yeah, my sister is the best, isn't she?" She twisted the image of a hero into her own warped personality, under that bright blue sky. "You saved me." The girl, just rescued, collapses on the ground, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you for saving me." And then, Tomoki, filled with her own importance, says something cheesy like, instead of feeling honored, she actually covers her face, all smug and self-satisfied. It's just doing the right thing. She actually thinks she's superior. Tomoki keeps doing hero work, and finally, on one mission, she straight up kills a villain. First time she's ever killed anyone. And get this, Tomoki's face twists into this crazy, distorted expression. For the first time in her life, she touches her face, and then throws her head back and laughs like a total maniac. She feels so superior, tears welling up in her eyes. Killing someone is so exhilarating. After that, Tomoki can't stop killing people. Villains, civilians, heroes. She kills everyone, no exceptions. But you know what she loves most? Killing those weak heroes, the ones beneath her. The betrayal, the shock, she's totally lost all sense of happiness. "Please." The weaker hero begs, "Please, spare me." That expression, that look on their face, drives Tomoki absolutely bonkers. But secrets always come out, right? Tom was suspicious, cause Tomoki always came home super late, covered in blood. So she followed her one day, and Tom's eyes went all wide and crazy when she saw what was happening. Right in front of her, Sisis was straight up mass murdering people. The little kid witnesses her own sister killing people. Tom, totally shocked, blurts out, "Sis, Tomoki." Tomoki, startled, turns around, face splattered with blood. "Tom, I told you not to stay out late," she says, all casual. No use now. And then, she's still gripping some poor soul's head, doesn't even flinch. Instead, she grins, like a total psycho, and invites her own sister to join her in her crimes. Wanna join? Tom's eyes widen even more. What? But then, Tomoki goes totally ballistic and swings her hand down. "If not, get out of my way, I'll do it myself." Just then, a huge WHOSH sound echoes, making her look up in shock. Nope, there's this chain shooting out purple light, zipping down and tying up her hand. And that's the day Tomoki's powers awakened. Bam! And her first act as a newbie hero, Tomoki, all teary-eyed, points and blurts out, "Sis." From that moment on, Tomoki became a hero and kept chasing after her sister, who turned into a villain. Talk about family drama. Cut to a scene of Tomoki, all tied up but with this wicked grin. Finally, villain Tomoki caught her sister, and then goes, "Gotcha." But then Tomoki's like, all worked up, "So no more calling me sis. How sad. My powers are getting stronger, you know." Such a shame. It's a summoning ability and not physical though. Those without physical abilities are so pitiful. Tomoki just stares silently at her sister. Tomoki goes even crazier. Cause they can only kill from afar. They'll never know the ultimate thrill of tearing someone apart with their own hands. "You never understood me." Hearing that, Tomoki snapped, "I never had a sister like you, ouch, burn." Back to the present. That Tomoki asks, did Tomoki die in agony? Seo Kang Yu just coldly replies. Tomoki remembers the scene of her falling during the fight with Seung Hoan. Seo Kang Yu finds Tomoki, and she's all, "It hurts. It hurts so bad," tears streaming down her face. "Save me, sis." Back in the prison cell, Seo Kang Yu says, "Even as she died, she called your name." Tomoki goes silent for a sec, then sighs. "Shouldn't have asked. Just makes me feel worse." Suddenly, a surge of power explodes outward. A sharp blade sprouts from her hand, and her whole body starts morphing into something horrifying. "Yikes. Done," she yells. Leaping forward, Seo Kang Yu just stands there, cool as a cucumber. Tomoki attacks, stabbing right at him. But then, her eyes widen in shock as the blade passes right through air. Seo Kang Yu's already behind her now. She struggles, gritting her teeth, trying to resist that power. And then, both of them clash, head to head. Tomoki's eyes gleam with fury. In an instant, Seo Kang Yu kicks her away, creating a huge explosion. A massive cloud of dust appears, and Seo Kang Yu stands waiting in front of it. Boom. He comes down from the ceiling, Tomoki grits her teeth and attacks him again. But Seo Kang Yu just casually punches her in the gut. Tomoki coughs up a mouthful of blood, then collapses to the ground, unable to take it anymore. Tomoki glares up at Seo Kang Yu, seething with anger. Seo Kang Yu looks down with his glowing red eyes and says, "Even if you're a criminal, I don't feel good about killing a colleague." Then she finally speaks, surprising him. "Then could you?" She gives a crazy smile and asks, "Spare me." She hunches down to the ground, begging. "You're a hero, didn't you promise Lao Xia?" He just coldly replied, "I'm no hero anymore." Tomoki kept begging desperately. "But please, please, spare me." She frantically grabbed Seo Kang Yu's leg. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die," he retorted. "Your current state is exactly what those people often saw." The scene of the victims in agony and despair, begging for their lives appeared. "Spare me, please spare me, Tomoki." Seo Kang Yu's eyes sharpened. "What did you do to those who begged you for forgiveness?" Tomoki's face twisted into a grotesque smile. "Heh heh, you son of a bitch." Seo Kang Yu didn't let her say another word before unleashing his powerful fist again. Outside, dark clouds gathered, and the sounds of Seo Kang Yu's battle echoed through the prison. Hearing that sound, Hannes and the others who were watching, one voice excitedly exclaimed, "Did you hear that explosion? That must be Seo Kang Yu, right?" Oh, Shink was practically bouncing with excitement, captivating someone's heart, while the other guards were confused and terrified. What the heck is going on? Terrifying someone else. But with someone, the familiar hat happened. Seung Hoan cheered. "Seo Kang Yu keeps giving us more to look forward to." Seung Hoan was so thrilled that he blurted out, leaving the girl beside him bewildered. "No good, I gotta go up there now." As he spoke, he made a demonic face and reached out his hand, but suddenly, a surge of power blasted Seung Hoan aside. His whole body slammed into the wall, creating a massive explosion. The hat on his head went flying off. "Whoa!" Seung Hoan exclaimed, eyes wide as he looked at the person in front of him. "Surprising," a voice boomed. "Bored, you little brat." Someone stepped forward, to the shock of Seung Hoan and the female prisoner. It was an old, wrinkled prisoner who spoke. "Want to play with me?" This man's name was Kingston. Seung Hoan picked up his hat and put it back on, then smirked. "Oh, you're so scary." Kingston grinned wickedly. "Scared, huh? Basement 5? Inmate number 001? I'm just a nice old man who wants to play with kids." Just then, a frantic voice shouted, "Sir, Jose, sir." "Stop," he asked. "What's wrong?" A guard watching the cameras urgently reported. "Right now in Basement 5, Kingston and Seung Hoan have met." Hearing this, Do-si happily said, "Excellent." The guard was confused. "Yeah," she continued. "One of them is going to die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Seung Hoan." Jose narrowed his eyes dangerously, and a red light flashed. "Why is that woman with him?" An image of the female prisoner with Seung Hoan appeared. Back in the prison cell, Seung Hoan said, "Hey, old man, are you going to play with me?" Kingston grinned. "Of course." He then put on an innocent face like a spoiled child. "I don't wanna." But at this time, Kingston's eyes glowed dangerously. He said, "But this old man really wants to play with you." Kingston, he was the first prisoner of Lucilla's prison, and the oldest long-term inmate. Unlike the prisoners in Basement 4 and 5, who had killed millions of people, he had only killed 3. The first to die was the most powerful and evil villain at the time, Caracas. The other 2 were the most talented heroes of that era, Clark and Hilo. Out of nowhere, this dude pops up and wipes the floor with the 3 strongest guys at the time. He's covered in blood, ranting, "I killed all those so-called unbeatable freaks." Then Kingston's standing there like, "Am I unbeatable now or what?" But nah, the guy just lets himself get caught by the government. Talk about anticlimactic. Like risk-wise, he was at the bottom, but he surrendered after only offing a few people. And that was right when the government and Hero Association were beefing. He dodged the death penalty for 30 years. And now we're here. Kingston holds out his hand, all gentle, saying, "I'm not gonna kill ya, kid. Just a little tap, ya know. It'd be a sin to stomp on a seedling like you." Seung Hoan, now he's getting serious, ready to throw down. "Oh really?" Then, bam, a hand shoots out. And suddenly, all these poor guard dudes are dead. Their corpses are just floating there. Seung Hoan's puppeteering them with his mind or something. Next second, they're turning into these gross, floating chunks of meat. Dude's got this stone-cold look, saying, "Let's play, shall we?" And then Seung Hoan's launching these meatball projectiles at Kingston. Kingston's just chillin', waiting. Finally, he raises his hand. Ekwon. Dude's swatting those meatballs away so fast you can barely see it. He's catching them, one hand poking and shattering those fleshy balls. Energy blasts are flying everywhere. Kingston's hand is just a blur. Then, His energy coalesces into this swirling vortex. Kingston's using both hands now, amping up the power. His eyes are sharp as heck, hands stabbing forward, clothes fluttering like crazy. The meatball projectiles are sent flying backwards. BOM. They explode into these huge blood splatters in the air. Droplets of blood rain down. Seung Hoan staring up at the gory shower, all pensive. Kingston shoots him this sly side-eye glance, followed by a wicked grin. After it's all done, he pipes up, "I thought you were a telekinetic, but your current offense and defense are like this, so you're not a fake telekinetic after all. Do you have any other way to attack?" The dude replies, "I had thought about it too. I knew it. It's boring to play with, old man. What's the fun of killing someone who is about to die?" Kingston's momentarily shocked, then narrows his eyes, impressed. "You really are an arrogant brat. I've met tons of guys like you, stuck in your own little world, thinking you're the strongest." His foot slides gently across the ground. Then he stomps down hard, cracking the floor like crazy. Chunks of rock and dirt fly up, and full of conceit, Kingston emerges from the dust cloud he made. Then, a scream pierces the air. Ugh. Ah. A guard's freaking out. At this rate, the underground level's gonna collapse. Duzia tells him, "Don't make a fuss. Even first or second-rate heroes can't break this prison. There are 20 layers of special walls. How could it be destroyed? Everyone, calm down." Inside, Kingston's face darkens. I'm gonna fix that attitude of yours." And with that, he charges forward. As the floor crumbled and disappeared, Seung Hoan was still standing there, observing the scene before him. Then, he tilted his head back, and his eyes widened as he looked up. The image of Kingston stomping his foot down on Seung Hoan appeared. At this moment, his foot was about to crush his face. Just then, a massive explosion erupted, and nothing could be seen. The sky outside was still thick, with ominous black clouds. Inside, the warden was still screaming, "Utuaya." Jose even had to raise his hands to shield himself from the tremors. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu was standing outside silently. At that moment, Jose urgently asked, "Is everything all right?" The warden, still terrified, couldn't utter a word. Sir, who won?" she pressed. "That's not it," the warden responded before Joe's sharp gaze. Inside the dungeon, Kia was still horrified, watching each crack and shatter appear before him. The warden turned to answer Zen. "The walls have all been breached." Jose, now sweating bullets, exclaimed in shock, "We're done for." Zen Unung Hoan, inside, looked out at the crumbling walls and cheered, "Whoa! It's like a human-shaped drill. How far did he go?" A voice echoed, asking, "Is this enough to pique your interest?" He looked down, then pondered aloud. "Should we follow him?" Suddenly, another group appeared and said, "Why would you follow that old geezer?" The voice came from a familiar, arrogant mouth. Shink, along with her two henchmen, appeared. She sat down on the ground and laughed. "Wouldn't it be much more fun to talk to me?" In the observation room, Jose and the warden were both bewildered and exclaimed, "Huh." Seung Hoan turned back, glaring, and asked, "What are you?" Shink replied, "Let's chat, and you'll find out who I am." Jose, seeing more clearly, cried out in horror, "The hungry woman, how is she on the 5th level?" The warden was still in shock. What is going on? On the other side, Shink looked up, but before that she pointed directly at the screen and said, "Get rid of the guys watching Kia." Immediately, the screen went black. Jose, enraged, slammed his hand on the table, grinding his teeth. This is messed up. Meanwhile, our main character was still standing silently outside the door. Seo Kang Yu spoke into the communication device in his collar. "Commander, I've completed the task on the 1st level. Please open the 2nd level door." But at this moment, the voice on the other end of the line was cut off. Seo Kang Yu was still standing there, waiting. After waiting for a while, he called back with some concern, "Commander?" There was no response, and the connection was directly cut off. Silence fell again. Maybe the signal's weak. Seo Kang Yu didn't wait any longer and used his two hands to pry open the sturdy door. The door slowly opened, revealing an eerie light. His expression was sharp as he continued. She went down to the lower levels. As he descended the stairs of the 2nd level, unlike the 1st level and the basement, where one could smell blood before entering, there was no smell at all here. Seo Kang Yu pursed his lips warily. It was very clean, everything was extremely calm, no corpses were seen, and the light from the lamps flickered there. Not even a person. Seo Kang Yu just went inside like that. Suddenly there was a cry that caught his attention. "Ooh-ah!" A female warden was frantically running out, yelling, "Don't come near here!" Meanwhile, a bunch of monsters with sharp teeth were chasing after her. The monsters were getting all hyped up, flashing their jagged teeth like they were about to chow down. The prison guard girl was booking it, screaming her head off, "Don't you come any closer!" But when she ran out and saw Seo Kang Yu standing there, She was totally stunned. Seo Kang Ho, she yelled as she ran up. She totally messed up his name, which made Seo Kang Yu jump. Just a reminder, Seo Kang Ho is the name of the main character's brother. The prison guard girl was straight up hopeless with those monsters chasing her. Suddenly, bam! A wave of power zoomed past her, obliterating those monsters. The girl was now sitting on her butt next to the monster carcasses. Next to her was Seo Kang Yu's fist, radiating killer vibes. He finally spoke up and asked if she was okay. She probably hadn't heard about the main character's brother biting the dust, so she freaked out and ran to hug Seo Kang Yu, calling out his name. Kang Ho, she said. Then she looked up at him, super happy, and said, "Aren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement level? Hey, what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's so cool. But have you been hiding your abilities this whole time?" Seo Kang Yu pushed her away and was all like, "I'm Kang Ho's younger brother," he said, his eyes sharp. The girl was shocked and exclaimed, Hero Seo Kang Yu. Then she wondered, "Why are you wearing a prison guard uniform?" "No, wait, why are you even here?" he replied. "So you're my brother's colleague?" Seo Kang Yu warned. "It's really dangerous here." Suddenly she was like, "Ugh, I'm really sorry to hear you say that, young master." This made him go wide-eyed. Then he asked, "Who are you?" The girl put her hand on her chest, happily saying, "Is this our first time meeting? I should be the one introducing myself first." Then she held out her hand, grinning. "I'm your sister-in-law. You look so much like your brother, you know." Seo Kang Yu was totally speechless, completely stunned. Meanwhile, back in a solitary confinement cell on the 2nd basement level, someone called out, "Mael." Someone with a dark expression said, "It seems a stranger has arrived." The girl called Mael, with a dangerous look on her face, replied, "That's right, brother. How many sins has this stranger committed? All sorts of people and monsters were locked inside." A little one named Mao, holding on to something, replied, "He killed my dog." The prisoner called Miel, looking nonchalant, said, "Is that so? Then he's about to go through hell." Cut back to Seo Kang Yu and the girl. She was saying, "I've only seen you in pictures or videos." She then grinned and introduced herself. "I'm prison guard Hongjia, Luculus prison guard Hongjia." Seo Kang Yu replied, "I heard he had a girlfriend, but that's about all I know." Seo Hongjia chuckled and scratched her head. "Well, actually." Suddenly, 2 fingers pointed at her belly. "This," Hongjia said, hugging her stomach with a happy face. "In here is the little one who's going to call you uncle." Seo Kang Yu's eyes went wide with disbelief. He exclaimed, "What?" She replied cheerfully, "Can't really tell yet, huh? It's still less than a month away, and I only found out recently. And because of the thing with Seung Hoan, I didn't want to reveal it too early." After a moment of shock, he blurted out, "Are you telling the truth?" Hongjia, seeing his serious face, started to panic and asked, "Yeah, is there a problem?" Seo Kang Yu looked away, avoiding her gaze as he replied, "No way," she continued. "Kang Yu SSI, what are you doing here? Did you come to quell the riot? But you're also wearing a warden's uniform." "I," Seo Kang Yu replied, "have been assigned as a special warden to execute the prisoners in Luculus prison." Hongjia was utterly shocked. She said, a little incredulous. "You're the executioner. Why would you?" she asked, a bit bewildered. "Is it the warden's orders?" Seo Kang Yu then explained. "It seems they haven't informed everyone, so I'll give you a brief explanation." After recounting the situation, Hongjia exclaimed in utter astonishment, "An electromagnetic pulse attack? Who would even?" Seo Kang Yu replied, "They're still investigating it." Hongjia's eyes welled up with tears of worry, and she hastily asked, "What about Kang Ho? He must be on basement level 5 to carry out the sentences." Seo Kang Yu didn't know how to answer. My brother just stared at Hongjia as she stood there, clutching her stomach and crying. Seo Kang Yu couldn't bring himself to say it, so he simply closed his eyes in helpless silence. But he changed the subject. "There's a distress signal coming from basement level 5. Hearing that, Hongjia raised her hand to her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Seo Kang Yu, seeing her like that, could only bow his head in silence. Then he said, "It's too dangerous here, so please go up to the higher levels. I'll take you there." "I can't," Hongjia said. "If you want to go down to the lower levels, you'll need me." He asked back in surprise. "Why?" Hongjia explained. "When I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories." Her special ability is psychometry. Then she waved her hands dismissively and said, I haven't read Kang Yu's memories. Don't worry, I don't use my powers so carelessly." Seo Kang Yu just stared at her, speechless. Hongjia continued, "I use this ability to provide psychological therapy for the prisoners, and I use it to judge whether what they've done is truly a crime." Seo Kang Yu then asked, "But how is your ability useful to me?" She explained. "Currently, on basement level 2, the isolation room is being controlled by Miel and Mayel. They're two siblings with special summoning abilities. Their abilities grant them power. The monsters that appear turn others into puppets by stabbing them in the heart. Right now, all the prisoners on basement level 2 are their puppets. Seo Kang Yu then spoke up. To her surprise, I already know a little about their abilities. They're disciples of Mago. An image of Mago appeared. I already know this information, so please go up to the higher levels, Seo Kang Yu said, pointing upwards. Seo Kang Yu quickly said. Some of the puppets fighting under the control of the two siblings are wardens. Hearing that, he could only purse his lips in silence. Hongjia's expression was more serious than ever. Among those fighting puppets, you won't be able to distinguish between prisoners and wardens. But with my ability to read memories, I can tell them apart. Seo Kang Yu replied, if they've become puppets, haven't they already died? What's the point of distinguishing them? Hongjia then explained. No, they're still alive. When the two siblings stop using their abilities, they'll return to normal. He was sure of one thing. Those two would definitely not do that. But Hongjia was insistent. I can, she said, placing her hand on her chest and confidently stating, I can persuade them, he said worriedly. In your condition, it's too dangerous. Suddenly, Hongjia said, before becoming a mother, I was, and still am, a warden, so I must fulfill my duty. At this moment, an image of Seo Kang Ho seemed to appear in Seo Kang Yu pursed his lips, silently looking at Hongjia. Then he reached out his hand and spoke. Okay, so Seo Kang Yu's power just swarmed Hongjia. And she's totally freaked out. Like this power lifts her up in the air and she's all, whoa! Oh Yua, she goes, then asks. What is this? Seo Kang Yu glances up and says, my ability. It'll protect you from danger, Hongjia's like. Hold up, wait, wouldn't that be a huge disadvantage for you? This is kinda awkward. So they're still heading towards their goal, and Hongjia suddenly shouts, ah! There they are, puppets! And it's hard to tell if they're guards or prisoners. Their whole body looks like stone, controlled by a golden ring on their heads. Hongjia says it's her bro Mio's power. And don't forget, he captured a bunch of guards. Seo Kang Yu stares ahead, asking, which ones are the guards? Hold on a sec. Hongjia replies, closing her eyes. When she opens them, her pupils are glowing, scanning the puppets like crazy. She says, then gives the verdict. The two in the back are guards. We gotta beat them first, and then round them up as a group. Suddenly, Hongjia glances down at her hands in a panic. She's now behind Seo Kang Yu's protection circle. She's freaking out, yelling, hey, I can't see anything, Kang Yu, what's going on? Hongjia is still shouting inside, but it's muffled. Seo Kang Yu finally speaks up, all serious. The difference is, my powers pass over the floor, the ones still alive. My power attacks those identical puppets. Those are the guards. At that moment, his power wraps tightly around two of the puppets. Another puppet, untouched by the power, leaps up and tries to attack Seo Kang Yu. The puppet's eye sockets are totally empty. Seo Kang Yu punches the puppet square in the face, shattering its head. His eyes are sharp as he says, the dead ones are prisoners. Got it. Now the puppet horde is charging at him. But Seo Kang Yu just casually throws a punch and takes them out. The puppets are diving in like moths to a flame, getting torched by Seo Kang Yu's fire. His eyes are getting fiercer by the second. He throws a punch, immediately slicing through the prisoner puppets. Meanwhile, Hongjia is still stuck in the protection circle, can't see a thing. But then a crystal ball pops up, showing Seo Kang Yu mowing down the prisoner puppets. The Miguel siblings are watching together through the ball. Miguel's sister pipes up, bro, this guy from outside, do you think he's stronger than Master? Miguel hesitates a bit. Well, Miguel's sister remembers Lao Shan and asks, what about that woman? Miguel's silent. When his little sister doesn't hear an answer, she calls out, bro. She grabs his arm, all clingy, and says, I'm scared. Looking at the crystal ball, Miguel replies, don't worry. A ton of puppets, like, too many to count, appear around the two siblings. He hugs his sister tight, comforting her. He can't kill us if that's all he's got. Seo Kang Yu's intense face is shown. Back with Hongjia, she's trying to yell. Hey, I can't stand not seeing anything, she shouts, asking, why are you locking me up in here? Seo Kang Yu just stands there silently and replies, did it surprise you? Sorry, I should have warned you, Hongjia immediately asks. Why did this happen? Explain it so I understand. I pushed the guards aside, and the prisoners were all executed, she exclaimed in shock. Executed? She asked, astonished. But isn't the execution device on the 5th basement level? Seo Kang Yu replied grimly. I executed them with my own hands. Hongjia gasped. What? You mean you executed them yourself, Kang Yu? He looked up and asked, is there a problem? She hesitated slightly. Who decided this? His eyes were sharp and direct. I decided it, he stated, Hongjia asked frantically. Did the warden agree? He responded. Yes. Suddenly she was speechless. Haha, What are you planning to do? Hongjia asked. Through gritted teeth, Seo Kang Yu looked up, puzzled. Hongjia, Kang Yu, is everything all right? Seo Kang Yu replied coldly. As a warden, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Is there a problem with that? But Hongjia retorted. As wardens, we shouldn't be killing them. Our job is to rehabilitate the prisoners, to make them better. Being a warden, so what? Kang Yu, unable to listen anymore, interrupted. Enough. I'm sick of hearing such idealistic nonsense. The job of a hero is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others. Her expression clearly showed her anger as she said, I know very well the end result of chasing those ideals. Someone was brutally murdered by an unreasonable beast. Honestly, whether I'm a warden or a hero doesn't matter. I'm just doing what I should have done a long time ago. Executing the beasts who've given up on being human. Hongjia was bewildered. Kang Yu, in the end, they're still human, aren't they? He was so angry he couldn't speak. How can you? Hongjia looked down, horrified. At this moment, he shouted in resentment. How can you think like that? You're calling them human. From the second basement level down, there are criminals who've murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They all deserve to die. In the past, there were people who died unjustly, and there was a lot of debate about the death penalty. After people with mind-reading abilities appeared, there were no more wrongful convictions or injustices. Ria, you know this, right? But Hongjia shared her opinion. But they all have their own stories. He was at a loss for words. TCH, stories, huh? She continued. Especially Miel and Makael, Seo Kang Yu interrupted. Lady, everyone in the world has their own story. Don't the victims who were murdered have stories too? Finally, Hongjia looked down in confusion at this moment. Seo Kang Yu then made his decision. They're going to die by my hands, or by execution anyway. Is there really any difference? Is there? Hongjia still continued. The death penalty doesn't mean a massacre. I'm actually getting kind of annoyed at this saintess. Hongjia needs to hear her boyfriend was murdered by one of these prisoners to learn the meaning of pain. At this point, Seo Kang Yu lost his patience and shouted, Enough! Stop talking! His hand raised, and then gave a serious warning. This ends here. If you keep acting like this, I'll send you back upstairs, lady. I'll handle this my way. Hongjia could only sweat profusely and remain silent at this moment. At this moment, everything inside the prison was hazy and unclear. Seo Kang Yu was still walking, with Hongjia being carried behind him by his protective circles. At this moment, the red control circles appeared, followed by puppets that looked even stronger than before. Seo Kang Yu asked, Which of them are the wardens? Hongjia replied. The three in the back I see, he said, and began to reach out towards the puppets. Hongjia was still looking down in utter confusion. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Kang Ha would be so sad. Gosh, I want to tell that saintess. She would be even more sad if she knew her boyfriend was dead. Seo Kang Yu was approaching, preparing to attack the puppets, but upon hearing those words his eyes looked like they were about to go crazy. He froze right there, letting the puppet mob swing their weapons down at him. Just then, a surge of power sliced down towards his neck. Seo Kang Yu's face darkened with rage, the weapon's tip cracking from the force. That haunting voice echoed in his head. Kang Ho would be so disappointed. His eyes strained like they were about to burst. His eyes blazed, ignoring the puppets stabbing at him without leaving a scratch. Seo Kang Yu, feeling his frustration and anger building up, unleashed a fist of death. Hearing those words about other people's ideals ringing in his head, Seo Kang Yu went even crazier, like he wanted to unleash all that pent-up resentment. His comrade's face flashed before him with his words, followed by that powerful punch landing. Then his brother's image popped up. Along with his words, Seo Kang Yu couldn't hold back his fury any longer. Hongjia was totally freaked out watching this unfold. Instantly, a puppet was slashed down by those surges of power. Then came the puppets, rushing to attack him. Words. What good are words anyway? Is this misfortune or good luck? Blazing red orbs of power shot out, forming a vortex. It was Seo Kang Yu's bottled-up frustration. Those orbs hovered in the air, controlled by him. The 5 orbs shot straight towards those prisoner puppets. Then, the puppets turned into a swirling crimson vortex, diminishing slightly. Next came the explosions in mid-air, with agonizing screams. A shower of blood rained down on Seo Kang Yu's head after he killed the prisoners. Right now, he was standing silently in a bloody space. Shadow Witch watched through the screen, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Her eyes lit up. Shadow Witch, watching while cradling her face, squealed with delight. Oh, he's even cooler now. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu kept walking with Hongjia. Then there were flashes of him taking down those prisoner puppets. Then the image of the protective orb around Hongjia. These images kept overlapping. Right now, Hongjia was trying to observe. This time, the 3 over there are all jailers. 3 puppets appeared before them. Seo Kang Yu responded. Then wait here a moment. But something made him jump and turn his head. A golden ring appeared, along with a voice. Pleased to meet you. Then, a red ring. The siblings Male and Mi walked in, casually as could be, and spoke up. Outsiders, the voice replied, shocking the two kids. You came out on your own. Seo Kang Yu glared at those kids with icy eyes. Making things easier for me? I'm pretty happy about that too. Just then, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a massive monster behind the Kia siblings. Hong Jia shouted in a panic. Men B. Miel nonchalantly chimed in. Warden Hong Ria, why aren't you with us? You should be in paradise. Undo your powers. Seo Kang Yu held out his hand, crackling with energy, saying, Then I'll grant you a painless death. I hugged his younger sister and asked, Is there any option where you don't kill us? He replied. On the first floor, as well as basement 1, I gave them the option to use monitoring devices, or not, but those beasts who've killed countless people in basement 2, there's no choice left but death. Then, I mentioned his mentor, that outsider. I heard he's a colleague of our mentor, is that right? Makil added. That woman, she's a hero just like you. She's the one who captured us. You and her give off such different vibes. Seo Kang Yu just stared at them silently, and little Malel got flustered. You're definitely going to hell, her brother quickly warned. Mao, don't say any more. Seo Kang Yu got into a fighting stance and coldly stated, We'll see who goes to hell first. Min then spoke up, trying to negotiate. If you promise to release us, we'll undo our powers. Seo Kang Yu bluntly replied, I refuse. Hong Jia cried out, Mitian Mao, that'll only make things worse. Hard to install the monitoring device, interrupted a voice. It was Warden Hong Ria. He hugged his sister and started pleading. We didn't commit any deadly crimes, you understand, right? Hong Ria stayed silent, and he continued. So we also refuse. Hong Ria was still trying to reason with them. Mien. Seo Kang Yu cut her off, his voice flat. Your methods are absolutely useless. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the Kia siblings, and hissed. I won't negotiate with beasts. Hong Jia kept trying. Kang Yu, it's okay, there's no other way. Seo Kang Yu created a weapon from his power and said, Even beasts should feel pain. Facing the hammer of death, Mien still tried to bargain. Outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you'd listen to our story, we could negotiate. Seo Kang Yu gripped the hammer tighter, cutting him off. I refuse. Hong Jia, from above, desperately tried to intervene. Kang Yu, if you talk to them, you might be able to resolve this peacefully. Seo Kang Yu raised his hand toward the barrier, then angrily snarled. Please just stay put. That outsider. At that moment, his power surged toward the prisoner's siblings. His power bound them tightly and lifted them into the air. The power cords tightened around them, causing them to scream in pain. As for methods of torturing villains, the image of some shady dude popped into his head. Seo Kang Yu, his eyes glowing red, looked up and continued. I know just the thing. Never thought the day would come when those words became useful. The Kia siblings were utterly terrified by Seo Kang Yu's power. Miel jumps in. Looks like talking isn't gonna work. You're not even human, are you? Mael's body starts glowing too, and she frowns, trying to explain. We're not beasts or monsters, okay? Seo Kang Yu just glares daggers at those baddies. While those other two are tied up, those two are something else. Those two prisoners get swapped for the siblings. Voices echo. We're humans with special powers. In a flash, Kang Yu crushes them in midair, blood splattering everywhere. The voices still boom. But why don't they call us human? What's the difference between us and them? Suddenly, a whole swarm of puppets charges towards Seo Kang Yu. The vibe is, yellow circle means white puppet, red circle means black puppet. Got it. Kang Yu slices and dices those puppet heads in a heartbeat. He grits his teeth, realizing he's been played. Son of a... Michelle watches on the crystal ball, freaking out and sweating bullets. Miel worriedly turns to her. Mahel, you need help, she replies. Nah, his barrier's too strong. Right now, M.I. is standing behind the crowd of puppets in front. Mael raises her hand, conjuring a magic circle, and yells, Let me give you a hand. She slams the circle down on the crystal ball. Instantly, the magic circle expands, crashing down in front of Seo Kang Yu. Red circles pop up in the sky. Grotesque, giant monsters materialize from the magic circles. So this is the summoner's power, Kang Yu muses. A monster with huge, round eyes and a drooling snout appears. But compared to him, they are nothing. Seo Kang Yu isn't intimidated and charges straight into the monster crowd. He leaps onto one of the monsters, each stomp unleashing a powerful surge of energy. He then dashes to attack the monsters behind. The monsters are packed together, jostling frantically. Seo Kang Yu slips through the monsters, then unleashes a mighty slash. His attack cuts through the monster on the right, then slashes through the monsters on the left. He circles around the monsters, then stops, lips pursed, waiting. Mikkel watches the scene through the crystal ball, horrified and sweating like crazy. She turns to her brother. Bro, how much longer can you hold out? Miel replies. Maybe. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. She lowers her hand, then bites her finger hard, drawing blood. Not long at all, she raises her bloody finger above the crystal ball and shouts. Then this time, she slams her bloody hand onto the crystal ball. A wave of pressure crashes down, startling M.I., who turns to see the force bearing down on the space below. Everything is engulfed in smoke. Medel coughs, covering her mouth, while Medel stares up in shock. What happened? A hat appears, and Seo Kang Yu stands before the two prisoners. Mail's eyes are filled with tears, and her brother is just as terrified. Seo Kang Yu finally speaks. Now that I think about it, if I catch you guys one by one, and boom, a huge hole just appeared, like dozens of floors got wrecked. Yep, that's Seo Kang Yu's doing, sunlight streaming down, and he's glaring at those two punks. Your little game ends here, he says all menacingly. Just drop your powers, and I promise I'll make this quick and painless. Yeah, right. Dude's power is just radiating off him, going straight for those two. Seriously, that wall and the giant hole, still giving everyone major shockwaves? The bro and sis are freaking out, like, just how many powers does this guy have? Seo Kang Yu's all up in their faces, fist ready. Powers? Drop him. The dude's looking down on them like he's the freaking Grim Reaper. The prisoner siblings are just staring up at him, eyes wide with panic. Then Miel clenches his teeth and throws his hands up. BM! Lights start appearing around his hands. Suddenly, magic circles are popping up everywhere in the air. And Seo Kang Yu's like, whoa, what's this? BOM. Giant puppets materialize from those circles, ready to throw down with Seo Kang Yu. The biggest puppet's name is Michael, BTW. The second one with the all-black face is Gabriel. And the third one with all the wings is Raphael, Fancy. And the fourth one, with 3 eyes and a mouth that stretches halfway across its face, is Uriel. Yikes. Out of nowhere, 2 slashes appear, crisscrossing through the air. Seo Kang Yu's moving faster than lightning, slicing those giant puppets to bits in one fell swoop. The siblings scramble to look at their last line of defense, and seeing that, their lips just stiffen, and they're like, uh-oh. Oh great, Miel's throwing up another magic circle. And just like that, all the prison guards are suddenly free. They're all dazed and confused, like, huh. Miel summons the puppet guards and yells, stay away from us. If you don't let us go, all these guards are he's trying to use them as leverage. What a jerk. But Seo Kang Yu cuts him off, cold as ice. If you don't drop your powers and free the guards. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, and Miel's eyes go wide. Huh, a duet? He sees his little sisters all tied up by Seo Kang Yu's power, and he's freaking out. Bro, Seo Kang Yu steps forward, his voice icy. I'm gonna make your sister suffer a lot. Manel's sister is screaming in agony. Amaya, Amaya, Amaya. Miel is panicking. Bro, it hurts. It hurts so much. But Seo Kang Yu just stands there, staring straight ahead, cold as ever. And Miel's sister just keeps screaming. That's when Miel finally choked out and collapsed to his knees, begging, I'll undo it. I'll undo the power. In exchange, let me talk to Warden Hongjia. Seo Kang Yu said, undo your power first. Undo it. His eyes were icy and resolute. Miel's cry of pain echoed, making him jump in fright, while Seo Kang Yu said, I'll stop eventually. A moment later, a beam of light descended, and the two siblings, kneeling, held hands facing each other. Soon after, the guards, freed from control, snapped awake and exclaimed, ah. The prisoners, also regaining consciousness, were confused. Ugh. The group, faced with the current scene, spoke in confusion. The heck, what's going on? They were all asking. Why are we here? Then, Seo Kang Yu's power flashed, slicing those damned prisoners in half. The splatter of blood made the two siblings flinch in horror. The guards who witnessed the scene also shuddered in fear. One stammered, Hero Seo Kang Yu, what's happening? He turned back and said, you should all head back upstairs. The others retreated in confusion. Ah, I get it now. That's when Miel spoke up. I've stopped using my power, so you have to keep your promise. Seo Kang Yu replied, all right, I'll let you see her. The two siblings were still in shock when he continued. But first, let's move somewhere else. Right now, all that separates us is a pile of corpses of prisoners sliced in half. It's a gruesome scene, not something pregnant women should see. Meanwhile, in a slightly less chaotic place, Hong Jia was still inside the protective circle, trying to call out. After being able to observe the outside, she looked down and asked, what happened? Seo Kang Yu replied, I've finished the job. The power is undone, and all the guards have been saved. Hong Jia hastily asked, what about Miel and Mael? They're over there, right in front of me. At that moment the two siblings were hugging each other tightly in fear. They want to talk to you, Jia, before they die. Hong Jia was still trying to persuade Kang Yu. You could put monitoring devices on the two kids, Seo Kang Yu cut her off decisively. Don't make me repeat myself. The beasts in the second basement level have killed countless people. They will be executed by my own hand. Hong Jia was utterly stunned by what she heard. That's when Miel naively asked, Warden Hong Jia, did we do something worthy of death? We really didn't do anything that warrants the death penalty. Please, say something. His expression was filled with panic. Hong Jia didn't know what to say for a moment. Seo Kang Yu urged, hurry up! Hong Jia then exclaimed in confusion, Miel, Mael, you two need to be executed. She struggled to utter those final words. The two siblings could only hug each other tightly in fear after hearing that. After saying that, Hong Jia clenched her teeth. And then everything fell into silence. Hong Jia couldn't say a word. Seo Kang Yu then asked, do you have anything else to say? Miel also spoke up. So the warden's like, those two kiddos are just hugging each other waiting for the end, huh? Seo Kang Yu, all serious, goes, I'll keep my promise, and raises his hand. Time to start the execution, he declares. Meanwhile, Mavil's bawling her eyes out, screaming, please, spare us, please, just let us go. Bro. They're totally powerless to fight back at this point. Seo Kang Yu, with that grim look, slams his fist of doom down. BOM. Power blasts out, kicking up this huge cloud of dust. But when the dust settles, Seo Kang Yu's jaw drops. Whoa, this long beard pops up. It's Mago. He's whipping up this protective bubble around the twins. Mago Ikoti shows up with this stone-cold face. The twins are like, master, all shocked. Seo Kang Yu's just glaring, thinking, Mago, the heck? He's towering over everyone like a giant. What's going on here? Mago's image is just there, shielding his two disciples. Seo Kang Yu's legit stunned. What the? He mutters. Is this some twin power thing? Illusion summoning? Nah, no way basement prisoners have this level of defense magic. Mago himself is slinging the magic, but why? Seo Kang Yu's brain is going into overdrive. Why is he using defense magic on these two? Whatever, he sighs, and summons his own mega powerful mojo. What Mago thinks doesn't change squat. The twins are still clinging to each other like their lives depend on it, totally freaked. His fist slams through the shield, sending shards flying everywhere. But then Mago's image starts throwing out these magic circle layers all over Seo Kang Yu. He's gritting his teeth, furious. You freaking old geezer, what the heck are you doing? Why is Mago doing this? He's like full on protecting these prisoner twins. Seo Kang Yu's blood red power keeps blasting. His fist is smashing through those magic circle layers until only the original blue shield is left. Shards are falling, but Mago's still got this gentle look on his face. Seo Kang Yu's eyes are sharp, but he hesitates. Seo Kang Yu's smashed through tons of Mago's defenses. Miel's desperately holding her sister, who's practically passed out. You can see the annoyance in his eyes, but he can't shake off this weird, heavy feeling in his gut. Scene change. Blue skies, fluffy clouds. Seo Kang Yu's hero squad is hanging out, smiling and chilling in a field of flowers. They're watching Malago laughing and playing with a bunch of kids. Curly hair hero's all exasperated. Doesn't that old dude ever get tired? Baldy just laughs it off. It's good for him. Curly hair turns to Tomoki with a bright smile. Hey Tomoki, we're gonna have kids after we get hitched, right? Tomoki just gives him this annoyed look. When did I say I'd marry you? Curly hair still teasing. I hate guys who go around cheating on people like you. I've never cheated on anyone, Curly hair retorts. Lao Shan, seeing them like this, chimes in. Seriously guys, stop bickering. Suddenly a loud voice startles everyone. Everyone! Old man Mago wraps his arms around the kids, beaming. Don't just sit up there watching. Come down and play with the kids. The sky's still a clear blue at this point. Seo Kang Yu's teammates join in the fun, teasing the kids. He's the only one sitting by a tree, silently watching. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Seo Kang Yu. Old man Mago approaches him and asks, don't you like kids? He replies, it's not that, I just don't know how to interact with them. The old man chuckles, sits down next to him, and says, just imitate what your parents did when you were little. Seo Kang Yu responds casually. My parents passed away shortly after I was born. My only family is my brother. Old man Mago breaks into a cold sweat, feeling guilty. Then he coughs and says, I'm sorry. He glances at Yun cautiously, who quickly looks away. Suddenly, old man Mago grins and calls out, Kang Yu. He points to his face and says to Seo Kang Yu, then you can practice with me? Try acting like a kid. He looks at him with a confused expression and just says, huh. Old man Mago chuckles, saying, I'm just kidding. Just teasing. I didn't know you could make that face, but I wasn't completely joking either. If you're having a hard time, you can act like a child in front of me. Seo Kang Yu silently watches his teammates playing with the kids, then says, I refuse. Just then, Dark clouds roll in and it starts to pour. That's when Seung Hoan appears, reaching out with his hands covered in blood. Seo Kang Yu just stands there, stunned, in the cold rain. He glances down and sees curly hair and Tomoki hugging each other, waiting for death. Seo Kang Yu looks to the side and sees Lao Jia and the monk, no longer breathing. Drops of blood keep falling. Seo Kang Yu's eyes fill with tears of blood, full of resentment. While he's drowning in despair, a voice calls out, Seo Kang Yu. Old man Mago, while dying, still manages to call out to comfort him. It's okay, even though his eyes can't open anymore, everything will be alright. Suddenly, fragments appear. Returning to the present, Seo Kang Yu punches and shatters the magic circles. So now there's only Malago's defense left. Mikel inside is completely unconscious. Only Mikel is still looking up in panic. Old man Mago's protective shield is gradually disappearing. He closed his eyes, then flashed a gentle smile. Seo Kang Yu could only helplessly look up. Then his power stretched out. Seo Kang Yu released Hongjia outside, causing her to be confused and panicked. After safely landing her on the ground, he called out, "Can you read the memories of that power?" Hongjia hastily replied. "Ah, I can do that." Seo Kang Yu pointed upwards and said, "Then help me read the memories of that power. I need to know what that old geezer was thinking when he did this." Hongjia looked at Elder Mago and the protective magic circle, and asked in confusion, What is that, Hero Mago?" After a while, she presented the memory of that power. In her hand, Elder Mago and the two prisoner brothers were happily together. This is the memory contained within Hero Mago's power. Seo Kang Yu sat down on the ground, grumbling. "It's so unpleasant to look at," Hongjia immediately protested. "I think it's cute," he then asked. "Why are the memories of those murderers also here?" She explained. "That's because he cast his power on them." Seo Kang Yu looked over at Hongjia, making her quickly say, "I didn't intentionally put them in here, okay?" Seo Kang Yu said, "I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand. No matter what the situation of those murderers is, I'll still execute them." The trio on Hongjia's hand shuddered and huddled together in fear after hearing that. She then replied, "I understand. Alright, that's all I wanted to say," Hongjia said, then released the three of them down below. At this time, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling was lit. Then iron cages were brought out. Someone struck a hammer and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction for individuals possessing special abilities." Here, at this moment, someone in tattered clothes was gripping the iron bars, looking out. That person had a haggard expression. It looked utterly miserable, a hell setting a destiny for them that was anything but good. Maeo. At this time, the two Kia brothers were also locked in a cage together. The two of them had a blank look in their eyes as they stared outside. 6 years old. It was an auction for those with supernatural powers, a pastime for VIP collectors. Deeply hidden beneath the city of Huangxin was a secret auction house. Miel and Mafal had been sold here by their own father. The most expensive people possessed special grade abilities, and some had shape-shifting abilities. But summoning abilities were the most common, so they had the lowest price. Therefore, Miel and Miguel hid their true abilities, and for a long time, no one bought the two kids as they waited to be abandoned. At this moment, a guy opened the iron cage of the two Kia brothers and said, "Get out, someone wants to buy you two." It was a man and a woman. As soon as the woman saw the two kids, she exclaimed with interest, "Oh, these are the kids. They summon both angels and demons." The man then asked, "Is that why you want to buy them?" "I'm asking because there are no refunds here." The woman giggled and replied, "Oh, I'm just curious." Hearing that, the man asked uncomfortably, "What?" She put on a crazy face and said, "I wonder what it would be like to crossbreed angels and demons." The two Kia brothers were terrified and confused by this. That hag just kept going, "You guys are probably too young to get it, but you'll figure it out soon enough." As she said that, she gave us this super shady look. Her eyes were practically bugging out like she was on something. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge wave of energy came crashing down from the ceiling, and those two looked up like, whoa! It was a giant, flaming rock hurtling straight down at them, and they were totally stunned. Then, boom! The whole building went chaotic and shattered from the energy. Scene change. Now we're looking at a sky full of smoke and dust. In the middle of the city, there's this massive, wrecked crater. The adult couple who were just there were protected by a leaf shield, and they were freaking out. Woo! What the heck? The two siblings were also safe inside a shield. I shook his little sister's shoulder. "Marcelo, are you okay?" Marcelo was so scared she couldn't even speak. "Mikian, what's going on?" Everyone was being protected inside shields right now. Then this laugh booms out, and the siblings look up. "Oh ho 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 ho!" And guess who it is? Good old familiar Beard. "Mister?" Mago was twirling his beard, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Next to him was this floating girl with a bunny ribbon. He says with a wink, It's magic. The bunny-eared girl pipes up. Come on, Mago. She puffs out her cheeks. My name is Lippis, Mago's assistant. Summoning powers. Littipus grumbled. What kind of crazy level is this? How can I even keep up? Mago just kept grinning. Ho 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 ho, if you work hard you can do it, I told you, Littipus. With summoning, imagination is everything, Littipus huffed. But you're teaching too fast. Mago changed the subject. Did you finish the task I gave you? Littipus replied. Yep, I teleported all the auction participants and freed everyone who was imprisoned, Mago said. Alright, let's move on to the next level then. Littipus felt helpless. What is it this time? How am I supposed to summon a giant ice pillar like that? Suddenly there was a noise that made them look down. Mien, hugging his sister, looked up and asked, Can you take us with you? You're a summoner, right? We're summoners too. Lippis shook her head. No way. He already promised to take me as his disciple. Mago smirked and butted in. I never promised that. Lippis was so surprised she gasped. Mago turned to the kids. Let's see what you two can do. Lippis gritted her teeth. You liar. Then Emma summoned an angel, a real angel. And Emma summoned a demon, a freaking demon. Lippis was blown away and thought, these kids' summons are so weird. Usually, kids only summon toys or dogs. Mago was also a little taken aback. Done. He observed the two siblings, judging them in his heart. Interesting. I love kids. Seeing this, Mago didn't hesitate, smiling and holding out his hand. All right, come with me. I'll teach you magic. Lippis could only puff out her cheeks and sulk behind them. For 3 years, Mago taught M.I. and Mahale how to summon. Imagination is the most important thing for summoning. The image in your head will appear when you use your power. I summoned an angel because she remembered her mother, who protected everyone when she was little. And Mahale summoned a demon, probably because she was influenced by her cruel father. Mago happily taught and said, if you look at the world more multidimensionally, you can summon a lot of things. But focusing on just one thing isn't bad either. Lippis grinned behind him. Shooting stars are the best. Mago pointed behind him and said, like that bunny girl, I don't know which direction you two will go. The siblings looked a bit confused. We really like both heaven and hell. So Mago was like, totally taken aback by the heaven and hell thing, and even Lippis was all, wow, these kids are something else, huh? The little one started explaining. Mom always told us before she passed, good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. Those words have always been like our rock, you know? We want a world where only good triumphs, where good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. They said it with the brightest, most hopeful faces ever. Mago just beamed, ruffled their hair, and said, you guys can totally do it. You're the kindest kids I know. Then one day, with these dark clouds rolling in, there's this super urgent call. Mago. Lippis came running, totally freaked out. The Hero Association needs your help. Mago was all, wait, what? Mago looked mad. Like, seriously mad, which you don't see often. They blew me off before, and now they want my help. Lippis was still clueless and panicking. Wet's shown up in Finland. Then there's this image of some dude with glowy stuff on his face and neck. Mago heard that and gasped. What did you say? I need to report to the Hero Association ASAP. What are they even doing? And Lippis was like, I have no clue. Mago just grabbed his head, totally stressed. Oh man. He stood there silently for a while, then finally said, get M.I. and Mahale here, now. After they met and talked, the twins were freaking out. You have to go. Mahale hugged Mago tight, crying, no, please don't go. But Mahale, being the tougher one, asked, when will you be back? Mago just closed his eyes, looking so helpless, and said, this is going to be a tough fight. It'll probably be years before I can come back. I asked, all innocent like, can't we come with you? And Mago explained, you and Mahale? No way. It's too dangerous. I can't risk you two. I don't want you to go, I whined. Mago just looked down at his newly adopted grandkids, feeling awful. Mariel, tears streaming down his face, cried, I don't want to be abandoned again. Lippis scolded him. Abandoned? You're not objects. Just then, Mago said gently, Mahale, here's my parting gift. My power symbol will be on your clothes, so when you get to the sanctuary, someone will take care of you. As he said that, he transferred his powers to the twins. Mago closed his eyes, smiling sadly. I'll see you again someday. But little did he know, it would be the last time. The two kids just huddled together, sobbing. He reminded them, you two have to grow up to be good people, okay? But after Mahale and Mahale said goodbye to Mago, they didn't go to the sanctuary because they were scared of meeting strangers. Instead, they went to some faraway place and trained their powers on their own. What kind of power do we need to become good people for when we meet Mago again? I suddenly emitted a golden aura. What is good, what is evil? An image of an angel and a demon appeared, and Mahel emitted a red aura, representing evil. What am I supposed to do with my power? 2 years later, Mikhail and Mathilde decided to define good and evil for themselves and return to their hometown. Good people go to heaven, and bad people go to hell. And they started creating their own version of heaven and hell, their own utopia. The twins' faces were filled with excitement. In just 1 month, Miel and Mikhail turned the whole city into their own personal paradise. They were watching the townies, summoning their angels and demons like it was NBD. Then they'd supervise the residents, picking who goes up to heaven or down to hell. Harsh, right? And get this, the twins set the standards themselves, based on stuff they heard from their mama when they were little, things people just shouldn't do, stealing, littering, causing a ruckus in public, lying, betraying your friends, the usual suspects. So for them, deep in their kiddie memories, that stuff was like forever burned in their brains. Even if people met the standards, it'd still summon a demon and be all like, "I've been watching you," with a creepy smile. "You've lived a life of meaning." Shivers. The woman, clutching her kid, was all scared. "Please, please help us." And the demon's like, "Don't worry, this isn't the end." Then bam! It controls the demon to stab the poor mom and kid. Ouch. It proudly says, "You'll have a beautiful dream in heaven." The mom's just screaming in pain, and the demon's there, all smug with its hands together like, "Nailed it." Little did they know, the commotion from the twins' territory, a huge building looms, had caught the attention of the Hero Association. A serious-looking dude is all, "Let the meeting commence." This guy's authority, the Hero Association president. Big cheese. Authority speaks up again. "I made the announcement already." Why is attendance so sparse? All he sees are 3 young punks lounging in their chairs. A blonde chick's like, "Well, I guess they're on vacation or something." This is Zhao Benju, a rank 3 hero. One of the guys, chewing gum, pipes up, "Please, just roll the intel and let's see what's up." This one's Kusta, also a rank 3 hero. Cue the dramatic dimming of the lights. After checking out the info, Kusta and Zhao Benju are both shocked. "What the heck?" Kusta exclaims. "Level 1 and already this intense?" Seriously, Zhao Benju sighs. "Ugh, I want to rank up, I want to get to that level." President Authority asks, "Rank 3, would you like to give it a shot?" Zhao Benju's all bummed. "Won't work, Mr. President." Then she stares at the info with the twins' picks. "But why pick this tiny village, Bayon level 1? It doesn't do much for hero performance." Authority explains. "Well, I picked it because these kids are classified as level 1 villains," Kusta asks. "How old are they?" The president answers. "About 10 years old." The dude's impressed. "Just like that, and they've conquered the whole village," Zhao Benju adds. "After their second rank up, they could reach villain level 2 or 3. "Should we prep before dealing with them?" Kusta asks. Zhao Benju grins. "At least it would take them more than 5 years to develop further, so it's no need to prepare that much," Kusta's like. "That long?" Authority chimes in. "There are a few more things to add. These 2 are Mago's disciples." Kusta, hearing that, exclaimed in surprise. "Mago," Zhao Benju said helplessly. "Ah, I knew it." But a debate broke out between the 2 youngsters. "Then we should tell Mago about this. He went to Finland to hunt down Eastwet. Tell him to come back after he's done." Authority just sat there silently, listening to this discussion. Just then, a pretty set of nails was held up. The one who'd been quiet all this time suddenly volunteered, raising her hand. This girl wore a mask, her hair was full of clips, and heart shapes gleamed in her pupils as she asked, "Can I go?" This girl was K2, also a rank 3 hero. Cut to a sunset scene with a golden sky and a wheel rolling on the ground. C2 arrived and stopped to observe. She was straddling a pink, super stylish motorcycle. Just then, she put her hands on her helmet, took it off, and looked around, marveling. Whoa! Countless golden and red rings floated in the air, emitting a glittering light in the sun. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sight!" Little did she know, she was being watched and tracked through a crystal ball. Over here, the Kia siblings were closely following K2's every move, Mikhail said in confusion. "We have a stranger, I just grunted in response. Just then, Kia's heart-shaped pupils were still focused on observing. The sunset sky was still brilliant, as Kia took pictures with her phone and the puppets. As she snapped away, she marveled. "Oh, this is a special ability. Is it mind control? Or are they just knocked out? I don't think they're dead." What's this?" Something suddenly made her cautiously turn around. The angel and devil from before had transformed into the twin siblings. To Kia's surprise, I spoke up. "Stranger, why are you here?" Both kids were staring intently at her with suspicious expressions. Seeing the twins, Kia rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she gushed, "Oh, whoa, Those are some amazing powers, aren't they? What can you guys do? Is there anything different about them? I replied unhappily. You should answer our question, Kia continued. But she pointed towards the glittering gold and red rings floating in the air and went on. Does your teacher know about these? After all, he has a lot of summoner disciples, right? The twins looked at each other in confusion. Kia then questioned, Did you guys learn summoning techniques from your teacher? Marel asked in a panic. Who are you? Both of them were sweating bullets now, waiting. Your senior, Kia said, making a rather perverted expression, sticking her tongue out. Remember that, I stepped forward to shield his sister, saying, We don't have any seniors except Lucius, Kia chuckled. Your teacher already removed my name from the list of disciples. Seeing his frown, she continued, I think I was too focused on a few sharp things. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing numerous scars, big and small. Kia swiped her claws across those wounds, and the teacher said she needed to learn more defense magic as a way to protect herself. Too bad she wasn't into it, so she didn't listen. He stopped paying attention to her after that. Me and Miel were super freaked out listening to this. Suddenly, Kia blurts out, How embarrassing! She slumps down, looking exhausted. He's just the worst, the absolute worst. Then Kia just loses it, wailing like crazy, hands covering her face, tears streaming. It's not right, it's wrong, it's not, it's wrong, it's wrong. Seeing that, Miguel totally freaks, hides behind her brother, and whimpers. Oppa, she's scary. Kia's still in full-on meltdown mode, screaming, Teacher, you said I had magical talent, I just wanted some praise, even a tiny smile from you. As she says that, she unleashes this crazy wave of power. But you crossed me off the list, I quickly throws up a magic circle. He yells, If you don't leave this place right now. But then his eyes flash with a different color. Sharp stuff like knives and scissors appears in the air, going haywire with K2's loss of control. All those objects hanging in the air start shaking like crazy. The bro and sis are totally terrified and scream their heads off. Kia's weapons attack their puppets, sending bits flying everywhere. Fresh blood sprays everywhere, and those poor things are gagging and spitting up blood. After that gruesome scene, all that's left in the air is Kia's bloody weapons. If I do this, she says, tears still rolling, but now she's got this creepy smile. Will teacher finally notice me again? Fresh blood's just gushing in the air, and this poor dude's getting stabbed by a million weapons. It's a total bloodbath. Kia's down below, still waving her hands around, controlling the weapons, laughing like a maniac. Ah ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the victims are suffering like they're in actual hell. Kia's face is twisted, totally warped and deranged. This is so much fun. Miel sees all this and just collapses. He turns to his sister, worried. Miguel, are you okay? Miguel's freaking out too, kneeling on the ground, calling out, Oppa. The two of them are staring in horror as Kia massacres their puppets again. They're both gritting their teeth, scared, stiff. What is that woman? Right, Kia says after her little killing spree. So this is what it feels like. The poor guys are covered in knives and scissors, looking totally gruesome. Kia's standing in the middle of the corpses she made, jumping around like she's having the time of her life. This is even more fun than I thought. Then she spots someone in the air with a golden halo. Kia sees them, and her face just lights up with excitement. And what's this? She's conjuring up another weapon. Like a total maniac, she hurls it at the others, screaming, Gimme or... But bam. Two AHMs pop up a shield just in time to block it. Kia's face just twists up even more at that. Ugh, drama queen. Whoa, they can use defensive magic? The twins squint, totally focused. Kia's still lost in her crazy zone. You've learned so much from your teacher, haven't you? Then, bam. A creepy puppet angel tries a sneak attack from behind. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appears, stopping the puppet dead in its tracks, and Kia's voice rings out. But wait for it. She whips out this massive pair of scissors and snip, cuts the puppet in half. Then Kia glances over, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Like that's gonna be enough. M.I. totally ticked off, yells, That's our sister! You're going straight to hell, Kia, still holding those giant scissors, just winks and pouts. Is that any way to talk to your son, bae? Haha, seriously though. I've always wanted to use my powers in a place this crowded. But like, I'm a hero, so I knew I'd get arrested if I did it, so I've been holding back. But thanks to you guys for setting this place up so I can finally make my dreams come true. So now, Kia raises her hand again. I think I can summon it. Suddenly, Kia's face goes all kinds of weird. She's gritting her teeth and sweating buckets. Then she just loses it, screaming, Aya! The twins are like, OMG, what now? Kia's mouth is wide open as she screams, Alaya. Then, a paper cutter blade starts to appear. It tears out of a rift in the sky, looking seriously messed up. Blood streaming from Kia's eyes, nose, and mouth, but she's still grinning like crazy. Hee hee, there it is. Imagination is everything to a summoner. Experiencing the slaughter of countless lives has amplified her imagination and made her powers even stronger. The giant paper cutter blade appears above Kia, summoned by her. Whoa, this is the first time I've summoned something this huge. Kia excitedly screams, "It's SOBIG. So cool." Kia flashes a crazy smile, but then Kia stops with the psycho look, switches to a cold face, and waves. "Thanks to you guys, bye now." But OMG. Out of nowhere, Kia gets chomped on by some giant monster. All that's left is her hand reaching out. Mi's totally shocked. But then, Miguel Eo summons a demon monster, and it swallows K2 whole. The little one's got a red magic circle on her hand. It is true for Madel. At this moment, 2 lines of blood tears were flowing from her eyes. Her face twisted, she gritted her teeth and said, "Demon." She scolded others without looking back at herself. Looking at K2, Mikhail only saw a terrifying demon. That scene also amplified her abilities. Mi turns to her sister, Ma Elio. Little Mael freezes up and calls back, "Brother." Her bewildered face, standing in front of the monster she just summoned, is so messed up. She even asks, "Did I just kill someone?" Under a sky that's slowly turning red, a response is uttered. "No, that's not a human. It's a demon." Mi hugs his little sister tight, trying to comfort her. Okay, so like, a year passed real quick, and Miel and Manel, they straight up built an even bigger paradise for themselves, right? The sky's just covered in these crazy red and gold glowing rings, like everywhere. And get this, the Hero Association. They re-registered them as supervillains chilling in basement level 2 of Lucilla's prison. Can you even basement level 2? At this point, someone's fingers like shaking while looking at the info on these 2 little devils. Old man Mago, looking all shook, just blurts out, "Miel and Mail, seriously." The chairman chimes in. "They're your students, aren't they?" Mago's still freaking out, staring at his student's rap sheet. How did things even get to this? The chairman's all, "We're kind of curious about that too, you know." Then Mago just stands up, ready to bounce, and says, "Let me go there." The chairman's suddenly all grabby. "Huh, you can't go anywhere." Mago's confused. "What? Chairman's super tense. I can't let you handle this?" Mago's like, "What's that supposed to mean?" So the chairman explains, "I specifically told you to off east-west and come back. But you didn't listen to a word I said, did you? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. So yeah, I can't exactly listen to your requests either." Mago's officially lost it. "We're not going to get anywhere if we just talk in circles. I'm going." Chairman Authority slams his hand on the desk, shouting, "I'm making myself clear. You are not going." The desk now has a nice little crack in it from that slam. Mago ain't backing down, starts throwing up magic circles. "Just stop it. You're acting like some power-hungry psycho." Out of nowhere, a voice cuts in. "Let me go instead." And boom, someone shows up, breaking the tension between Mago and Authority. It's Lao Sa, front and center. She says, all deadpan, "I'll be the one to go." Authority hears that and nods. "Huh, actually, using this as a promotion mission for a rank 3 hero isn't a bad idea. You should go." Mago, still steaming, butts in. "I said I was gonna go." But then a loud voice cuts him off and he just freezes. Mago's got this utterly shocked look on his face. Lao Sa, looking confident and determined, walks right up to him, and he's just standing there, completely silent. Then Lao Sa puts a hand on her chest, all trustworthy-like, and says, "Trust me on this." Next scene, back to the city, with all the red and gold rings floating around, and someone yells out, "Mao." The 2 little hellions are still hugging, watching what's going on through a red crystal ball. Mi says, all worried. "An intruder." Mal's cooler, "Yup, that's right, bro." These 2 are supposed to be evil, but they're still rocking that innocent look, huh? The person arriving, they peek through the crystal ball and see it's Lao Sa. The 2 of them put on these scared faces. I wonder how many crimes she's committed. Jeez. Lao stands outside, just smirking, glancing up at the sky, sun's shining down on the buildings and all that jazz. Lao Sa stands tall in the sunlight, staring off into the distance. She's checking out something, right? Up in the sky are 3 people, with things on their heads, arms, and legs just dangling. She thinks to herself, so these are the heroes who took on this mission before, huh? At least they're still alive. Lao Sa is still observing, and Mi and Mahel look back at her. One of them speaks up. "Hey you, who are you? And why are you here?" She introduces herself. "Chill as you like. I'm the hero Lao Sa. I'm here to bring you 2 back." The 2 little girls are suspicious. A hero. A different hero. So this one person's casting a magic circle, right? And these 2 little girls summon these totally menacing monsters that are giving Lao Zhan the stink eye. They're all up in her face, warning her, "Get out of here, pronto. If you don't scram, I'm sending you straight to the underworld. All right, I'm heading back then. Lao Zhan just smiles like a ray of sunshine. All of a sudden, nah, both of you are coming with me, let's go home together. Whoosh! The monsters are engulfed in flames. Men and Michael are totally gobsmacked, can't believe their powers just got owned. Lao Zhan's still standing tall as you like in the middle of the fire. She strolls over to them, gives them a look, and goes, "You know, you two are actually sweethearts. I didn't feel a single bit of killing intent from those attacks." Her face changes as she's talking, like she's a bit bummed out. "It's a shame, really. If the heroes who came here were decent folks, things wouldn't have gotten this bad." She slowly walks towards the two girls, who are just clutching each other, totally helpless. "Weird, isn't it? You guys think what you're doing is right, but there's a whole bunch of people trying to stop you." "Don't come any closer." Facing their wide, scared eyes, Lao Zhan's still gentle. "Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you," Lao Zhan continues. "But what you're doing isn't right, you know? Your teacher's really sad about it." The two girls' eyes pop open when she mentions their teacher. They start whispering to each other. "Teacher Mago, he's back. Makil, don't fall for these lies." Lao Zhan's just straight up with them. "I'm not lying." She reaches out to them with a smile and says, "Unleash your abilities and come back with me, okay? It's time to go home to Teacher Mago." The two girls stare at her, eyes wide as saucers. Mi and Magello. They reach out and touch her hand. They feel this indescribable warmth from Lao Zhan as the sun starts to dip below the horizon. The two girls are just gaping in shock at something, while Lao Zhan's totally chill as she says, "Knew it." Mago's standing right there facing them. "He followed me. Ha!" The little ones zoom straight into Mago's arms. He opens his arms wide to hug them back. "Teacher, M.I. Mao." The two girls are a total mess of emotions, snot and tears everywhere as they talk to him. "Teacher, actually, our abilities are a type of special power. Mom told us we had to keep it a secret from everyone." He's all surprised listening to men and male. "You only take summoners as students, right?" "Sorry we lied to you, teacher," he asks Mean again. "I only take summoners." "Who said that?" "Some hero named Kwasi Thu. She said she was your apprentice." Mago remembers her, totally taken aback by what he's hearing. "My apprentice? Mikan? I've never taken anyone except you two and Likbus." His explanation leaves the two girls stunned. "I only met her once at the association and gave her a bit of advice. That's all." "Huh?" They finally reunited after 3 whole years. They start sharing everything that's happened during those 3 years. The two kids tell him all about how hard they tried to grow up to be good kids, and how misunderstood they felt by everyone else. Even now, Mi and Makel still don't quite get it. Mago just stands there, watching the two little ones sleeping soundly on the grass. Lao Zhan spoke from behind. "Did you finish talking with these two kiddos?" Lao Zhan looked at her seriously, pleading, "Can you entrust them to me?" Lao Zhan didn't respond, but brought up another related matter. Even though they haven't killed anyone in the village yet, they've still taken thousands hostage, and even killed heroes. It's going to be tough for them to escape the death penalty in court. Malago rushed. They simply went astray because they're still so young. They've also released their powers already. If you entrust them to me, I'll help them understand that what they did was wrong. He kept pleading, "I can't do that." "Lao Shan, you were saying they're just kids, though." Lao Shan lowered her eyes. "Malago, I don't agree either. The government changed the laws to allow the execution of underage kids, and the law is the law. Furthermore, a hero's job isn't rehabilitating criminals, Lao Sha. But," she continued, "I sympathize with you. There are too many problems in this world right now." So Mago suggested, with a serious look, "From now on, can you work with me?" He was confused. "But what does that have to do with these two kids?" She continued. "It will change this world." Madago's eyes widened at Lao's statement. He spoke up. "I have one condition." Then he pointed at the two girls. "Until they grow up, don't let them die. Please, let me use my ability on them." Lao Zhan agreed. Alright, receiving Lao's support, Mago quickly used his power. "Until they grow up, then no one will die. We will change this world before they grow up." A man in a military uniform and cap said. He was silent when another girl came to his side, Kang Yu. Following Kang Yu, he looked towards the sound. A person with blondish brown hair continued, "I've heard so much about you from Gan Ho." Lao Shan smiled, reaching out her hand. "Do you want to change the world with me?" He slowly got up after escaping his memories. Mago was showing him Mi and Mayel. "We," they said. "We simply judge everyone based on our rules. Aren't laws also rules made by the people of this world?" Kang Yu still didn't respond. The two of them continued, "What's the difference between us?" The girl spoke up now. "Kang Yu, Gang Ho and I were assigned to give these two kids intensive rehabilitation," she explained confusedly while red rays surrounded her. "I'm not saying they did nothing wrong, but they need to understand that what they did was wrong first." Kang Yu enveloped her in a red sphere, not letting her finish her sentence. He moved forward. "Kang Yu, red rays snaking from the ceiling to the ground. I hugged Mao. Fearfully, he looked at his hand. The two of them panicked. Please, spare us. Xiang Yu, he. As he got closer, Mi and Mael pleaded louder. Please. We beg you, we know we were wrong. That dude, he raised his fist. Those two screamed, Mommy, Mommy, sniffle. Teacher, Kang Yu slammed down. A seismic tremor rippled through the area. The red energy hadn't dissipated yet. Kang Yu punched the ground. A ways away from Mi and Mael, their eyes were wide with terror, snot and tears streaming down their faces. Kang Yu swore, God damn it. He gritted his teeth till they bled, his eyes bloodshot, his hands and face bulging with veins. This was seriously messing with him. Kang Yu had been thinking way too much, and those thoughts were turning into a jumbled mess in his head. Kang Yu glared, wide-eyed, as those thoughts taunted him in his own mind. Three figures materialized before him, their laughter piercing and grating. Kang Yu knelt on one knee, taking in the scene. Why do you have to think so much? The girl with the black hair giggled. It doesn't suit you at all. Even prettier than in the pictures, Kang Yu exclaimed, eyes widening. The black-haired girl gave a dazzling smile. Hello, my husband, she purred. Your bride has arrived. She introduced herself with glee. I'm so happy to meet you. My name is... Before she could finish, Kang Yu lunged, and a collision occurred. He was a bit taken aback. You should listen when someone's talking. Do you have any manners? The girl pouted. Soon, he'll be our master anyway. You're so rude. I apologize, Miss Sin-Ca. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Allow me to reintroduce myself. But as she went to introduce herself again, Kang Yu charged once more. My name is... He didn't listen, just swung his fist. The girl casually reached out, and just like that, a shield erected itself between them, easily blocking Kang Yu's attack. So impatient, she continued. We'll be seeing each other for a long time, so let's chat a little, okay? She grinned. My name is Jin-Ca. She was an Esper. With the power to manipulate space, I'll be the progenitor of the new human race. Where they stood, a purplish light shimmered from Shinkar's barrier. Kang Yu frowned. Progenitor. She smiled. That's right, the progenitor. Ugh, so tiring. He deadpanned. This is mentally exhausting. A crazy lady just showed up, he thought. Crazy. Shin-Ca didn't seem offended, and actually laughed. I'm probably the sanest one around here, you know? Right, everyone. Totally, yup, maybe, she continued. Kang Yu, do you know that humanity is in danger right now? Humanity, Shin-Ca said with a serious expression. We're on the verge of extinction. At this rate, we're all gonna die out. Kang Yu was skeptical. What? Shin-Ca asked. Kang Yu. What do you think the threat to humanity is? You, the people in equality. Maybe you think it's the villains or heroes of the past with absolute power. She frowned in objection, and the person behind her chimed in. But that's totally wrong, Kang Yu facepalmed. The thing that's degrading humanity right now is... He sighed. Quote, the nobodies disguised as normal people. My plan is to filter out those genes. She elaborated that only people with superior genetic codes should be able to birth future generations. But because of the sacrifices of those with superior genes, genes that should have been filtered out are now multiplying like crazy. Shink even had the statistics, like the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Lausa. They possess super genes, yet why did they still die despite nature's logic saying otherwise? Creatures that can't evolve to survive should naturally die, but they're actively preventing it. Kang Yu didn't budge, while Shink kept rambling on. Oh, Kang Yu, you're doing great, aren't you? You're not a hero anymore. You're even enjoying killing those with weaker genes now, right? She laughed, pointing at him. I fell in love with you when I witnessed that. Kang Yu remained silent. Shink continued. Ruculus Prison is a haven for superior individuals who will become the new humanity, but they're unjustly imprisoned here for killing inferior people. After we kill all the heroes preventing humanity's evolution and all the weaklings, she excitedly painted a picture of the future. We'll build a world where only people with powerful abilities exist. A world of alphas. She pointed at him, continuing to smile reassuringly. Oh, don't worry. If those strong heroes change their minds and join us, we'll include them in the new humanity too. We're not that strict, Kang Yu finally spoke. I was trying not to beat up people who weren't criminals like you, but it looks like I'm gonna have to turn you guys into pulp. Shink got excited at his words, while the person next to her became wary. Oh, beat up a lot of people. Right here, oh my, I'm so embarrassed. The person next to her had to explain. Miss Shinka, I don't think that's what he meant, Shink retorted. Alright, but not now. We'll do it next time, when it's just me and you, Miss Shinka. I told you that's not what he meant. Shut up, how would you know? Shink cleared her throat. Ahem, anyway. She pointed at him. You'll be Adam. then pointed at herself, and I'll be Eve. She imagined the two of them giving birth to the leading human children for the evolution of mankind. She bashfully covered her mouth with a bouquet of wedding flowers. Actually, I initially planned to make Seung Hoan Adam and use the electromagnetic pulse weapon to save him. Kang Yu was stunned. Shink continued, but the security of this prison is tighter than I thought. No external attack can do anything to it. So after we got the internal schematics of the prison, we used an electromagnetic pulse weapon that we made and detonated it inside the prison using my ability. Kang Yu asked again. Electromagnetic pulse weapon, Shink replied. Then I talked to Seung Hoan. However, he's still underage and hasn't even hit puberty yet. You only have full capacity after puberty, right? But time is precious. That doesn't stop me. My name is Sina, which means rich in imagination. So I immediately came up with a great solution. Before Seung Hoan becomes an adult, I'll do it with you, Kang Yu, for humanity. When he becomes an adult, we'll do it with him for the sake of humanity. I found a solution. Shink said all proud and stuff about passing down their genes to future generations, and then she giggled. She's like, wouldn't it be cool if you two became sworn brothers? You guys could totally get along? Wouldn't that be awesome? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Kang Yu shot back. So you're telling me you guys were behind the electromagnetic pulse attack? Shink got all freaked out, seeing that angry look on Kang Yu's face. No, that's not what I meant. I meant other stuff. Oh, and then she remembered. Oops. Oh yeah, your brother was an investigator, right? He died in that electromagnetic pulse attack. No biggie, you can build a new family with me. Let's make the biggest family ever. Kang Yu was losing it at this point. Shink asked him, so have you decided yet? I decided a long time ago. Oh really? He reached his hand towards the barrier. I take back what I said about not being able to turn you guys into a pulp. Shink looked at him all expectant. I'm gonna make... He used his powers, grinding his teeth in agonizing pain, rip you to shreds and break every bone in your body. Shink got all hesitant, but the girl next to her joked, isn't that making too many people suffer? The other dude was also worried. This doesn't look good. Whoa, why does he want to tear me apart like that? Kang Yu was like a bloodthirsty beast. Shink just winked all cute. Lovers quarrel, nothing serious. They say when you're in love, you fight hard, then you understand each other better. Kang Yu furiously tore Shin Carrier apart bit by bit. She was all excited. Kia, he's so intense, the other guy warned. This is getting dangerous. His power was about to reach her. Just then, a space portal opened up. Kang Yu paused for a sec, and he was falling into it. 1 second, and her words caught his attention. She waved goodbye at the exit. Let's finish this outside, okay? She reminded him, calm down first, then come find me. And then, the portal vanished, leaving Kang Yu hanging in midair. He was still using his powers. Kang Yu went ballistic, and a pillar of power shot straight up to the sky from the center. His explosive power made the S-Group guys go on high alert. Kang Yu had escaped. Shink's eyes widened. Whoa, that power of yours, it didn't stop there. It cut through space, and Kang Yu was right on Shinka's tail. She grinned, and the three of them jumped into another space portal. Kang Yu kept charging. This crazy chick was all like, it's like we're playing hide and seek. His foot slammed down powerfully, but he missed. He was all alone again. Shink opened a portal and teased him. She beckoned. It's closing. Come and get me. The moment she said that, red rays started surrounding him. An excited Shink. Ooh, that's what he used back in B1. Still not as fast as her, though. Shink popped up behind him again, all red-faced with excitement, like a total fangirl. She giggled. Kang Yu's hand was right in front of her. Whoa, hold up, he's been tailing her every time she opens a gate. Kia S burst into tears, hugging the girl next to her. Kang Yu's claws were about to get her. Suddenly, the space around him twisted. Kang Yu's eyes went wide. That girl was on top of him, in a headlock. What the heck? Mi Shink reached out from another gate. Hato, things are going smoothly. Why are you interfering? Shin Ca. As that Hato chick lunged at Shink, Kang Yu grabbed her by the head, before Heikainto could even finish her sentence. If he catches you, you're dead. He slammed Heikainto's head into the gate, creating another explosion. Boom! Shink and that Kia dude went silent. Kang Yu, don't be so quiet. Everything was a total mess around them. Someone spoke, and his eyes snapped in that direction. See, Hato appeared behind Shin Ca, safe and sound. Told ya, if he catches you, you're toast. Shink double-checked. What about the life you just used? How do you plan to handle that? Jin Ca. Just make up your mind already. Kang Yu started channeling his powers again. Such a waste. And what about the life I lost? She teared up. That rage of yours is amazing. How did things turn out like this? Kang Yu continued. Form 5. Shink's face turned icy. Multi-dimensional space. Kang Yu's eyes widened. Some of his red orbs were already fighting back against the multi-dimensional space. Each gate had the silhouette of a person. Kang Yu was stunned. Shink wasn't smiling anymore. Uh-oh. Say hello to them, they're the new humanity, and they're gonna replace the old. From then on, B3 was engulfed in flames. Adwet stepped out of a space gate. I can't believe Mago's dead. I was supposed to be the one to finish him off. Ho, the body refiner, chuckled. Who's gonna tame me? Friot, another body refiner, chimed in. Does an old geezer like me need to get involved? Natra, a body refiner, replied to the old man. Everything in this world is needed. The ability user on the side was freaking out. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm so freaked out. Meanwhile, a rogue ability user was puffing on a pipe. A hero dressed as a jailer. I'm intrigued. Morris crossed his arms sternly. Tsunkon, rude. Smoke in the designated area, please. The two pretty Tiburon sisters, both body refiners, appeared together. Ding ding ding, what the heck are you talking about? Hyun Duong, another ability user, started laughing. A bunch of people even worse than devils have gathered here. Prisoner B4, Tuju Jin, an ability user and body refiner, stared intently at something in his hand. An empty sword case. Stepness, a body refiner, pointed at something. They're just useless scrubs who have to rely on weapons, right? Terapio's like, wait, is number 4 still kicking? Maladit, this summoner dude, puts his hands on his hips. I knew those jumpsuits were comfier. The hero Esper's just standing there, silent. Kang Yu's eyes go wide. Dude, there's blood on your hat. 2 more shadows step out of the gate. Prisoner B5 Aora, another Esper, gives him a cold stare. Next to her is Hwang Seung Hoan, who's totally stoked to see him. Seo Kang Yu. Kang Yu unleashes his power, and everyone's laughing stops real quick. Zero mode, huh? This white-haired dude is getting pumped. Alright then. Kang Yu yells. Let's keep playing, shall we? Kang Yu dashes forward like a total beast. Seung Hoan is psyched, already holding a power orb ready to throw down. They close the distance super fast. Kang Yu's red energy clashes with Seung Hoan's blue. Bam! A roar that sounds like it's gonna swallow everything echoes through the prison. Up above, the others are watching. Brutal fighting style. Some are digging it though, hope no one gets careless and gets hurt. Warden. Another shouts. Other guards rush to tell the warden, we need to evacuate. What? The warden is in disbelief? How did things turn into this? This is not going according to plan. Kang Yu plants a hand on something and slowly pushes himself up. Kang Yu is going berserk. Zero mode. All those B3 and B4 criminals getting busted by your heroes of justice. I get it, someone says. But none of them have ever seen Seo Kang Yu in combat mode before. I see why Lao Sha was always stopping Seo Kang Yu from fighting. Another chimes in. Death. They stare at Kang Yu. So that's what death looks like. Those who've seen his face murmur, while others are interested. That's awesome, someone says. Totally inspiring and terrifying at the same time. Is that guy a special ability user? Guess I can't steal that then. Shink, cries a river, jealous. Hallie to pats her head to comfort her. Why did he make that decision? Sad. Se Unung Kwan touches his cap. Dude, Seo Kang Yu, why didn't you show me this skill when we fought before, Happy? Were you holding out on me? He laughs. You're the man. Kang Yu didn't say much, just went straight for the attack. His eyes were going wild, with the power surging through him. Song Kwan smirked. Still holding back on me, huh? Kang Yu just exploded with even more power. Blue attacks kept slamming into him over and over. More and more kept coming. Kang Yu was getting pushed back, but he quickly regained his balance, used his legs to gain momentum, and charged again. Like a red lightning bolt, he aimed straight for Song Kwan. His face didn't even look human anymore. He threw a punch, but it got blocked by some kind of barrier Song Kwan put up. He chuckled. All right, I froze the space in front to protect myself. Together they caused an explosion. The spectators were like, whoa, what a scary bastard, he's that strong, without even using his combat abilities. And he's not even a legal adult yet. Imagine how monstrous he'll be when he grows up. Seo Kang Yu, Song Kwan yelled, staring into the smoke. Where'd you go? I knew it wouldn't be enough to take you down. He kept roaring. Sao Kang Song Kwan didn't even get to finish before Kang Yu punched him square in the face. He coughed up blood as he went flying. Kang Yu glared and kept punching him in the gut. Song Kwan's eyes went wide as he crashed into the wall super hard. The viewers were loving it, yes. It's a battle of monsters. A red lightning flash zipped by, and X and Tiburon's heads got lopped off in one go. Kang Yu sliced through those guys and went straight for the summoner. He landed another hit but was surprised, because Wet managed to cast a defense spell. Mago's defense magic was the real deal. Too bad he died so young. Can you feel the nostalgia after seeing your teammates' magic? Kang Yu poured on the power, and the barrier started to crack. Atwet clicked his tongue. Seriously, I'm so jealous of that power. The defense broke, and someone else jumped in and kicked Kang Yu away. He went flying and smashed into the wall, sending up a cloud of smoke. Hero stood watching. Kang Yu's figure reflected in his eyes. He looked like a demon rising from hell. Slowly getting back to his feet, a gaze full of murderous intent flashed. Stop. The two looked down. Seung Hoan smiled. Seo Kang Yu, you have to play with me. But the more I think about it, seriously, I still think you're hiding something, dude. Kang Yu's eyes widened as he listened to the brat Kia, then he chuckled. You holding back for the warden, huh? So soft. That won't do now, will it? He grinned, raising his hand. I'll make a playground just for us two. His fingers snapped shut. Clouds covered the moon in an instant. The night sky above the prison was quickly swallowed up. The earth and stone shifted. Lao Zha and the others were in disbelief. They were immediately impacted. What the heck is this power? The others watched with shocked expressions. Seung Hoan distorted space. Am I seeing things? From now on, everyone, out for some fun. Everyone screamed. The entire prison was teleported elsewhere. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted from the building, threatening to tear it apart. Screams echoed. Anaya, Jose, and the other guards were completely panicked. Red streams of power spread towards everyone. Just before being completely bound by the power, Jose could only scream, What is it this time? At this moment, red spheres began to form from Seo Kang Yu's power. Those spheres became denser and denser. Before the massive explosion could erupt again, he threw those spheres away to protect everyone. Just then, a hand reached out. Seung Hoan, still holding the chunk of meat, laughed excitedly. This place is pretty sturdy. Suddenly one of his eyes bulged. Seo Kang Yu, glowing red, eyes blazing, launched himself forward with a punch, but someone created a shield to block the attack for Seung Hoan. It was Jin Ca. She stood on the upper level, reaching out her hand. Shink said snidely. Shouldn't disturb someone while they're using their skills now. The stuck-up chick flipped her hair and said to her minions, Let's go, shall we? It's too dusty here. But Tatsu Jing-in was still silently looking up. Suddenly, she bent down and touched a stone. She channeled power into the stone, making it glow. Shink's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, the stone, powered by Tatsujin, glowed even brighter. Shink's eyes became even more excited. Right then, a sharp blade appeared out of nowhere. Tane's face was all cold as she held the newly forged sword. Shink was like, what you doing? But she just went ham, slashing the sword all over the place in midair, leaving everyone behind her jaw-dropped. Shink saw this, and her face lit up like a Christmas tree. Well dang. Song was all sassy, turning back to the portal. Why waste energy like that? We can just go out this way. Alright, let's bounce. Gather round. Scene change. Outside the city, everyone was huddled together, eyes wide with panic at something in the sky. Turns out, it was Seo Kang Yu, looking like a red-hot coal with glowing eyes. Everyone freaked. What is that? Then bam, a magic circle appeared under Seo Kang Yu, and then he poofed out of there, leaving everyone totally lost. Folks just stood there frozen for a sec. What just happened? A villain, maybe. Suddenly, Seo Kang Yu reappeared somewhere else, surrounded by massive clouds of smoke. The smoke got thicker and started hiding him, and then all you could see were Seo Kang Yu's glowing demon eyes. Then, a big pile of something stacked up like a mountain. It became clearer. A giant sphere, with Seo Kang Yu standing right below it. Then, a hand appeared. Like, I made this crusty sphere to fight you, Seo Kang Yu. Then light started shooting out from the sphere like crazy. Seung Hoan was all smiles, but a creepy, evil kind of smile. Boom. The sphere just exploded. Then even more smoke rolled out. Seung Hoan's explosion left a huge crater in the ground. Then he landed all smug, smirking like he just won the lottery. On the other side, Seo Kang Yu was still sitting, propped up on one hand on the ground. One side of his face was starting to look normal again. The crazy power was slowly fading away. Back at the crater, Shink and her crew were watching the show. Shink squealed, totally hyped. Don't anyone get in their way. We're just here for the entertainment, got it. The reason inmate B3 and B4 listened to Shink Ca, even though they weren't the type to take orders from anyone else, was because, hey there, I'm Shink Ca, I'll help you get what you want. Lust. Every time she talked to those guys, she put on her most seductive act. Shink used the inmates' lust, that basic human feeling everyone has. A globe of earth appeared, worn out. Whether they were grandpas or kids barely out diapers, she managed to lure all the inmates into her world. But there were exceptions. Wet was all cold and blunt. What if I refuse? Shink pouted. If you refuse, I'll be so sad. You're gonna die. And for other reasons too. Seung Hoan just burst out laughing. Bwaha. Seung Hoan was cracking up like he'd just heard the funniest joke ever. A new kind of human. He wiped his eyes from laughing so hard and said, You want to marry Seo Kang Yu for that reason? And then marry me afterwards? You're pretty interesting, Shink. Naturally thick-skinned, clapped and laughed along. I'm glad you think so. But then Seung Hoan said, But there's still one problem. I think fighting Seo Kang Yu is way more fun than anything you can offer. he said with a sly grin. Seung Hoan, Shink said, putting on a kind face. If you only chase short-term pleasure like that, you'll become a dopamine addict. You need to think long-term. If you kill Kang Yu, what other joy will you find? But Seung Hoan just laughed confidently and said, "It's fine. I'm gonna die anyway. I'm okay with dying while I'm still having fun." Shink put on a sorrowful face and said something unbelievably cheesy. "If I could have a child with Kang Yu, and then another child with you, they could keep you entertained as they grow up. And then, once you become an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. That way, you can have even more fun fighting Kang Yu then. Look at the long-term benefits. If you join me, you can have fun until you die." Shink kept brainwashing the young Seung Hoan. He paused for a moment, as if thinking. In front of him, the thick-skinned girl was looking at him with an excited face, as if she'd found someone just as crazy and twisted as herself. He couldn't help but smile excitedly. Then he spoke. "All right, let's try it out. Sounds fun." Shink cheered happily at that. "Oh great, you've made a wise decision." Suddenly, Seung Hoan's tone turned cold. "But I don't love you. How can we get married in the future?" Shink stepped closer to him and said, "It'll be fine." She pressed her saggy melons close to Seung Hoan's face and confidently declared, "You'll love me then, I'm sure of it." Cut to a scene later, where he was looking unusually panicked after taking a hit. Seo Kang Yu just stabbed him in the gut and pulled out, sending him flying backwards. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even so, he was still clutching the meatball and laughing triumphantly. I guess one hand wasn't enough. While Seo Kang Yu glared at him with resentment, Seung Hoan started taunting. "Say something, Seo Kang Yu. Are you just going to stay silent like that, or can't you talk in that state? Do you know what this is?" Seo Kang Yu was still looking at him with hatred. Seeing that he didn't answer, he casually held out the round thing in his hand and said, "This is your brother." Seo Kang Yu's eyes filled with even more resentment at that. Seung Hoan couldn't die enough times to pay for his sins. At this point, rage and pain completely overwhelmed his reason, and he screamed. Seo Kang Yu transformed into a maddened beast, charging at his enemy. But Seung Hoan casually provoked him. "Oh, so you can still talk, huh?" Seo Kang Ho was running quickly towards Seung Hoan, who was standing there casually holding the round object. Stones under Seung Hoan's feet rose from the ground. With a wild, excited expression, Seung Hoan controlled the stones, sending them high into the air. The stones suddenly transformed into incredibly sharp objects. They kept getting bigger under Seung Hoan's control, pointing right at Seo Kang Ho, who was speeding towards him. Seo Kang Ho raised his fist, facing a bajillion earth spikes rushing at him like crazy. Seo Kang Ho threw his fist with all his might toward those countless spikes. With Seo Kang Ho's fierce look, the spikes zoomed right past him. Suddenly, Seo Kang Ho's eyes widened in shock. A series of explosions ripped through the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Seo Kang Ho, standing in the middle of it all, slammed his huge, transformed hands into the ground. Seo Kang Ho stared in disbelief at something enormous, hurtling toward him. Through the hazy cloud of dust and debris, that thing was still coming at Seo Kang Ho at top speed. Seo Kang Ho glared at the object and raised a fist in front of him. Seo Kang Ho's fist got closer and closer. As his fist and the object were about to collide, Seo Kang Ho gritted his teeth. Boom! A massive explosion sent Seo Kang Ho flying. The object slammed into Seo Kang Ho, pinning him down. Seo Kang Ho went flying and crashed into the mountain behind him, with a huge impact. Seung Hoan kept gesturing, controlling that object. Through the dust cloud around the mountain, the object hadn't changed a bit. It was still floating in the air. Seung Hoan grabbed the object, laughing like a maniac as he stepped forward. Seung Hoan held up the object and sneered. "You can't attack this thing, can you?" Seo Kang Ho struggled to his feet. After that crash, Seung Hoan went on, "I just had a brilliant idea." Seung Hoan looked innocently at the object and said, "If I eat it, won't you be unable to attack me?" Seo Kang Ho was stunned. Seung Hoan continued, "But it's too big for me to swallow whole." As he said that, he put more power into the object, adding, "I'll just compress it a little bit." Suddenly, something powerful burst from the ground. Seo Kang Ho stomped Seung Hoan hard into the earth before he could react. Seung Hoan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood. A huge explosion went off, creating a cloud of dust. Seo Kang Ho stood with one foot on Seung Hoan, who was lying on the ground. Seo Kang Ho balled his hand into a fist. Seo Kang Ho aimed and delivered a powerful punch straight into Seung Hoan's face. The fist kept coming down. This time, Seo Kang Ho threw a punch that made the rocks around them fly. Stepness Hero and Tatsujin just stood there, casually watching the scene unfold. Seo Kang Ho, with a face full of fury, suddenly felt two hands grab his arm. Seung Hoan, lying miserably on the ground, reached out and grabbed Seo Kang Ho's arm. Suddenly, a blue light radiated from the two of them. Seo Kang Ho's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the person in front of him. Seung Hoan, looking cheerful and not at all in pain, stared back at Seo Kang Ho. Whoa! A surge of power just shot up, making everyone watching crane their necks. Kato shielded her eyes, watching the power surge, while making these weird little noises. Shink clasped her hands together in front of her chest, eyes wide, and gasped. So pretty, Shink gushed. It's a shame, though. It would be great if they could just make up, Kato chimed in. Shink, that's never gonna happen, Canis, standing next to them, agreed. Yeah, I don't think so either. Canis glanced down below and said, besides, looks like this fight's about to wrap up anyway. Seung Hoan struggled to sit up, eyes locked on Seo Kang Ho, who was sprawled out on the ground. Seung Hoan, covered head to toe in cuts and blood, glared up ahead. Seo Kang Ho slowly pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with pure fury. Seo Kang Ho shot to his feet, while Seung Hoan was still on the ground. Seung Hoan's eyes widened, and wisps of power began to appear. More and more streams of power kept popping up, one after the other. These streams of power surged forward and surrounded Seo Kang Ho. Even more kept appearing on the ground, rushing towards Kang Ho from all directions. Shink and everyone else stared in astonishment at the scene. Shink blurted out, "That's..." Shink stammered. "What is that?" Shink and the others watched as the streams intertwined, forming a massive, monstrous thing. A chuckle echoed out in front of the giant web. Seung Hoan stared miserably at the giant web and muttered, "Just how many skills do you have? I can't ever win against you, can I?" Seung Hoan looked at the person in front of him and continued, "So, how's it feel?" Seo Kang Ho's voice, dripping with Seung Hoan's sarcasm, rang out. "How's it feel to kill someone?" Seo Kang Ho knelt on one knee on the ground, glaring up at Seung Hoan. Seung Hoan grinned and continued, "Bet it's just as disappointing as it was for me, right? They just poof away at the slightest touch, not even enough for you to let out all that pent-up frustration." Seo Kang Ho just listened to Seung Hoan's taunts. Seo Kang Ho finally snapped, "Shut your mouth." Power still crackled around him, but Seung Hoan just kept going. "So what?" Seung Hoan asked, a smug look on his face. "Didn't you feel all refreshed after playing with me? Like you finally got rid of all that negative energy? Bet it's been rough." Seo Kang Ho frowned at Seung Hoan as he continued to talk. "Having to hold back your power all this time," he went on, "because you gotta hang out with those losers, right? Like Lao Sha and Young." Seung Hoan's words brought up images of his teammates. Seo Kang Ho hesitated. "You," Seung Hoan saw Seo Kang Ho's reaction. Seung Hoan looked blankly at the person in front of him, before speaking up. "You," Seo Kang Ho hissed, his face darkening. "You don't know a thing." Seung Hoan's eyes flashed with contempt. He glanced up at the giant web and said, "Well, this skill looks pretty dangerous. This must be your final attack. Huh, I'm running on fumes here. This is going to be a pain." Seung Hoan continued, "I had no idea that giant web in the air could be so scary." Seung Hoan grinned, looking up and said, "If I'd listened to Sha and become an adult, could I have beaten you?" Seung Hoan stared up at Seo Kang Ho and the web, dead certain. "That's never gonna happen, cause you're gonna die here." Shink was stunned silent. And then a net gradually rose into the air, blotting out the sky. Shink exclaimed in a panic, "Huh! What the heck is going on in there?" Stika reached out, power swirling around her hand, and a purple circle pierced through the net. Shink frantically controlled the circle and yelled, "Seung Hoan!" Seung Hoan's image appeared within the circle. Through the circle, Shink witnessed Seung Hoan getting stabbed painfully, his eyes widening in shock. Countless sharp points pierced Seung Hoan's body, killing him instantly. Seo Kang Ho's eyes widened, his face darkened. Mixa's eyes met a scene of Seung Hoan being pierced by hundreds of blood threads originating from Seo Kang Ho. He just stared, mouth agape without even a whimper. Shink cried out in horror, "Seung Hoan!" She raised her hand, unleashing her ability. Shink instantly teleported to Seung Hoan and gently pulled him through the gate. Seung Hoan was limp as Zhang carried him away without a twitch, like he'd already kicked the bucket in that last fight. Shink was totally frantic. "Heal him." Terapia rolled up his sleeves and calmly stepped forward. "Step aside." He knelt down and plunged his arm into Seung Hoan's chest. Immediately, the blood threads clinging to Seung Hoan vanished. More accurately, Terapia absorbed them into his arm. He marveled. "I can't believe he managed to use his power to protect his vitals in the chaos." "Huh," he said. "His combat instincts are nothing to sneeze at." A blood thread extended up to his elbow. Terapia stood up. "All done." Shink, seeing that Seung Hoan hadn't woken up, shook him. "Seung Hoan, wake up." Tene raised his arm, riddled with blood threads. Seriously, his face impassive. What formidable power! Then he chopped off his own arm, right in front of the other prisoners. Tenji's arm regrew instantly. Good as new, he asked them. So, what do we do with Seo Kang Yu now? A voice rang out. What else? It was Hero, he said coldly. Kill him on the spot. But someone interrupted. Wait. Everyone turned to where Shinka was. After checking Seung Hoan's pulse, she looked up and said, Before we do that, she pleaded. A symbol lit up in her eyes. I want to talk to him one last time. The guy she's talking about is the Seo Kang Yu everyone knows, face down in the dirt, not moving at all in the center of the battlefield. After a moment, Seo Kang Yu staggered to his feet, looking around. Something suddenly appeared in his field of vision, a rolled-up lump of flesh. He knew instinctively that it was the most important person in his life, his brother, Seo Kang Yu. Seo Kang Yu slowly walked over and knelt down, picking it up as gently as possible. Looking at that lump of flesh, his heart ached, and a feeling of despair crept into his mind. Seo Kang Yu's vision blurred, and he didn't know if this was real or a dream anymore. If only this was just a dream, then my brother would still be alive. The teleport gate suddenly opened right in front of him, and Shink stepped out, saying, Kang Yu, she pleaded, looking really worried. It's not too late, but life ain't a fairy tale, you know. Seung Hoan, though completely drained, still knew the person in front of him was the enemy, and he went for his ultimate move. Seung Hoan glared at her with pure hatred, ready to strike. Shink flinched, looking confused and bewildered. I really don't understand what's going on. A flash of lightning, and Seo Kang Yu's powers were instantly suppressed. He looked visibly annoyed. Some criminally aligned with Shink cast a complex spell. Looks like negotiations are off the table, huh? Atwit coldly stated. We need to finish him off before he recovers even a sliver of his energy. He turned to his colleagues, asking, Any objections? They all chimed in unison. Agreed, unanimous. Friata said with pity. I feel bad for the young lad. Bayek Q weakly added. I'm scared of killing someone too, but I think I'm more scared of him alive. Natura laughed gleefully. Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad, you know? Malediti stretched, complaining, Ugh, come on, let's get this over with. Sipness, on the other hand, was grinning. That one might actually be interesting. Vian, pen in hand, lamented. Ending here. What a waste. Hai unchuckled. Huh. He's even scarier than the devil, they teased him. Scaredy cat. A booming voice echoed above them. Get out of my way. They looked up to see Hero, already transformed into his giant form, towering behind them since who knows when. He clenched his fist tight, swinging it down directly at Seung Hoan. Seung Hoan curled up, protecting the only thing his brother left him. He endured the pain without a single whimper. Hero would deliver the first blow. Huingduang clenched his fist, summoning his Kirin. Waiwet also made his move. The criminals from B3 and B4 started launching attacks on Seung Hoan. The smell of burning filled the air, and a question suddenly popped into Seung Hoan's head. How long has it been? Seung Hoan exhaled after the criminal's brutal torture. He lay motionless, mouth agape, clutching the lump of flesh in his hand. Hero raised his foot, ready to stomp down. Alright, let's end this. Seung Hoan was still unable to fight back. He could only wait for the blow to fall. A swirling gust of wind rose with Hero's foot. Who knows what he was thinking? Just as he was about to stomp, a blue light flashed, and a hand shot up, using its power to block the attack. Seung Hoan had woken up at some point. Shin Ca, he said to her. Didn't you say I'd become stronger as I grew up? Hearing that voice, Shink turned back in surprise. Seung Hoan. The criminal gang also turned towards him. Seung Hoan cheerfully said, You know what? Before the eyes of the criminal gang, he continued, For the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. He said enthusiastically, his eyes twinkling like stars. I want to defeat Seo Kang Yu. Shink was shocked, speechless. Seung Hoan continued, So don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish him off. A frowned and rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Enough. We have to kill him now, Shink interrupted. Right in front of everyone's stunned faces, Asia just goes, Let's head back. Her voice rings out so clear, everyone promised they'd listen to me, right? Hearing her say that, everyone just shuts up. No arguments. Let's go back now. Dust keeps swirling around, with sunlight peeking through the clouds. Shink opens up a portal for them to go through. She happily says to Seung Hoan, Want us to give you a hand? Seung Hoan grabs his hat. Nah, I'm good. He puts on the hat, glances back at Seo Kang Yu still lying there like he's 6 feet under. Seung Hoan drops one last line. Next time we meet, I'm winning. Then poof, he vanishes through the gate. Newsflash. After that whole electromagnetic pulse weapon attack on Ruculus prison, 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4s, and 3 B5s made a break for it. What in the world is going to happen next? Up above, some old dude's been watching everything go down. He cackles. Hey, Kingston smirks. The world's getting interesting. Just like Kingston thought. Sin's about to turn the world upside down real soon. Hong Sao's babbling away, all giggly. Meow 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 meow. That guy across from you looks shocked. Huh, really? It keeps yapping. Meow 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 meow. The girl talking to it's all confused, but she's hesitant. I'm not ready yet, Hong Sao replies. Meow meow meow. Suddenly, their convo gets all scrambled, and the screen goes black. Earth pops up with a weird symbol, and a voice booms out, super hyped. A new world, the Alpha world welcomes you. Shink shows up with 2 other peeps, and she says all bubbly, "Hey there everyone, I'm Xae, and from now on I'll be your Eve." She introduces the 2 next to her. And here are some guests. The dude goes, "Canis," and the cat-eyed girl chimes in, "I'm Gato." Then some text pops up, asking, "What is the Alpha world?" Canis answers that one. The Alpha world is a world created, he keeps going, to shelter humanity infected with disease, with the lovely Mez. Shink is humanity's Eve. Next question rolls in. Who gets to stay in the Alpha world? This time, Gato jumps in. To become part of the Alpha world, you need these conditions. Then she pauses for a sec. First off, you gotta have some serious skills. Then a super buff dude pops up on the screen. A bunch of rats show up on screen, and Gato's voice says, "Second, you can't protect anyone with rejected genes." Gato goes on. Third, you gotta be healthy enough to keep the bloodline going. Another question hits the screen. What happens to those who don't qualify? Shink says all nonchalantly, with a pitying look, "I guess those with unchosen genes are being punished for their sins in the old world. They deserve to die." Shink points at the camera. "And if they've committed a capital crime, what should we do?" She says, "That's right, exactly. They must be terminated." Shink claps her hands. "Everyone with unqualified genes deserves to be terminated," she says, super pumped. At the same time, a letter pops up on the screen. "In the next month, we'll choose the new human race qualified to become members of the Alpha world and send them invitations." Sheka, making a throat-slitting gesture while grinning, goes, "Anyone who refuses our invitation will be considered an accomplice to those with rejected genetic codes, and they'll be terminated too, so please carefully consider our offer." "Okay." She clasps her hands together, earnestly saying, "All right. Whether the future of the new humanity will be bright or not." Then she leans into the camera and winks. "It all depends on your Eva future." This is Shink, signing off. The screen glitches out again, and the channel switches back to the original movie. The girl pouts at Pinkstar. Meow meow meow. Pinkstar pouts back, responding, "Meow meow meow." The screen suddenly goes dark, and the light from the large monitor fades completely. 7 people huddle around a conference table in a pitch-black room. Under the glaring lights, someone speaks, breaking the silence. "Okay," the person says. "About the prison break at Ruthless Penitentiary and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity after the escape, WSCBZ chairman, exuding confidence, announces. The WSC, the World Security Council, is holding a World Security Council meeting." Shink's image and information appear on the screen. Someone mutters, "Shink, isn't that the woman who attacked with the EMP? Is she on the villain list? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no." The guy with glasses says, "This is a pain in the butt. Unbelievable. No sooner have our righteous heroes disappeared than this happens." The woman next to him asks, "What do we do about it?" Someone interjects. "Before we deal with that, though," the person questions, "let's address a few things first." Naya, leader of the Peace Party, stands up and slams his fist on the table. The warden of Ruthless Penitentiary, Seung, took it upon herself to execute prisoners. She just did it, without reporting to her superiors. He scowls. "Since when can an individual just decide to hand out death sentences willy-nilly? This has caused chaos and deep concern," someone retorts. "We're in a crisis, and you're just harping on that warden. Seriously." HMPH, the person says. "The warden, she just made the most sensible decision given the situation, that's all." Authority, former 2-term chairman of the Hero Association and current leader of the World Party, states, "If it were me, I'd have done the same thing." Enhei says, "Even if the situation was urgent, was she really so busy that she didn't have time to report it?" Authority immediately defends her. "Not a second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to go after Seo Kang Yu. I can understand her actions." He glances at the person beside him. "Do you have any thoughts?" Looking at the pensive old man next to him, El Jito, the Minister of Justice, El Hudo speaks. "While I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute others at will," everyone looks at him. El Hudo raises his hands and laughs. "While I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute others at will, given the very special circumstances, I completely understand." At this point, Bae, the Fire and Disaster Prevention Committee member, says, "That must have been a tough decision. Looking at the situation, I'm worried the other side will suffer heavy losses." The girl named Kum, the police committee member, also says, irritated, "Aren't we already taking losses? Ever since public safety went to hell after that broadcast, when have we gotten any rest? The Vice Minister of National Defense, Gazit, puffing on his cigar, says, "Is it time we realize we're in the middle of a war yet? Or are we still stuck on that prison break?" Authority slams the table, angrily stating, "I'm telling you, those prisoners deserve to die." He angrily points at Krom and Gera. "We got ourselves into this situation because you were stubbornly clinging to those verdicts from back then, weren't you?" Kuchum denies. "Not me." Authority continues, "If I were still chairman of the Hero Association, those guys would have been dead before we even needed capital punishment. I can't believe how you guys bring trouble on yourselves just because you don't kill wanted criminals the moment you catch them." He grinds his teeth. "Ever since Lao Sha became chairman of the Hero Association, the world has been a mess," Boda calmly says. "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" Enihei speaks up again. "You think the decisions you made when you were chairman of the Hero Association were all correct? Take a good look at the heroes back then." He looks at Authority and continues, "Most of the heroes you led never had a normal mind." Authority, being difficult, says, "So what?" The two start arguing. "This person said it's better to release and control them than let them turn into villains." That person immediately retorted, "Is being a hero that important?" Authority wrinkled his face. Clearly, after Lao Zhan took over as chairman of the Hero Association, those who could be heroes turned around and became villains, causing trouble everywhere. Boda glared at him. "Authority, the image of a hero in your head is completely different from mine." Authority retorted, "You're just a bunch clinging to pipe dreams about a perfect world, ignoring the reality right in front of your eyes." Bez, who'd been quietly observing their bickering, spoke up. "Lao Zhan." Everyone unconsciously turned to look at him. He said, "If she were here," looking towards the empty seat, he continued, "I wonder what her opinion would be." Authority silently gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue, and left. Getting to the car, his secretary opened the door and asked, "Did the meeting go well, sir?" Authority snapped. "Not at all," he grimaced. "Those people are so annoying. I don't think there's anything to discuss here. Just kill Quachlu Pham Nahan and be done with it," he grumbled. "It's all that bitch's fault, that Lao Zhan." The secretary asked him, "What are your plans from now on, sir?" Authority replied, "Ever since Lao Shan became the chairman of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council remember those annoying faces," he said bitterly. "The faction of redemption supporters includes the Peace Party, the Fire Prevention Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association chairman." Authority frowned. "The punishment supporters faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner." Then he remembered Boda's face. "And the neutral party is the Minister of Justice." Saying this, he sighed. "It's all because those four are joining forces against us too that our opinions are being ignored. Even the current chairman is gradually leaning towards Lao Zhan's side," he said, "but right now, the chairman's seat of the Hero Association is still vacant. We just need to help our guy get that position, and that's it. To make things balanced, he can do everything. If it's 3 against 3, maybe our views will be seriously considered." Authority paused for a moment. Then he looked out the window. "We're going to see Seo Kang Yu, the former hero of justice," he said with a determined tone. He was sure that one guess appeared in his mind. Others are already acting. Authority thought of a pink-haired girl wearing bunny ears. The secretary wondered, "Isn't Seo Kang Yu pretty close to Lao Zhan, sir?" Authority said. "Yes, he has got." He flashed a goofy smile. "However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it?" The secretary followed his orders and started the car to go meet Seo Kang Yu. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu was lying in an operating room. His lips were cracked from dehydration. Seung Hoan groggily opened his eyes. A question was being posed to the heroes. "Why can't heroes kill villains?" Judd burst out laughing at the question. "Haha, when I first joined Equality, I thought the same thing." Seo Kang Yu, he said, "You'll find the answer to that question when you are with Equality." Hap looked at him with confusion. You want me to kill people?" He hesitated. "I don't want to." Waving his hand, he said, "If heroes have to kill people, I'd rather not be a hero." This time it was Medias's turn to speak. She said, "My sister is a criminal, sentenced to death in the prison in the closet," she timidly said. "It's true that she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should be given a chance to atone for that sin." Mago stroked his chin. "Why can't heroes kill villains?" "Let's think about it the other way around. Why do heroes have to kill villains?" The old man mused sadly. "Is it because they live for nothing? Or have they given up on becoming human? What kind of human has value in living? What's the point of becoming human?" Then he cheerfully said, "Tough to figure out, huh? Let's think about it together." Lao Zhan nonchalantly said, "A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people." She reached out her hand. "From now on, let's save people with us, okay?" Suddenly, everything went dark for Seung Hoan. Lao Zhan's voice echoed, "Seo Kang Yu, You definitely will. He drifted off, dazed. Why, everyone? The scene shifted to the memorial photos of 5 familiar comrades. Why did you all leave without giving me an answer? Hong Jia appeared and stated, "The warden's job is to reform prisoners." She hesitated. "I don't oppose the death penalty. As an investigator, I have a responsibility to tell the criminals what they did wrong before they're executed." Seo Kang Yu stood before him with tired eyes. "The law is what convicts people, and we are the investigators who carry out the judgments that are made." Seo Kang Yu's image suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper. His words still echoed. "That's why, before the execution, the paper is crumpled and wrinkled. The duty of an investigator is—" Seo Kang Ho suddenly opened his eyes. Blood rain fell. A sickening stench filled his senses, and a voice called his name. Seo Kang Ho. A hand offered a ball of flesh. A gigantic version of Seung Hoan looked at him provocatively. "Even you find this amusing, don't you?" he excitedly said. "After all that's happened, they're still spouting nonsense." Seo Kang Ho froze stiff, the surrounding scenery like a sea of blood. Seung Hoan woke up with a start, gasping for breath. A voice called him. "Seo Kang Ho," Lysippus said, sitting cross-legged. "You're awake?" she asked anxiously. "Are you okay?" Seo Kang Ho hadn't yet escaped the nightmare. The world was still blurry before his eyes. Lysippus said, "I'm sorry," she confessed. "I should have come to help. But even though I knew something would happen in the prison," Lysippus seemed hesitant. "I couldn't know the details, because the investigator hid the disturbance." Seo Kang Ho covered his eyes. "It's okay," he continued. "Even if you had come, you wouldn't have been able to help." Lysippus remained worried. "Are you really okay? I heard about the mission you were assigned in the prison, executing criminals." Seo Kang Ho cut her off. Actually, he looked towards Lysippus. "I'm not okay at all." Lysippus looked at him. Kang Ho. Seo Kang Ho angrily glared. "I should have killed them all, but I couldn't do it." Lysippus's eyes widened in surprise. Seo Kang Ho asked her, "Lysippus, did you come here to tell me that I shouldn't kill the villains too? If so, go back, I'm not a hero anymore." Before Lysippus' incredulous eyes, he clearly stated, "Now I'm an investigator." Lysippus lowered her head. "We need to establish a new hero association and select heroes in a new equality." She said, "I'm currently serving as the temporary chairman of the Hero Association, but with the changes coming, we need a hero to lead." Lysippus looked straight into Kang Ho's eyes. "So, we're thinking about picking you, a former equality hero, to be the president of the Hero Association." Seo Kang Ho just cuts her off. "I already told you." He glares at her. "I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what needs doing for heroes." Seo Kang Ho states, "As soon as I recover, I'm getting out there and doing what I gotta do." Lama stands up. "Kang Ho." Another voice butts in. "Hero Kang Ho, you're absolutely right." Authorities standing by the hospital bed, hands in his pockets, looking all smug at Seo Kang Ho. He chuckles. "Oh, you're that investigator Kang Ho, aren't you?" Lysippus is all surprised. "Authority." He strolls over slowly. "You've been working hard executing criminals all on your own, but you won't have to do that anymore." Authority declares confidently, "I'll be the president of the Hero Association soon, and I plan to have heroes execute criminals." Lysippus Soku goes, "Huh." See Kang Ho gets all alert. "Are you a representative of the world faction?" "What are you even talking about?" Authority replies. "I'll be stepping down from that position soon." It continues. "So I can participate in the Hero Association presidential election." Authority adjusts his suit jacket. Looking at Seo Kang Ho, "I came here to talk to you and ask if you're interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association. But never mind, just consider this a visit and a hello from me." Then he turns and heads for the door. "Hope you recover and get out of here soon." Lysippus just watches him go. Lysippus scrunches up her face. "You think anyone's gonna vote for you?" Authority just clicks his tongue. He grins smugly. "Gotta wait and see, right?" Lysippus, all flustered, turns to Seo Kang Ho. He just keeps his eyes closed and says, "I'm tired." He looks at Lysippus. "Just go." Lysippus is speechless, totally bewildered. A little while later, Authority's in his car, looking out at the scenery. He says, "Just as I thought." He muses. "Everyone's really busy. A lot of other people, including me and Lysippus, probably went to see Seo Kang Ho." He thinks out loud. After the emergence of special abilities, a lot of people had a tough time. Military and police organizations are relying way too much on individuals with power. Authority thinks about the WSC. The World Security Council will probably discuss Seo Kang Ho's execution of criminals soon, and whether he should be granted the authority to execute. It continues. According to the current law, Kang Ho's actions are wrong. His secretary asks curiously, "So what are you planning to do?" Authority clicks his tongue again, an idea popping into his head. "If that's what the law stipulates." In a meeting between the parties, RNH slams his hand on the table. "We need to punish the investigator from Ruculus prison. Crom objects. Wasn't that a special circumstance?" she says. Even if my subordinates did that, I'd let it slide. Arianhe's about to snap back when someone interrupts. Blah blah blah, authority says. You haven't provided any information on what we can do or any solutions. All you've talked about are ideal but meaningless situations. Arianhe frowns. Ideal situations? I already gave a solution. Then he points to the people sitting at the meeting table. Fire department, military, police. Crom raises his hand. I'd never agree to that, he adds, including the Hero Association cooperating and arresting criminals. We'll make them face the judgment of the law. Authority scoffs. That's your solution, Arianhe replies casually. Yep. Authority immediately points. Are you out of your mind? Bez speaks up at this point. Authority. He's also looking pretty tired of this whole thing. Then what's your solution? Authority says. Hold an election. Everyone was totally stunned. Let's vote, Authority continued. All business. Let the nations vote whether investigator Seo Kang Yu gets the right to execute. He folded his arms, looking serious. AF. We'll change the law. All in favor of giving Seo Kang Yu the green light to execute, say aye. Hearing Authority's words, everyone was like, wait, what? Minds were blown. A vote. Authority said. Yep. Instead of bickering here like a bunch of hens, a vote will make things crystal clear. He glanced around at everyone. Aren't you all working for the good of the people anyway? Renhei immediately objected. Deciding things like this based on majority is super dangerous. Authority pointed right at his face. Are you dissing the people now? Seeing Renhei speechless, Authority was smug. AF, I knew it. He provoked. You're dodging it, 'cause you know you'll lose, right? Then he glanced to his left. Am I right? Or am I right? Everyone looked at the big boss, the chairman, who had the ultimate say. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, thinking hard, then said, all right, let's hold a vote. The feels in the room were all over the place, a real mixed bag, and 2 weeks later, a blue-haired girl read out loud, voting results. Everyone was on pins and needles, hanging on every word. 88% in favor, 12% opposed. The ayes had it by a landslide. Authority grinned like the Cheshire Cat. This was a given, the girl continued. According to the supporters, everyone listened intently. This situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be destroyed. We don't need to apply the law to them because they're beasts who've given up their humanity. Authority's wrinkly face lit up with excitement. Furthermore, because these problems arose while pursuing ideals, the right of execution should be given back to all heroes, not just Seo Kang Yu. Her voice was totally monotone, and the opinions of those opposed, she said, Kang Yu's current state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Giving him the power of execution is pretty risky. Everyone's faces were all serious. If we give execution powers to one individual, it could cause problems similar to those of the previous heroes. If an individual values their own judgment over the law, society is in danger of collapsing. Finally, she emphasized. Those are the opinions of the opposition. Renhei spoke first. We can accept these results to please everyone. Authority slammed the table. Damn it! His face scrunched up. Please everyone. The results were overwhelmingly clear. What's there to discuss? B chimed in. Don't make a fuss, he calmly said. Get Seo Kang Yu here, pronto. At the office, the sunset was singing its song. And Bez, silhouetted against the light, said, It's been a while, hasn't it? He said to the young man standing tall before him. Seo Kang Yu, Boda said. Have you heard the news? Seo Kang Yu replied. Yes, I have. B asked again. So what's your decision? Seo Kang Yu said. According to the results of the vote, I will execute them all with my own 2 hands, Boda said. I have another question to ask. He was waiting to see what his reaction would be. What will you do if the vote goes against the current result? He frowned. Seo Kang Yu said. If that's the case, red eyes lit up. I'll kill them all and turn myself in, Ber pondered. All right. He looked up again and said, one more thing. Bez thought of the former hero. If Lao Zhan were here, what do you think she'd do? Seo Kang Yu seemed surprised. He thought for a moment, brass eyes looking at him expectantly. Seo Kang Yu spoke up. Well, that. He clenched his fist. Wouldn't it be clearer to ask Lao Shan directly? Ber sighed. Yeah, maybe you're right. He looked straight into Seo Kang Yu's eyes, asking the last question. If this matter is resolved, and Seung Hoan plans to leave, turning back to look at him, will you return to being a hero? After hearing that, he left, leaving behind a single sentence, I'm not sure about that yet. As soon as the meeting ended, the press caught wind of it and went wild with news about Seo Kang Yu. A special law regarding Seo Kang Yu has been passed. In front of countless reporters pointing their cameras, B declared, World President B, his voice calm, has granted Warden Seo Kang Yu the authority to carry out the death penalty to deal with prison breaks, his eyes steely, that have recently occurred at Ruculus prison, and to prevent upcoming terrorist attacks. Authority stared intently at the screen. Okay, let's start here. Step by step, I guess we can bring it back to the way it was. Lupus, sitting on the grass, also watched this news. She was silent. Bree's speech was broadcast everywhere. Someone holding an urn of ashes was crying buckets. She slumped down on the cold bench, tears streaming down her face. Kang Ho. Elsewhere, the familiar voice rang out again. So that's how it is. If so, we need to prepare right away. Shink turned around. Is everything ready? The criminals eagerly waited. Shink finished. The executioners, Seo Kang Yu, Anlin faintly smiled. Not long ago, in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex appeared, carrying a piece of paper with an invitation written on it. It was said to be from the world government. And everyone looked up at the sky. Everyone froze. A huge blue vortex appeared in the sky. Inside that vortex, another green magic circle appeared. A loud noise came from it, but no one knew what it was. In just a few moments, an explosion came down, annihilating all the people there. The blow just made a huge hole in the ground. A cheerful voice rang out. Ugh, the crime group's crawling out of Exxon's gate. Ha, stretched. Hot, huh? The girl with the umbrella said to Wet, who just zoomed out of the gate. This psycho, Morest grumbled, clearly not impressed. What if someone actually got an invite? Wet whined. Why'd you attack so randomly? Wet retorted, annoyed. If they die from just that, they didn't deserve an invite anyway. Right then and there, Shinka's face popped up on screens all over the world. She chirped. Hello, Tilde. Same bubbly face as always. Hi everyone, I'm Exan. She pointed at the camera. As even the World Security Council members watched in stunned silence, Shink announced clearly, the executions of those with Reject Genoa, right as Exane said. Now the criminals slowly began infiltrating major cities. They were practically drooling, ready to wreak havoc. Seo Kang Yu pulled his cap down, eyes blazing with determination. In the World Security Council meeting room, the secretary announced, regarding this incident, based on documents sent from the Hero Association, the guy with the tattoos under his eyes and on his neck is Wet, a summoner. He's a villain just as Hero Malago apprehended before. He can turn stolen summoning abilities into markings. Just by raising his hand, he can cause a massive explosion. Wet couldn't care less about the devastation around him. So weak, he scoffed. Looking at his hand with disdain, he possesses the ability to copy the summoning ability of the opponent. I should have stolen Mago's sensory perception ability instead. Next is the cat-eared girl, Ho. A physical type, she's a villain just as Hero Do Yudi caught. She can transform into a nine-tailed fox spirit. She can wipe out hundreds in the blink of an eye. Ho sighed, covered in blood. Ugh, where am I gonna find someone who can actually handle me? Then there's Huing Du Yang, a special type who always has that mysterious smile. He's a villain just as Hero Hap apprehended. He cupped his hands together, a blue light flashing, and summoned two Kirin-like creatures, who started wreaking havoc with a wave of his hand. He has the ability to summon demons. Ho shrugged against him. Oh-hun scratched his head. Strong, right? The girl with the umbrella is Morest, also a special type. She's a villain, just as Hero Tomoki apprehended. She's like your typical special ability powerhouse. Morest stood behind someone crawling and begging for help. You're so loud, she said. So not elegant. Then a no-entry sign appeared. Eva's right, she said. A ribbon suddenly appeared around the guy's neck. Then his head snapped off. Morest scoffed. Reject Genoa are just trash from the start, the secretary concluded. Her power is extremely complex. She continued. The Hero Association has already mobilized forces near Portugal to handle the situation, Authority grumbled. TCH. They won't do any good anyway, since you guys don't want to kill him in the first place. B spoke up. It's alright. In that case, he looked at Bandai. Firefighters will be prioritized for civilian rescue. Boda answers. Yes, President. B then looks over at Gara and Krom. The military and police have a duty to protect the people. Gara immediately replies. Got it, Chief. Krom, however, is hesitant. We're not strong enough to stop them. In the end, we'll still have to call the Hero team for help. Bez turns to El Hudo. El Hudo, where's the station officer? El Hudo replies. Listening. He says, Warden X said he started heading over there as soon as he saw the broadcast. NA pipes up again, complaining. Haven't we fired her yet? Bez asks the secretary. Is there any way to figure out what the enemy's goal is this time? The secretary says cautiously. We still haven't figured out what exactly they want. Before this attack, Stuka pointed at her allies. Your goal is to execute all those with unchosen genes, and help those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha World. Sink raises her hand. Let's give them a little taste first. It'll be much easier to convince the rest to accept our invitation later. Everyone's eyes are on her, she continues. For now, I want you to focus on bringing people back rather than slaughtering them. Then she spreads her arms out, savoring the decisive moment. In the end, how many of those without the chosen genes can't we kill? Morris speaks up. stopping the other three. Hey, hold on a sec, she says seriously. That's enough warming up, got it. Let's go do the mission Eva assigned. Hoyo goes, but I wanted to destroy a bit more. Huingdu Yang nods. Yeah. Adwet, however, doesn't agree right away. He says, I'll do whatever I feel like. If I keep destroying this place, the people who accept our invitation will eventually have to show their faces. Morris says angrily, you're going way overboard. Are you planning to ignore Eva's mission? He just says nonchalantly. And what are you going to do about it? In front of Ho's gaze, Huingdu Yang raises his hand, forming another summoning seal. A three-legged crow, all skinny and creepy looking, flies over. He climbs onto the bird and says, I bet even if you told him to go, he wouldn't. Fox Spirit jumps up and down. Ooh, let me come too. Morris can't do anything, clicks her tongue, and turns to leave. Adwet says, as soon as I'm done here, I'll report this to Eva. Do whatever you want. Hearing him say that, the others just leave him alone. The scene is all ruined, the city engulfed in flames. Adwet sighs. He breathes fire while lamenting. Nothing's changed since I got out of jail. Annoying. He rolls up his sleeve, looking at the tattoo on his arm. It's all the same. No matter how much I destroy, my power still won't get stronger. What a cursed ability. Looking at the rhombus shapes, he says, I get it now. His eyes sharpen. Gotta keep stealing. While he's not paying attention, a huge pair of feet are falling down. It's a rabbit falling right where Adwet's standing. He quickly creates a barrier. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice. You are. A person stands on a flying carrot. The giant rabbit vanishes. The person says disgustedly, you really haven't changed at all, even after being out of prison for so long. Lipus frowns. Didn't you learn anything in there? Adwet's barrier, created by Wet, gradually breaks apart. He says with a scowl, Lipus, perfect timing. Is Mago resting in peace yet? At a school, which is the USB Talent Academy, in a classroom, the teacher is giving a lecture. A boy sitting at the front desk raises his hand. Teacher, I'm scared. The teacher immediately gives a kind smile, comforting him. You're all going to be okay. He winked and said, no matter what happens, I'll always protect you guys. Follow me to my hideout. Right after he said that, a clap echoed. Everyone followed the sound and saw a woman suddenly appear at the back of the classroom. It was Morris who had clapped, she said. Wonderful. What an admirable teacher. The kids screamed in fear and scattered. Morris frowned. You guys are too noisy. How rude. Grossi shielded the kids behind him. He stood his ground, angrily saying, More. She remained unfazed. You know me. How rude, she said, taking out an umbrella. Don't worry, I know you received an invitation from Eva too. With that, she jumped down. Those who received invitations, follow me, Profi interrupted. Please leave now. He sat down and hugged the kids. I won't let you take any of them. Morris was rejected before she could even do anything. She annoyedly said, You're not very smart, are you? She tapped her umbrella on her hand and started using her power. How dare you interrupt me while I'm talking? Grossi felt the pressure from more. Morest adjusted her hat. I need to teach you a lesson. School of Abilities. This school, built in a Greek style, was created after the Mikel and Marcel incident to educate children with special abilities. Under the guidance of Lao Sha and Makago, special schools were built all over the world. Here, the children are taught by heroic teachers how to adapt to society and, more importantly, how to control their abilities when they possess them. Morris tossed her hat up in the air. Territory of law. Her hat immediately grew huge. Then it fell and trapped them inside. The kids screamed in fear. Grossi was shocked. What is this? Morris tapped her umbrella again. Smack. She said silence. After she spoke, prohibition signs suddenly appeared on the children's mouths and turned into masks covering their faces. They tried to pull them off but couldn't. Morris sneered. HMPH. Finally quiet. Morris' special ability, also known as Law, activates when she considers her opponent inferior. This restricts or even injures the opponent. If I see any more nonsense, I'll send you on your way. Grossi cautiously looked at her. She summoned strange things with multiple eyes. Morris frowned. The typical ability of someone who bullies the weak, Morris said. The three kids who received special invitations stepped forward. The three kids cautiously stepped forward amidst the scary gazes. Morris pulled out a piece of paper. Let's see. All special types, huh? Special types have many diverse uses. From now on, you will build the Queen's world together. Then she looked at the kids with masks and said, Answer me. The prohibition signs were removed. Chatter, chatter. One boy worriedly asked, Is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV? Morris smiled brightly and replied, Exactly, she continued. A beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy immediately said, Then I don't want to. All eyes turned to the boy. Morris raised an eyebrow. Huh, the boy continued. Didn't she say she would eliminate everyone who doesn't have abilities? the boy continued. There are plenty of kids around you without powers. You'd never hurt your friends, right? The little kitty cat girl next to her chimed in. Me too. My parents don't have powers either. They haven't done anything wrong. The little demon girl next to her stammered. Me too. The kids were totally ganging up on Morest. Besides, the teacher taught us that discrimination and hating others is wrong. He also said that anyone who wants to solve things with their powers instead of words is a bad guy. You bad person, let us go. Morest was quiet for a sec, then asked, You don't like it? The kids all said, Yeah, we don't. She immediately used her ability to create a no-entry sign at the kids' feet. Then go die. Orange ribbons appeared on the necks of the kids. Suddenly Morest's eyes widened. Grossi behind them suddenly coughed up blood. A green light burst from him, and his neck started spewing blood instead of the kids. Grossi gasped for air. I guess I finally understand now. His ability is to absorb any impact on special targets, or so-called bodyguard. Morest chuckled. So that's why Shink sent you an invitation. An ability too perfect for a bodyguard, so Shink could move freely. A bodyguard is essential. Killing you would be such a waste of talent. Grossi, fighting through the pain, said, Mores, we know a lot about you. When you were little. Before he could finish, she raised her hand to stop him. Stop, she frowned. Did you hear that from Tomoki? It's really impolite to spread a lady's past like that. Grossi glared at Morris. Morris continued. I'm not here to rehash my past. She said I came here on the Queen's orders to choose those worthy to join the Alpha world. Morris glared. Give up on the kids, and I'll spare your life. Bry immediately replied. No, I can't do that. Hearing that answer, she was confused. Why, is one of them your own kid? Grossi answered. No. Morris tilted her head, waiting for an answer. Then, Grossi said with determination, because I'm their teacher. Grossi belongs to the Hero Association and is also a teacher at the Ability Academy. His defense can withstand attacks from prisoners on the 3rd and 4th levels. But when Authority was the president of the Hero Association, he was always the 5th-ranked hero. The reason why was, one day, Authority called Grossi into his office, and he asked, How long are you planning to do this? He looked at him. We don't need a punching bag. The reason was that he didn't have the ability to kill, not able enough to destroy the villain. But when Lao Zhan became the president of the Hero Association, she called him in. Lao Zhan made a suggestion. How about being a teacher at the Ability Academy? He looked surprised. Have I been wrong all along? My ability isn't suitable to be a hero, is it? Lao Zhan shook her head. No, what are you saying? I mean, let's do both, teacher and hero. She said nothing is more important than educating children, so I want to entrust them to the most excellent hero, Brightby said with self-doubt. But I am not suitable. LaSalle looked at him and smiled. What are you saying? Who could do better than you? Brightby was bewildered. Lao Zhan looked at him affectionately. You're the hero of heroes, who sacrifices himself to protect his teammates. Isn't that amazing? At that moment, Grossi was speechless. Back to the present, Morris said. I have a good idea. You go convince the kids, she said boastfully. They'll listen to you, right, since you're their teacher, huh? Grossi opened his mouth. Morris, he said, the world is changing. Remembering the ruined buildings, the appearance of powers, and the great wars that had collapsed our society, his mind is filled with the backs of heroes, Bry continued. And to stabilize this society, we've sacrificed so much. Morris wondered. What does that have to do with my question? Grossi said. I mean, he's looking right at Moore. If that woman's crazy delusion becomes reality, this society will fall into chaos again. Hearing this, Molchris lost it. Don't you dare insult the Queen, she said. You're being so long-winded about rejecting the Queen's invitation. I don't care if this society becomes chaotic or not, Grossi denied. No, you should care. Seeing Morris bewildered, Grossi continued. Because when society is chaotic and can't function, he looked at her with pity. More kids will suffer the same pain you did. Morris was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, You! What do you even know? She was fuming. What do you even know? Grossi tried to explain. As I said, we know a lot about you. Morris ignored him. She pointed her umbrella at him. How ridiculous! Immediately after, a series of iron rods pierced through them. She mumbled. You've been saying nothing but nonsense this whole time. Grossi tried to use his abilities to take the hit for the kids. Teacher, they cried. Morris looked at their resistance with disdain. So filthy. She was as angry as a mudfish. All of a sudden, a shoe stomped down, causing Morris' head to sink into the ground. TCH. To everyone's surprise, Seo Kang Yu said, Special confinement area, 3rd floor, Morris. Seo Kang Yu stomped on her face, using his powers to crush her so she couldn't lift her head. He angrily said, Call that bitch out here. Morris couldn't move an inch against Seo Kang Yu's power. She asked, That crazy bitch, are you talking about our queen? Seo Kang Yu looked down on her. Including you too, Morris screamed. You brat, you bastard, you're dead. She raised her hand and used her power on Seo Kang Yu. Chains instantly appeared, binding his hands, feet, and neck. A guillotine appeared above Seo Kang Yu's head. Morris triumphantly said, Your judgment day has come. Seo Kang Yu used only a second of his life to shatter her guillotine. The chains on his hands and neck shattered simultaneously. He continued to slam another blow into Morris's face. Her face caved in. Her hat also gradually shrunk back to its original size. Professor stared blankly as Seo Kang Yu went wild. Yo, Kang Yu, Brokey said. He replied. He looked at Profi. Get the kids out of here. Grossi was still pinned down by the iron rods. The power that was cast on us hasn't been nullified yet. Hearing this, Seo Kang Yu clenched his fist. He then landed another punch right in Morris's gut. After a few more of those, Morris went completely still after a while. The Fra that Morris summoned also started disappearing, bit by bit. Seo Kang Yu reminded them. Run as far as you can, Grossi immediately said. Alright, let's go you guys. Seo Kang Yu grabbed Morris by the collar. She still seemed out of it. Seo Kang Yu said, I'll say it again. Are you threatening me? Bring that bitch here. Morris gritted her teeth at the threat. Morris started. Lady's dignity. 2 concentric circles immediately appeared under their feet. She breathed out. Whew. Under Seo Kang Yu's gaze, Morris transformed into someone else. It's been so long since I've been in this form. Seo Kang Yu didn't react in time and got grabbed by 2 guys. Morris quickly backed away to keep her distance. The 2 dudes grabbing him were invisible but dressed like gentlemen, constantly saying, Ladies first. Morris raised her umbrella. She drew a circle around herself. Ladies' territory. Then she tossed the umbrella into the sky. The umbrella then grew huge, protecting Morris underneath it. She said, The fact that you had to run into me, you must be super unlucky. Lady's dignity is Morris' original form. Once Lady's dignity is activated, those who recognize Morris as a lady will also possess superpowers like her. At the same time, this power is a typical ability that targets the weak. That's why Morris frowned. She didn't think this power could stand against Seo Kang Yu, who could break Seo K's space-time abilities. He easily took out those 2 invisible guys right in front of Morris. She simply wanted to buy time. This place will be my grave. Morris's main goal was to help the remaining criminals complete the mission Shink entrusted them with, and return safely. She was determined to stall for as much time as possible. Seo Kang Yu stepped forward. Looks like you don't intend to bring her here, huh? Morris chuckled. He, I have no idea what you're talking about. She hid under the umbrella and said, If I were you, and the queen chose me, I'd be bawling my eyes out. It's unbelievable that you'd throw away such a precious opportunity. Seo Kang Yu didn't care. He unleashed his move. Morris kept trying to force the issue. Wait a sec. She raised her hand. Let me tell you about this devil first. She thought she had to buy as much time as possible. Morris said, I know where the queen is. Veins popped out on Seo Kang Yu's neck. He wanted to kill this blabbermouth right away. Well, I don't need to know that. Seo Kang continued to walk forward. I just need to bring your corpse to a psychic superpowered person and have them check it out. Morris was sweating buckets. I didn't think of that. If I just die here, it wouldn't be a problem. She said, What do you plan to do after you find the queen? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you think you can win? This time, even the queen won't forgive you. Seo Kang Yu didn't listen. He raised his hand, and red streaks gathered. Morris was on guard. I knew it. She warily eyed him. I have to end it myself. Seo Kang Yu reached through her barrier while she was lost in thought. Die without a trace. Red light scattered everywhere, and Seo Kang Yu was suddenly taken aback. Before his eyes, Shink popped out from a portal. She blocked his attack and giggled. You wanted to see me that badly? I guess your heart has changed its mind, hasn't it? Morris was surprised. The queen, she shouted. It's dangerous here. Suddenly, she glanced at Seo Kang Yu, and an intense aura radiated. Seo Kang Yu had transformed. Shink cheerfully said, Wow, showing off all your power right away. I guess your mind isn't wavering after all, but are you okay? Ignoring her rambling, Seo Kang Yu threw a punch. He shattered Shinkan's defensive wall. Seo Kang Yu glared at her with hatred. I will kill you with every ounce of strength I have, no matter how small. Shink pouted, holding her cheek. Oh, how scary. But why aren't I upset at all? Seeing you so obsessed with me makes me so happy. Is this love? Seo Kang Yu broke through the barrier, protecting them both. He slowly stepped forward. Shink said, Moncrist, leave everything here to me. And you go deal with those who rejected our invitation, okay? Morris said. As you command, my Q. Before she could finish, red threads shot towards her. Seo Kang Yu lunged to kill her. But CA was one step ahead, creating a portal for her. Shink looked surprised. And a voice echoed from behind the kids. I'm a little late. Morris stumbled in. clutching her bloody stomach. Cough! Cough! The kid screamed in terror. Gross, he said. Get out of here. Morris coughed up blood. No, it's... Suddenly, the cat-faced kid stopped. Hey, she pointed at Moore. That person, she's the one in the textbooks on the other side. Shink was amazed. Oh my, the sky is covered with blood threads, she said. We're just getting started. Are you getting too cocky? Seo Kang Yu appeared and said, This place will be your grave. Shink slowly walked forward, all natural-like. To use this technique, you must have reverted to your zero form, right? She smirked. I don't think you should push yourself too hard. Immediately after, Seo Kang Yu controlled the blood threads to rush towards her. His eyes coldly stared down, but the threads plunged back into him through a blue circle. Shink raised her hand. Hee. Just as I thought. This power is still not worthy of you. Seo Kang Yu coldly looked at her, letting the threads wrap around him. Shink turned back and called into the portal, Canis, Gato, you guys. The two of them immediately jumped out, but suddenly noticed the bizarre scenery around them. Canis was like, Lady Shink, what's the deal with this? And Gato chimed in, We weren't even supposed to show our faces. Shink covered her mouth, giggling. Tough situation, huh? Gato shook his head. Instead of killing him, we should have stalled for time. He used a finishing move right off the bat. How are we supposed to handle that? No way. Shink thought about it. Then she cheerfully waved her hand. Then let's just run away. Suddenly, her arm went numb. Shink was bewildered. What's going on? She couldn't open the portal. Seo Kang Yu spoke up. Didn't I tell you? He used his dark sky prison to absorb the threads. This place will become your grave. This was a space created from Seo Kang Yu's power. Once you entered this space, there was no chance of escape. Shink, who was outside the space during the battle between Seo Kang Yu and Seung Hoan, was able to use her power to pull Seung Hoan, who was trapped inside, out. But now she was inside Seo Kang Yu's space. She would never escape. Xea finally showed a hint of fear. What a load of bullcrap power. From the sky, threads of blood pierced down. Seo Kang Yu prepared his attack. He swung his fist, his punch slamming straight into the barrier Exxon had hastily created. The barrier immediately shattered. She gasped, calling out to Katinas beside her. Lady Shink. The two of them looked fierce. Canis continued. I think it's time you took off our neck shackles. Shink laughed awkwardly. I kinda promised Seung Hoan that he'd be the one to finish off Kang Yu when he grows up, Canis retorted. I don't think we'll get out of here alive if we don't kill him. Seeing Seo Kang Yu preparing his next attack, Shink replied. True, but I think Seung Hoan will understand, she said. All right, neck shackles. Suddenly at that moment, a pressure made Canis and Gato alert. Seeing their unusually strong reaction, Slet looked up. What's wrong? Her eyes widened as the threads of blood converged. Seo Kang Yu silently observed. A voice rang out. Unparalleled under heaven. The voice shifted in a different direction. The eyes of everyone there turned towards that direction. Canis and Gato were hissing furiously. The person continued. No one in the world can stand against me. Shink looked around in confusion. Even if there are dozens, hundreds, thousands of enemies, they cannot stand against me. Seo Kang Yu looked surprised. The person continued to say, Once someone considers me an enemy, the whole world will be his enemy. Who would dare make an enemy of me? A person appeared smiling, saying, That's what it means to be unparalleled under heaven. He asked Seo Kang Yu, What do you think? In front of him was an old man sitting there wrapped in bandages. Kingston asked, Don't you want to become unparalleled under heaven? Seo Kang Yu did not answer the question. He stood still like a statue. He continued, You are strong, but not yet unparalleled under heaven, he said to him. But I can make you like that. Shink snapped. What the heck are you babbling about? Are you senile or something? She then asked. Where did this old geezer even crawl out from? His fist came flying at her face. But Shink vanished through a portal faster than lightning. She popped back out, fuming. I'm talking here, Kingston just casually replied. Ladies shouldn't butt in when men are talking. Under the bewildered gazes of her two pets, Shink retorted. An old fossil like you should just disappear. Blood started gushing from her nose. Shink immediately clutched her nose, and her two pets frantically rushed to kneel before Jin Xie, begging her to forgive them. Blood was pouring non-stop, and Shink cursed. Son of a... She glared at Kingston. You decrepit old man. Hearing that, he scoffed. Decrepit, I'm standing just fine, thank you very much. Something you wouldn't understand, I guess. Shink, enraged, raised her hand. Go to hell. She instantly summoned countless portals. The light emitted from the portals she created shone as brilliantly as the stars. Shink spat. You're just a dying old man. Suddenly, Kingston appeared behind her and exclaimed, You truly possess a powerful ability. He marveled. At that level, you're not inferior to that white-haired kid. Shink whirled around in surprise. You. She raised her hand to create more portals, but Kingston gracefully ducked to avoid them. Kingston continued. However, both you and that kid have one major flaw. Shink's eyes widened. Kingston delivered a blow that sent her flying, shattering countless of her portals in the process. Fragments of the shattered portals flew everywhere, and Shink coughed up blood. She couldn't dodge his attack. Kingston, still with his fist raised, said, "You rely too much on your ability," he continued, "to the point where you haven't bothered to train your own body at all." Kingston slowly advanced. "Your body is?" He stared at Shink, who was glaring back at him, and slowly said, "I'll show you that the body where you place your soul is the real power." The portals above him flashed, and something was moving very fast. Kingston realized it was aimed at his left side. He blocked Canis's attack with one hand, and then he gasped, "Oh." Immediately after, he disappeared from sight. Kingston had moved elsewhere at some point. "Even so," he said. Watching Shink's pets rushing to him, Kingston continued, "Your underlings has trained themselves." Canis and Gatto charged recklessly without regard for their lives, and Kingston was busy taking their attacks, while Scran madly create portals. Seo Kang Yu had been watching them from afar for a while now. Dude was kinda caught off guard by this unexpected guest appearance, His eyes went all sharp. But after scoping out the sitch, he quickly decided what to do next, which was team up with Kingston and off that woman. So Seo Kang Yu casually strolled over. Meanwhile, on the other side, B was all, "No way." Kingston showed up. The secretary replied, "Yup, we got a call from Officer Seo Kang Yu saying, Kingston's always been a weirdo," Gara chimed in. "Looks like he found a new toy he's interested in." Boda freaked out. "Doesn't that mean the officer's in danger?" Gara puffed on her cigar and said, "Nah, even though we don't know how strong Kingston is." She paused for a sec. "We know what he'll do," Crom sighed dramatically. "Seriously," Boda agreed. "I agree. He wouldn't be hostile toward the officer," B said, glancing at the person across from her. "And you're gonna act unexpectedly as someone else." There was an empty seat next to Lyta. Old Authority was MIA today. Back at Grossi and the kids' hideout, Morest was checking out some notes. She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Why is there info about me in some textbook?" "That's ridiculous." Morest calmed down and scowled. "That's seriously irritating." Rai spoke up. "It's not just you. All the criminals in Ruculus prison are documented in there." Mocrest was shocked. "What? Are they making fun of losers?" she said scornfully. Grossi replied calmly, "No, not at all. It's to understand all of you." After hearing that Labi and Madago were starting an ability academy, a prison officer came to see them. "Pleased to meet you." A mature-looking officer walked up, tipping his hat in greeting. "I'm Officer Seo Kang Yu from Ruculus prison." After hearing him, Mago said, "You want to add criminology to the required courses?" Seo Kang Yu replied. "That's why we need to understand them." Morris couldn't believe it. "That's absurd." She looked at him, saying, "So, what do you think? How'd you feel after reading about my past?" He hesitated. "More." Suddenly, a voice boomed. "Why are you trying to talk to a beast?" Grossi turned back, surprised. He said, "Gripey, you haven't changed a bit." Authority walked over, grumbling, "I should have fired you already." Grossi was stunned. "Authority," he said. "Listen up, you guys. What you've been taught is wrong." He looked down at the kids. "I'll teach you that, so take this chance to remember it well." Then Authority looked at the blood-soaked Morest. "Criminals don't become criminals because of their circumstances." He loosened his tie. Authority continued his lecture. "Those buried in emotions will say they became criminals because of their upbringing or society. They try to stir your sympathy." He glared, continuing, "They're criminals, simply because they were born that way." Morist glared at him hatefully. "Societal mutants like cancerous lumps." Authority rolled up his sleeves, revealing the veins on his arms, and cancerous lumps. He cocked it, and continued, "Needs to be completely cut off. I'll give you guys a show." Old Man Authority stood shielding the kids behind him, glaring ahead with a hint of anger. Suddenly, Morist's voice rang out. She said, "Am I the tumor of society?" Morist, her body covered in wounds, clutching her bleeding stomach, stared back with resentment and blurted out, "What's wrong is this world?" Before Morris could finish, he cut her off. "Shut up," Authority spat out harshly. "Such disgusting, hollow excuses." "I'll say it again." Authority rolled up his sleeves, his clenched fist revealing bulging muscles, and with a contemptuous tone, said, "No matter what era or society you were born into, you'd always be scum." The atmosphere grew tense as he continued, his tone dripping with disdain for Morest. "Your very existence was a mistake from the start." Hearing those words, she flew into a rage and screamed, "Shut your mouth." In the heavy air, someone finally spoke. More. Old Man Authority reached into his pants pocket and said, Even if the pain you've suffered can't compare to what countless victims and their families have gone through. He grabbed a watch. Authority quickly strapped the watch onto his wrist, his tone serious as he exclaimed, "But I'll inflict the greatest pain I can possibly inflict on you." He challenged Morest, who was grinding her teeth in anger until they bled. The old man said, "Now let's see what I can do." He raised the watch on his wrist. He looked at it and said, "About 10 minutes should do it. Authority. Special type body." At this moment, Morest spoke. Ready to face her opponent, she glared and exclaimed, "Come on, swish, swish, swish!" Acting as fast as lightning, Authority approached Morest and landed a powerful blow straight to her stomach. 22 was quite surprised by what was happening. She coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Her stomach was bleeding profusely. The old man kept landing brutal blows on Morest, leaving her no time to react and forcing her to take it all. He punched her in the chest, and she clenched her teeth. Balloons floated in the air, Morest holding a weapon, her voice filled with rage as she yelled, "You bastard!" Suddenly, out of nowhere, Authority rushed forward, punching Morest hard in the gut. The powerful shockwave from the punch blew away the red orbs behind her. Pressing hard on her wound, she said in a cold tone, "Accelerate! Swish! Swish! Boom! Boom!" Countless invisible attacks struck Morest's limbs. She was hit so hard her face contorted. Morest quickly spat out a mouthful of blood as invisible hands appeared from the air. Authority quickly grabbed her head, and a bright blue light burst forth. Below, a scream of pain echoed through the sky. Ahaya! Her face was covered in blood, and her teeth were broken and scattered. Authority quickly swung and lifted his foot, punching Morest in the face. A really hard hit, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing how exhausted she was, he said, "Does it hurt a lot? I bet Tan treated you very gently." Boom! He kicked her hard in the face. Morest, her face covered in blood, slowly said, "Ugh!" She roared angrily. Ka! A red circle surrounded them below where they were standing, Morest still holding her weapon. Groaning sounds echoed in the air as countless ghosts in floating robes appeared behind the old man. One of them spoke up, "Lady first." The others all raised their hands forward, chanting, "Lady first, lady first, lady first." Suddenly, Authority knelt down, punched the ground, and shouted, "Accelerate!" Countless blue lights shone through the ghosts, quickly tearing their robes to shreds. He looked up, his tone cold, and said, 4 times, boom! Authority punched her right in the face, sending blood flying everywhere. Morest was thrown backward unconsciously by the powerful punch. Suddenly, a blinding blue light flashed. Authority zoomed in like lightning, appearing right in front of where Morest was flying. Bam! He landed a seriously heavy blow on her. Morest got launched way up high, crashing hard into the glass wall. She plummeted back down. Just as Authority reappeared, SMACK. Authority slapped her across the face hard, WHAM. He punched her in the cheek. Then a brutal shot to the gut, followed by a straight punch to the face. Everyone there gaped up in horror, totally freaked out by the scene unfolding before them. Her body started glowing with a blue light in midair. Old Man Authority clasped his hands together high above his head. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared down at her. BOM! He slammed a devastating blow right into her stomach. Morest crashed down to the ground with a bone-jarring thud, kicking up dust everywhere. Her body was covered in bruises and welts, and she coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that, Authority sneered. "Looks like you're in a lot of pain. That's the right look for you." He raised his foot high, then said, but Authority stomped right on her wounded stomach. He stomped down with brutal force. He followed up with, "The victims and families you hurt must have suffered even more." Morest screamed out in agony. "Kaya." Authority quickly glanced at his watch and muttered, Looking at his watch, he said, "About 3 minutes left." Hearing this, she gasped in pain. "Time acceleration." Hearing that, he replied. "Exactly," he continued. "When I use my power, I can control the flow of time of any object I touch, including myself." His hands reached forward, meaning Authority was grabbing her head. He said, "I can also slow down time." His eyes and face turned terrifying, staring intently at Morest as he hissed, "Slowly savor the pain and die. You boil on society's backside." Grossi and the kids there were utterly horrified and stunned by what was happening. Everyone's mouths were hanging open wide. The kids hiding behind Grossi thought, "It's just a fleeting moment." But for Morest, it felt like a lifetime. The hand pressing down on her head finally lifted. Authority casually shoved his one hand in his pocket. Glancing at his watch with the other, he remarked, "Too bad. If things were less tense, I could have taken my time." Hearing him say that, Morest scoffed. HMPH. She started laughing harder. "Ha ha, caca." Authority, noticing, asked, "Why are you still laughing?" Morest's mouth gaped open. her eyes fixed on the sky, offering no reply to authority. Seeing that, he sat down, grabbed her shirt, and lifted her up, asking, "Did it cut it off?" But because of the fear of death, Morris coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Her grandma then spoke up. "I won't lie and say I'm not afraid to die, but the reason I'm laughing isn't because of that. I didn't expect to complete the mission this way, but it's good either way." Hearing her words only made the old man more confused, so he asked, "What are you talking about?" Her gaze shifted towards Pro and the frightened children, and she said, "When I die, every one of the More's special bloodline." Then she looked at Authority and said, "Will be entangled in my power," Morris smugly exclaimed. "All of them will follow me to the grave, the death sacrifice." Hearing her words, Pro was incredibly shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Immediately, Authority turned his head to look at Pro with a threatening gaze, his body turning purple, looking very savage. In a mystical area, web-like threads like a magical formation appeared in the blood-red sky. Kingston, in a defensive stance, stared straight at his opponent. A black aura appeared around him. Kingston was fighting alone against Canis and Tomoki. They were charging forward, unleashing all their power towards him. A black aura snaked through the air. It enveloped Canis and Tomoki's bodies and struck their limbs directly. They screamed in pain, their bodies distorting. Tomoki's eyes became filled with resentment and hostility towards the person standing before her. As fast as lightning, she charged towards Kingston with incredible speed, her sharp hands reaching out in front, aiming at him. She screamed loudly. No, Kingston's hands were faster, striking a blow on the top of her head. Thump. She was struck down to the ground. Cracks spread densely across the ground around them. Seeing what was happening, Calanus clutched at the ring on his neck, worriedly exclaiming, "Gato, take off the ring!" Thump. A punch from Kingston landed directly on his face. Canis and Tomoki were knocked to their knees on the ground. Kingston smugly exclaimed, "You arrogant fools," he then said. "Who do you think you are, wandering around with your power sealed like that?" Kingston looked at them with disdain and said, "You're all too conceited." A strong wind emanated around him. Kingston, in a defensive stance, fixed his gaze on them and said, "I will make you." The powerful attack rushed forward like lightning, quickly slicing Canis and Tomoki's bodies into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Kingston quickly glided behind. He said, "Never thought it'd be this easy." Canis and Tomoki were shocked by what was happening to them, speechless as they looked at their severed bodies, slowly bleeding. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. "Asaya!" Hearing that, Kingston nonchalantly turned his head and said, "Arm, let the healer reattach it for you. He's quite useful, you know." At this moment, Exaya witnessed everything happening before her eyes, and angrily raised her hand towards Kingston, exclaiming, "You damn old man." Shink gritted her teeth and said, "That bastard." Thump. Out of nowhere, someone appeared and punched Exan straight in the stomach. The forceful attack sent her flying, smashing hard into the glass wall nearby, shattering the glass into fragments. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body sent flying several meters in the air. Shink painfully clutched her stomach, angrily exclaiming, "HMPH." Her eyes glared resentfully at the person who had just attacked her. Seko, panting, quickly rushed towards her like a gust of wind. Seeing this, X was extremely surprised and fearfully raised her hands to shield herself. She exclaimed, "Oh, don't come here." Seo Kang Yu, that dude just bolted towards the guy, ignoring everything Shink had just said, completely. He was grinding his teeth, mad as hell, and his eyes were all wild. Then, bam! A white light flashed. Seo Kang Yu went full-on soccer player and kicked Shinka right in the gut. Ouch. She took the hit and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gross. Old man Seo Kang Yu, eyes all bloodshot, glared at her sprawled on the ground. Shink, in pain, reached out and pleaded, "Kang Yu, please, don't do this again." Think about it. But before she could even finish, Seo Kang Yu just straight up punched her in the stomach. No time to react to that brutal move. Shink got hammered by that punch and went flying backwards, sending stuff crashing everywhere. Shink just spewed out a whole lot of blood. Yikes. Seo Kang Yu's eyes were totally bloodshot, blazing with rage as he stared her down. Canis, seeing her get beat down like that, lost it. He screamed her name. Shinka-sama. Seo Kang Yu's fists clenched so tight, black lightning started crackling in the air. He stood there, glaring at Steka's motionless body on the ground, hand clenched, ready to strike. A scared voice echoed, "No, no." She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "I can't die here." Suddenly, Seo Kang Yu's eyes widened. A hand landed on his arm, stopping him. Kingston popped up right next to Seo Kang Yu. Seeing him, Seo Kang Yu looked surprised, and Kingston started talking. "That's enough." He gave Seo Kang Yu a cold stare. "You can't kill him yourself, can you? A true champion never asks for help. What a burn." Cut back to the old scene. Authority grabbed Moore by the collar, lifted her up, and growled. "The goddess ritual ability, huh?" She just scoffed. "Yup, if I die, it triggers. What are you gonna do about it?" Authority, totally pissed, yelled, "Listen up. He turned to Pro and said, "I'm sorry about this." Proof, hearing that, was like, huh, what? Authority used his powers and punched right through Moore's body. She coughed up a fountain of fresh blood. Ooh. Authority's face. Stone cold. Not a flicker of emotion. A scream echoed. Kaya. He just kept on talking. If you guys take this girl back, heal her, disable her power, and then kill her, you might survive. But if she somehow gets away, tens, hundreds of thousands more will suffer. Authority looked at Morest and continued. So, it's better to kill her here, and you guys sacrifice yourselves. Makes sense, right? To cure cancer, sometimes the healthy cells have to take a hit too harsh. He spread his arms wide, looked up to the sky, and boomed. Sacrifice for the greater good is necessary. He clasped his hands together and said, I thank you for your sacrifice. Authority glanced back at Morest's corpse, which was glowing with green light. Pro, on the other side, noticed the weirdness too, and threw his arms out to protect everyone behind him. Things were about to get real. Authority gave the corpse an icy, emotionless look and said, Super dangerous. Lucky this unsettling power can only be used after death. If it could be used while alive, it'd be even more terrifying. He then stared intensely at the deathly aura radiating from More's body. Without lingering, he immediately turned to leave, still with that same blank face. He raised a hand in farewell to Proof. Well then, I'll wish you peaceful rest first. He suddenly called out Proof's name. A proper, I don't need to apologize to you, right? Proof could only watch Authority leave, filled with anxious dread. Authority asked one last question before waving goodbye. Your body's pretty sturdy, isn't it? Surviving is your specialty, after all. As soon as Authority left, an eerie, chilling voice echoed. Now then, making Proof's eyes instantly sharpen. It seemed Morris' soul had returned to enact that wicked curse. Surrounded by countless massive chains, Morris gazed at Proof and the others with a sly, murderous grin. Instantly, the chains, like giant serpents, lashed out and tightly bound a girl in the group, Kia. Then, the other kids, and even Proof, were ensnared by those heavy, terrifying chains. Panic erupted among the children, their eyes wide with terror as they faced a life-or-death situation. So suddenly, they screamed in frantic fear, filling Proof with alarm and worry. He forced down his own fear and called out in a calm, gentle voice, Everyone. Hearing his voice, the children stopped crying. They turned their fearful yet hopeful eyes toward him, seeking salvation. Proof reassured them. Don't worry, I promised I'd protect you all, remember? With that, Proof stepped forward alone, standing before Moore's spirit and looking her directly in the eyes, causing her to wonder. What's this? Proof spoke. Just like I said. He glanced at the poor, pitiful children. Phew, they'll be safe. Morris looked at him skeptically, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Proof stared at her with determination. Here, the only one who can go with you is me. Meanwhile, Seo Kang Yu charged furiously towards Kingston, his intense energy and bloodshot, murderous eyes terrifying everyone. Kingston braced himself to block Seo Kang Yu's direct attack. The clash of their immense powers created a significant shockwave. Kingston looked at Seo Kang Yu and suddenly smirked. Just as I thought. He watched Seo Kang Yu seize the opportunity to turn and lunge to finish off Shink, and continued. If it were you, you'd truly reach the pinnacle. Terrifying waves of power radiated outwards. Kingston managed to intercept Seo Kang Yu's attack on Shin Xie. He glared at Seo Kang Yu, annoyed at being ignored. And an old geezer like me gets left behind. Just move. Seo Kang Yu snapped, losing his patience and grinding his teeth in anger. Get out of my way, Seo Kang Yu yelled, raising his fist, ready to attack once more. Canis and Kato stood nearby, watching the struggle between Kingston and Seo Kang Yu with worried hearts. In a panic, the crazed Seo Kang Yu heard Kingston's voice. Hey young man. He easily blocked Seo Kang Yu's fist with one hand, continuing in an almost parental tone. I understand your feelings. At that moment, white light emanated from Kingston. He slowly lowered his hand, pausing to tell Seo Kang Yu. But to resolve this situation, we can't let emotions take over. With that, he braced himself to counterattack. Seo Kang Yu seemed to sense the danger emanating from him. He managed to dodge Kingston's attack just in time, sending it rocketing into the sky. What happened next made Seo Kang Yu's jaw drop. Seriously, you could have caught flies in there. The punch Kingston threw just now, yeah, it made a huge hole in the ceiling. Shink managed to sit up, but even she was gaping at the sight, totally freaked out. Just as she was panicking, she heard Kingston say, If you want to run. Shink looked at Kingston, who was standing tall, not even turning around as he spoke. Now's your chance, girl. She gritted her teeth, staring at Kingston, trying to figure out if he was serious. In the end, she quickly cast a teleportation spell to get out of there. Canis and Kato, seeing their mistress safe, didn't stick around either. Seo Kang Yu just stood there like a statue, not saying or doing anything. Kingston was staring right back at him. They stood there in silence for what felt like forever. Finally, Kingston spoke, breaking the eerie atmosphere. "Sit down, let's talk." No sooner had he finished speaking than Seo Kang Yu charged at him like a maniac. He didn't seem surprised at all, just went, "Oh," and casually braced himself for the attack. "Alright, the body can say a lot." Back with Morest and Proof, Morest asked, confused, "Huh." Proof just stood there calmly and said, like Yutori would, "Besides my defense, I'm nothing special. At first, I didn't like my power either." He paused for a moment, then continued. "But after talking to Laosa, I realized my power is also needed for this society." As he said this, Proof started activating his magic. He declared heroically, "I will use all my power to take all the damage for the children." The kids seemed to understand what Proof was saying. They looked at him with worried eyes and called out, "Teacher!" Morest, confused, asked Proof, "Why do you have to go that far?" Proof replied calmly, "I already told you." He looked straight at Mor. "Because I'm a teacher." In Morest's eyes, a hint of panic started to show. She screamed back at him like crazy. "What does that have to do with you walking to your death?" Proof patiently explained to her. "Mor, we can't understand you because we live in completely different worlds." Then he looked at her with a sharp, accusing look, raised by the wrong people, and turned into a killing machine. Morest got angry as soon as she heard that. She gritted her teeth and snapped at Proof. "Shut up!" Proof kept looking at Morest with the same look, continuing his accusations. "Without a single choice of your own in your life, manipulated like a puppet." Morest, hearing him continue, frantically yelled for him to stop. "Shut up!" But Proof kept accusing her, walking down the wrong path for someone else's future. Morest finally exploded. "Shut your mouth." Proof refused her. "No, I can't do that." He repeated his earlier words again. "I will go to hell with you and fix all the mistakes you've learned." Morest, seeing that he was still stubborn, cursed. "Damn you." Proof kept talking, looking at the children who were staring at him with teary eyes. "A teacher's job is to dedicate themselves to the future of their students." Then he thought about when he first started teaching. "So ever since I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I've been ready to sacrifice myself for you students." One of the kids freaked out and yelled, trying to stop him. "Teacher, no way!" Proof gave his beloved students a look of loving responsibility and kindness, comforting them. "It's okay, everyone." He smiled gently, giving the kids his last words. "Become good adults, okay? Because you are our future." Seeing their teacher like that, the kids didn't know what to do. They could only look at him with teary eyes, as if trying to hold him back. Morest, witnessing this scene, gritted her teeth, speechless. Future. Memories flashed back to Morest as a child, and a gentle voice echoed, "Hello, everyone. From today on, I'll be your guide." 3 tattered-clothed, hopeless troll kids looked up with innocent, curious eyes at the person introducing themselves as their teacher. She bent down to look at them and introduced her name. "I'm Tellum." She looked straight at the kids, saying with a friendly smile, "From now on, you will be my future." Morest, at just 12 years old, was also among those 3 kids. She looked up at her new teacher with sparkling eyes, listening to her intently. "Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me?" Continuing with Morest's childhood memories, Tunum had selected children with special abilities from the orphanage. After doing this, Tusum continued with her plan, and enrolled them in the school she created. Tusum stood on the podium, greeting the children she had chosen. "Hello everyone, please call me Teacher Tellum." She looked at the children with a somewhat eerie gaze. Then her next words clearly showed her greed and ambition. "I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will receive lessons." Saying this, she advised and encouraged them to become loyal warriors in this school. "So please try to keep up with the lessons." Little Morest looked at her with a somewhat timid gaze. Frightened, as if sensing something unusual, Tulum continued to speak. What followed was a hellish period, where Tulum trained killing machines for herself. Morest and the other children spent years studying under Tulum's guidance. She relentlessly taught the children evil things, how to use their special abilities to kill easily. Then came moral education, under the guise of brainwashing. Not only that, but she also used devilish and brutal methods to test loyalty, and many other things. And after many harsh trainings like that, Morest caught Tellum's eye thanks to her outstanding potential, and Morest developed her abilities faster than any other child. Thanks to that, she received Tellum's favor, and became the class president. This favor came with some of the class president's authority that Tellum gave her. The class president's authority was to punish other students on behalf of Tellum. The little girl gradually became corrupted due to frequently exercising her power to torture other classmates. The innocent gaze. The initial doubt was gone. replaced by a soul that had been cleansed after inhumane lessons. Moldrist followed Telem's lectures more seriously than anyone else. She watched blankly as her friends suffered painful punishments at her hands. After moments like that, she always felt that something was wrong, and it was during those times that Turam would appear one night. When Morest was standing blankly in the hall, Tulam appeared from behind and asked, "How is it, Moret?" She gently asked Han how a day as class president was. Morest hesitated to answer. "Teacher," the little girl recalled looking at her classmates screaming in pain when being punished. Then she honestly answered Tylum, "I don't know why, but when I punish the incompetent students." Saying this, she looked at Tylum with a puzzled look. "I feel nauseous and can't control it." Hearing this, Tylum just smiled and softly replied, But in that gaze was an undisguised smugness, Morest asked suspiciously. "Why is that, teacher?" Tylum called the little girl's name affectionately. "Morest." She suddenly asked an extremely confusing question. "Do you like insects?" Morest also quickly answered honestly. "No, I loathe them." This answer pleased Tylum very much. Exactly, that's the problem. Human nature, when seeing creatures inferior to themselves, will feel disgust. Saying this, she patted Moore's shoulder lightly. "That is a completely natural feeling." Then she leaned in, staring right at Moore. "But as time goes on, and your friends start pulling their weight, that feeling will fade." With that, Tum dished out some seemingly heartfelt encouragement to get Morest to trust and totally obey her. "So hang in there, Moore. It's awesome that you handed over the class president role to me." Those words seemed to brainwash Morest, little by little. From then on, Morest kept using her authority to punish her classmates. After that, even though Morgress still felt this weird disgust, even when that nauseous feeling made her feel like she couldn't take it anymore, eventually, what was going to happen, happened. Just like Tylum said, that feeling gradually disappeared over time. During a group study session, Tylum looked down at her soon-to-be adult students and said, "Time flies since you guys got here, huh?" She stood tall on the podium, looking down, then declared dramatically, "5 years after you guys come of age, I'll be the queen of this world." And so, the kids of yesteryear had grown up, still training like crazy under Tylum's supervision. Even fighting each other became part of their training. They fought like mad in the sun and the rain. They seemed to become numb to pain and harsh weather. And finally, the day came when they were truly adults and stood before Tylum with reverence. Tylum's plan was going smoothly without a hitch. Tylum looked at them with a smug look, like she was looking at her perfectly crafted tools. Things were going just like that, until that incident happened. On a beautiful sunset evening, a man with a slash across his stomach was leaning against a wall, making painful sounds. Ugh, ugh. Along with that, a cold, emotionless voice rang out, "What's wrong? Can't kill him in one go." A puzzled man said, Maybe I overdid it last night." He hugged a woman close to him. The woman asked, "Let's see." The man gently stroked her head and replied, "Let's just chill tonight." The identities of these two mysterious people were revealed. The man was CL, and the woman in his arms was Hilo. They both belonged to some mysterious, unidentified special system. Cut back to Tylum's school, where tiny drops of blood were pattering onto the floor. Tylum lay motionless on the floor, covered in blood. CL punched straight through Tylum's chest, leaving her dead with her eyes wide open. Seeing that, he even wondered aloud, "This chick's too weak, isn't she?" Claire and Hilon chatted back and forth like they were blaming themselves, but their faces were emotionless. There was even something excited in their voices. Authority guy clearly told us to be careful, though. Did we get too strong, maybe? Maybe. CL squatted down next to Talun's corpse and sighed. But still, her plan to build a school and raise the kids into a rebel army was quite a dream, wasn't it? Hylon, hearing him say that, asked, "Should we go to the school?" CL played along with her. "Too lazy," Hylon, hearing him say that, put her foot down and said to him, "But if we don't go, authority guy will nag us." CL got a bit nervous being reminded, "Okay, let's just go for a quick trip and finish it up quickly." The two CLs quickly moved to the large classroom of TUM students. The group of students led by Morris stared at the scene unfolding on the podium and silently listened to what Maklamedek was saying. Because of this reason, he held up Telum's corpse for the students to see and announced that the school would be closed from now on. Immediately following his actions were piercing screams of terror. Morris, witnessing her teacher turned into a lifeless corpse being brutally carried in Krill's hands, screamed, "Teacher!" Broken sounds rang out. CL remained nonchalant. Immediately after, the students madly rushed towards the two of them and launched a simultaneous attack in that direction. But Hilon stood still, simply raising her hand in front of her and slowly snapping her fingers. Immediately, the group of people were sent flying far away. Morris gaped in shock as she watched her comrades defeated with just a snap of the fingers. Clark and Hicklon just stood there, silently taking in the scene of bodies sprawled all over the floor. Clark sighed, letting out a HMPH. He was kinda impressed at how well she'd trained them. Hylon was having second thoughts about bringing these kids along, but CL chimed in seriously. Rehabilitating them to fit into society, that'd take way too much time and resources. He glanced at the faces twisted in pain on the floor. After a moment, he added, even if we did re-educate them, they'd still be walking killing machines, basically ticking time bombs, just waiting to go off. CL turned to Hilo. Have they killed anyone yet? Hylon replied, straight-faced. We caught them before they actually did anything, so probably not. CL hesitated. Were we too hasty? This is kinda awkward. He dropped Tai Lum's corpse on the ground and went back to debating with Hilo. So, what now, Hilo? What's the deal? Hylon made up her mind instantly. To avoid future headaches, dealing with them now seems more efficient. Hylon explained her reasoning. They've been brainwashed, living in a totally different world. These kids are basically gonna grow up to be villains. CL immediately agreed. Yeah, I'm with you, Morest. Still reeling from the counterattack. Couldn't move. She was stuck on the floor, helplessly listening to those two decide her fate. And everyone else's. CL mumbled, repeating Hylon's point. Better to put in the effort now than deal with the mess later, Hylon reminded him. Alright, we can just make up a reason. Tai Lum's students stared at them, terrified, unable to speak. They just gaped at CL and Hilo, fear in their eyes. The two moved closer to the group, ready to finish off all the killing machines Tungam had created. Hylon casually reminded him. Save some energy for tonight, CL grunted in response and, without hesitation, reached out. Fire serpent. The screams were deafening. Aya. Blood splattered everywhere. Blood poured from the students' eyes, noses, and mouths. Their faces were twisted in terror and agony as they screamed. Agag. Morest slumped on the floor, looked up at the scarred man standing not too far away. Why? She choked out, horrified. Why do you want to kill us? All we did was train here. The big man, CL, cut her off. Pretty dangerous, huh? He remembered those skinny, dirty kids from years ago and slowly started narrating the lives of the students there. Abandoned by their parents at birth, raised in orphanages, that villain taught them about the human body so they could win fights faster. CL reached out towards Moore as he spoke. Learning how to kill to survive. Sounds pretty dangerous, don't you think? Morest was close to tears as she listened. She scooted back, watching CL approach. I'm sorry, but you guys shouldn't have been born in the first place. And then, a spray of blood splattered onto Krill's face, along with his final farewell. Hopefully you'll be born into a decent family next time. More and more blood splattered, raining down on the floor. Hylon watched CL take care of the students, cheering him on with every punch. Gouts of blood splattered against the wall. She cheered some more. Morris could only whimper. Unable to speak, Krill's face remained blank, his eyes unblinking, as a sickening smack echoed through the room. Then Hylon walked over, grabbed Krill's arm, and said, CL, I can't take it anymore. He turned to her and said, just a sec, Hilo, gotta finish this one. But before he could finish, she butted in, no, we're keeping this one. Hylon looked around the room she was standing in and said, a classroom full of blood, then at the dead students on the floor, kids on the verge of death, and finally, at Morist, the only survivor, utterly terrified, Hylon exclaimed excitedly. Isn't this situation kinda hot? Seeing CL standing still, she urged him, hey, hurry up. He responded with a mix of exasperation and indulgence. You're hopeless. Fine, we'll just make up some excuse for the authority, right? With that, Clark and Hylon started making out passionately. In that moment, Morris took the chance to slip away unnoticed. And so, thanks to a random whim of CL, Morris survived. The sky was turning red, she'd run a good distance, and all Morris could do was sob. She made incoherent, garbled noises. Ugh. Morris felt so tired, so much pain. Her whole body was just giving out, and she managed a tiny groan before collapsing. Whoa. After that, she was totally lost and wandered around for ages, just drifting aimlessly. That day, while Morris was dragging her exhausted self down the road, this dude came up to her and was like, you a disciple of Tugum? This huge guy was wearing this gnarly, scary-looking iron mask, and he went on, come with me. Then he dropped the bomb on why he was looking for her. Fight with me for the revolution. So, Morest got recruited by Caracas. She joined Caracas's crew, and Morest caused a ton of damage to the world. Then, someone beat Caracas to a pulp, covered in blood, And after Caracas kicked the bucket, Morris got nabbed by Tomoki. Tomoki used his magic to whip up these super strong chains and tied her up, hanging her in the air. Finally, Tomoki threw her in Luchik Plus prison. Back from the flashback, Morris said gloomily, My whole life I learned to. I just thought acting like that, living like that, was the only way. Morris looked at the guy named Bro and said, And now, suddenly, then she shouted, totally pissed, Now you're telling me I was wrong. How am I supposed to accept that? She remembered years ago, when someone called her from behind. The person calling her was SK, and she was grinning as she told her, You're not wrong. The world is wrong. If I become queen, I'll change the world into a place that suits you. Shink's eyes were full of sincerity, and she asked more. Won't you become my subject? Back to reality, Morris demanded loudly. Answer me, bro. Morris looked at the kids, stuttering. I. She remembered the cold, bloody face of old authority and spoke like authority and like those heroes. Her eyes became vacant, and Morris blurted out the question she'd been thinking for ages. Should I really have never been born? Bro called out to her. More. No one should never exist in this world, Bro said gently, trying to explain to Morris. What you've been through is awful. I totally get it. But that doesn't mean you're forgiven for the sins you've committed. Until now, you've committed too many crimes. Her face went all freaked out after he said that, and he put his hand on his chest, sounding super determined, and was like, I'll go with you, soothe the pain you suffered as a child, and demand that you take responsibility for the crimes you've committed. Morris stared down at Bro without blinking, and then she heard him say he'd be with her as a teacher. Grossy spoke up. More, I have one request before that. He wanted to ask her to block the view so the kids wouldn't have to see this. A last request before dying. Who knows what word he said that ticked her off. But Bro hadn't even finished speaking before Morris was screaming at him, demanding, Shut up, shut up! Bro looked up at the sharp blade above him. Then he gently turned his head, smiled, and told his students, Everyone, please turn your backs! The kids all shouted together. Teacher. He looked super happy, with no regrets, and said, It's been an honor to teach you all this past time. At this point, the kids started to freak out. Some crying, some too scared to move. Morris' eyes were fiercer than ever, and the blade started to fall. Grossy couldn't bear to look, so he just squeezed his eyes shut, and then the blade came crashing down. With a loud thwack, Grossy slowly opened his eyes and saw Morris' head right in front of him. He gasped, Morris, a guy like you? She spoke up. You don't need to follow. I know I was wrong. Beside her, the blade was slowly dissolving. Morris whispered her last words. I've known it for a while now. I just didn't want to admit it. Because once I did, I realized I'd gone too far. How disgusting. Her memories flashed back to that day in the auditorium. After punishing her friends, she stood there with a stick in her hand, and in front of her were her injured friends, still trying to comfort her. More, we're okay. One student hugged her arm and said, If you didn't do that, Ruthless would scold you, right? We'll be fine. Morris looked down at the floor and saw her reflection covered in her friend's blood. How disgusting. Then the memory shifted to the time she was captured by Tomoki. That hag called her Morris, and continued, It's time to stop living like someone's puppet. Looking into Tomoki's eyes, I saw how disgusting I was. The memories continued to the time Morris was in Luchik Plus prison. She was sitting alone in the empty room when a voice called out from outside. Nice to meet you, Morris. Morris looked through the small window in the door and saw an adorable girl standing there, introducing herself. I'm Hong Jia, the warden here. Is there anything bothering you? In the dark prison cell, seeing my reflection in the soup the warden gave me, I felt disgusted with myself. It's so painful. That's why I couldn't admit it. I'm not disgusted by the things I've learned. No way. What's disgusting is this world, and what's wrong is this world too. I tried to believe that, so I could keep living. Morris remembered the image of him laughing and playing happily with his students. Then she transformed back into her younger self. Morris stared blankly at Bro's face. The memories ended. Returning to the present, the glass panels hanging high above were cracking and falling. Morris murmured, Ah. She really felt like she couldn't hold on any longer, her eyes slowly closing. What a disgustingly twisted life. With that, Morris slowly dissolved and floated away. Grossy stood there dumbfounded, watching the smoke disappear. His students came running from afar and hugged him tight. Kingston said to Seo Kang Yu, Even if you're angry with me, the situation won't change. He calmly gave Kang Yu some sincere advice. If you don't get stronger from now on, you won't be able to kill that kid or that girl. In the end, the problem, Kingston paused for a moment then continued, is still you. Seo Kang Yu didn't listen and kept charging towards him. Seeing that he wasn't going to listen, Kingston continued, using their earlier fight as an example. Just now, if you were stronger than me, you could have ignored me and killed the girl. Kingston kept lecturing him. Anger is just a stage of denial. Seo Kang Yu showed no signs of calming down while he was being lectured. You're only angry because you can't accept your own shortcomings. Angry at yourself, right? Seo Kang Yu just straight up charged at Kingston. Dude was clearly done with Kingston's advice. And Kingston just watched him come, all chill, like, you don't want to admit it, huh? I get it, man. It ain't easy admitting you're lacking. Kingston wasn't even trying to dodge Seo Kang Yu. But you gotta accept it. He casually blocked Seo Kang Yu's mega-powered attacks, still kept talking while getting pummeled. Being flawed is part of who you are. Only when you accept and own that can you go further, and only then can you achieve your goals. Then, bam, his face turned serious. I'm asking again. Kingston grilled Seo Kang Yu. What's got you so pissed? That question totally hit a nerve. Suddenly, all these painful, broken memories flooded Seo Kang Yu's mind. Dark, messed up images of death and goodbyes got dusted off and dragged back into reality, and they were all up in his head. He gritted his teeth, trying not to get sucked into all that painful memory lane crap. Seo Kang Yu couldn't take it anymore and just exploded with rage, yelling right in Kingston's face. Shut up. All those haunting, painful memories were right there in front of Seo Kang Yu. Those images flowed like a dark, nasty river right into Kingston's hand. And he spoke again. And the reason? What's the reason behind all this? He asked, gripping those memories flowing into his hand. Then, in a flash, he friggin' punched Seo Kang Yu square in the chest, sending him flying in pain. The memories shattered along with it. As he fell, Seo Kang Yu felt something different. All those painful, hurtful memories came rushing back, like getting badly hurt in a fight, or watching loved ones face death. All those memories were like an old, locked-up movie suddenly playing out in his head, catching him completely off guard. Outside, the sky was all bright and blue, the total opposite of the dark vibe inside the building. Seo Kang Yu lay there, still as can be, just staring blankly at the sky. Kingston slowly walked up to him. He asked, all concerned, how are you feeling? Calm down a bit. Seo Kang Yu was silent, just staring into space for a long time. Then, he suddenly covered his face with his hands and asked, all hesitant, So what do I do? Kingston finally got a response from Seo Kang Yu. What do you do, huh? He didn't answer the question, just said, don't you already know the answer? Then, he held out his hand to Seo Kang Yu. After a bit, Seo Kang Yu finally reached out and took Kingston's hand, like that was his answer. Elsewhere, in front of what looked like a portal to another universe, someone suddenly spoke up. Hu whined, hugging her head to Heinju Yang. Seriously, it's been ages since I've seen that face I love so much, and now you're saying I gotta go back already. Heinju Wai laughed and replied, gotta follow orders, what can you do? Then, he glanced ahead and said, besides, it looks like someone's standing where he's looking at. He looked at her and said, looks like this isn't ending anytime soon. That girl was Muel, the psychic. In a corner of the ruined city, Lekipus was struggling to fend off the relentless attacks from his opponent. On the other side, Wet was casting spells non-stop to attack Lipus. The constant clashes caused huge explosions. Just then, Shink, who'd just broken away from Seo Kang Yu, showed up. Wet clearly opened the space. Why aren't you going back? What are you doing? Wet turned his head and replied, I still have things to do. But before he could finish, Sin Xie sternly called his name. Wet, when he heard himself called that, he turned around to see her, and was shocked by what he saw. Standing before him was Shinka covered in wounds, her face flushed with anger as she yelled, turn back now, or I'll kill you! After that, things gradually settled down. The issue with Sa's invitation letters was resolved, but the event left the city in ruins, looking like the aftermath of a war. Kingston returned with Seo Kang Yu and requested a meeting with the world government. The meeting took place at a government headquarters building. Inside the meeting room, the sound of bustling discussion filled the air. I see. Kingston stood there leisurely, smiling, and said to the others, I was wondering why we were meeting without any restrictions. He paused for a moment, glanced over everyone in the room, and continued. Turns out, it's because there are some familiar faces here. His familiar faces, Boda and Gara, greeted him. Long time no see, Kingston. How have you been? Kingston cheerfully joked with the two of them. Finally climbed your way to those positions, huh, you greedy bunch? Gara calmly replied. I think it's less ambitious than your goals, Boda chuckled in agreement with Gara. Haha, true. Seeing that the three of them were no longer chatting, the man in the head seat immediately spoke up to grab their attention. So Kingston. The man was none other than Bez. He hesitated and asked Kingston what his reason was for requesting the meeting. Kingston, upon being asked, didn't answer immediately, but looked at Bez and asked, You're the president. You're quite young, aren't you? Only then did he get to the main point. Actually, I'm not here to talk, but to make a one-sided announcement. Standing directly opposite Bez, he declared with intense force, "Seo Kang Yu is now my disciple. Don't you dare interfere, that's all." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone in the meeting room changed. Everyone was shocked by Kingston's announcement. No one had anticipated that he would declare something like this. Afterwards, he didn't linger any longer, and immediately left. After Kingston left, the core members present in the meeting room immediately broke out into a discussion. Bez asked for opinions on whether to support or oppose Kingston's proposal. The opposing side consisted of 4 people. First, Kum, then Buddha, then Gera, and finally Enhe. The supporting side had only one person, and that person was Authority. And then there was El Hudo, who was neutral. He didn't lean towards either side. Authority, seeing that there were so many opponents, got a little angry. He jumped up, slammed the table, and questioned, "Is this all you power holders amount to? Why are you opposing? The overwhelming power is on our side. Are you going to pass up this opportunity?" He then pointed directly at Crom and questioned, "Especially you, Grom. I don't understand your choice." Crom, upon being called out, frowned uncomfortably and said her thoughts in an annoyed tone. "Criminals are just criminals. No request from them can be accepted. The government agreeing to meet is already irritating enough." Enhe, sitting next to Authority, also retorted, "He's so funny. Authority, isn't Kingston the criminal you were so insistent on executing first? And now you believe the words of someone you thought was so dangerous?" Authority, upon hearing that, quickly turned to retort, "These guys are really something. The situation is different now, isn't it?" On Bez's side, he could only sit and listen to the others arguing non-stop. He was having a terrible headache over this matter. He was deep in thought, trying to find a way to resolve this difficult situation. But the others' debate was making him pull his hair out in frustration. Damn it, this must be the worst luck during my term. Meanwhile, in a dreamy, warm bathroom, Shinka had returned and was soaking in the warm water. Shinka was also troubled. She kept biting her nails with a bewildered and panicked expression. She couldn't stop thinking about Kingston's terrifying power. That old man was supposed to be much weaker. After being imprisoned for so long, she couldn't help but wonder, but has he really weakened? How strong was he at his peak? While Shinka was muttering to herself, Seung Hoan came inside from outside and called her name. Shinka Seung Hoan, bare-chested with only a blanket wrapped around him, stood there, wondering. "You invited me to bathe together, but—" He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Is this really necessary to defeat Seo Kang Yu?" Shinka, seeing him enter and ask that, happily opened her arms and replied, "Of course, this is an essential step for growth." Seung Hoan's appearance seemed to ignite something within her, making her more confident. "No, my plan will not fail." She looked at Seung Hoan with bright eyes. "I have Seung Hoan," she thought, and many more secret cards. A series of names flashed through her mind, like Hero, Terapia, and then Aora. Thinking that, she happily hugged Seung Hoan tightly. Thinking happily, time will solve everything. She hugged him so tightly that Seung Hoan complained uncomfortably, "I can't breathe." At the Heroes Association, Authority sat solemnly at the head of the table. Oh yeah, and Mail was there too. The host, seeing a decent crowd, piped up, "Looks like everyone's here." Seeing that, the host continued, "So, about electing the 3rd generation of equality. Speaking on the podium is the acting president, Leakers." She glanced down at everyone. Giving the room another once-over, she officially announced, "Let the meeting begin." Lippis, standing at the podium, clearly laid out the process. The equality selection process is as follows. She looked at the candidates with different vibes and said, "The association president nominates 5 candidates. If the heroes agree." Lippis thought briefly about the towering government building, her voice growing firmer. "Each individual will be vetted by the government. The bronze badge of honor, shining in the firelight, is a symbol of everyone's pride," she added. "If no disqualifying reasons are found, they'll be chosen as equals." Lippis, a little rushed, quickly raised her hand to get everyone's attention, hesitating. "The equality candidates I'd like to nominate include—" Suddenly, a voice boomed, cutting Lippis off, making her pause awkwardly. The dude challenged haughtily, "Who gave you permission to decide the candidates on your own?" "It was Authority." He crossed his arms sternly, reminding Lip in a low growl. "You're just the acting president, Lip." Lippis, regaining her composure, fired back, "Authority, why are you even here? You've been stripped of your hero status, remember?" Authority responded coolly, "I'm here to attend the meeting. As a leadership representative." Lippis seriously reminded him to remember his rights. "Then just sit tight and observe. You have no right to discuss association matters." Authority didn't give a damn about what she said and was actually adamant,
I'll say it again, I don't recognize you as the association president, Lipersis burst out.
Nobody cares what you recognize, Authority said calmly. Then he stared at her menacingly, while warning all the candidates there. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by the acting president, Reapers. For any reason. Lycapis was stunned by his snide words. She blurted out, "Huh." The formal hall fell silent. Authority announced loud and clear, "She's not the official president, just acting." Everyone listened to what he was saying. Authority seemed to gain even more courage, boldly expressing his opinion.
A major decision, like choosing equality, who will determine the future of the association, can't be made by an acting president.
At this point, Authority emphasized grimly, "It must be done by a formally appointed president." Lycapis hastily spoke out against it. "Authority, do you even know what's going on? We need to choose equality ASAP to resolve the crisis," Authority sarcastically asked.
"Resolve the crisis? It's laughable to hear that from you, Lipersis." He flashed back to the map of Portugal, and Authority brought it up.
"I heard, Lears, what were you doing in Portugal?" Authority remembered Wed fighting tenaciously, then said in a low voice, "Instead of catching criminals, you were just playing around with Wed, right?" Lycapis became agitated, hurrying to explain her motives. Behind her, the magic circle shone beautifully.
"Did you think that if you don't kill the target it's just a game? I prioritize protecting civilians first." She suddenly remembered rushing out to explode with power and proof along with the children glaring at Authority, and questioned him sternly. "And you, Authority, I heard you were going to sacrifice the children taken hostage." Lycapis voiced her dissatisfaction.
"Why do you always make others sacrifice? You haven't changed at all." Authority called her name in a low growl. "Lepers." Authority stared in incomprehension. "Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change."
Lycapis suddenly froze for a moment, staring intently at him.
The man's deep voice echoed again in the large hall. "No." Authority paused, standing up, turning his head to stare at the people behind him. "It's all of you who need to change." Authority spread his hands casually. "What I did in Portugal, I made the decision that was right for the situation."
Looking at the grim, patient faces of those people, he said excitedly, "In the end, there were no casualties, right?"
Lycapis didn't expect the person in front of her to brazenly distort the truth like that. She gritted her teeth in resentment. "Authority, you continue to sacrifice. What a great thing to say." Authority points a finger at her, voice all serious. "You're the one sacrificing this society, all to protect criminals." Authority thinks for a sec about that massive building that's always lit up, using the precious tax money of the people to feed and shelter a whole bunch of murderers. He sees she's quiet and totally jumps on the chance to keep going, bringing up social responsibility and rehabilitation. All that sweet-sounding talk, you know. He pictures the court of justice like some dark, nightmarish place. Rehabilitation? Seriously, what a joke. Authority gets all worked up, stating firmly, "They never change. They're all just scum." He almost thinks he's seeing Shink secretly pulling all the strings on the whole planet. "Look, just escaped, and already plotting," Authority emphasizes, "hiding under that crazy lady's wing to plan another massacre in this kind of situation." Lycapis is silent, totally lost for words to argue back. Authority sneers. "Someone who used to be Mago's student, like you, actually chose equality and runs the Hero Association." Authority goes on, "Don't even need to look to know how it'll turn out. Just a bunch of nonsense about heroes not killing people, acting all righteous and noble to make themselves feel better." Authority stares at Lycapis for a long moment, then says sharply, "Lycapis, nobody wants you to be the president of the Hero Association. You're not the president, so stop acting like you are." Lycapis just grits her teeth, glaring at him, totally ticked off. Soft sunlight spills into the hall through the skylights. Lycapis gives in. "All right, Authority," she says, her voice clear and determined. "So what you're saying is, if I become the official president, I can proceed according to the proper procedures, right?" Authority stands up, saying firmly, "Yeah, that's right." Lycapis looks at the silent attendees and continues. Then, Lycapis declares loudly, "Let's have a vote." Authority seems to be looking for a way to make this work for him. "You mean a public vote?" "Nah." Lycapis cuts him off. "No." Her voice echoes powerfully through the hall, because time's tight, so Lycapis looks off into the distance, confidently gazing at the packed rows of seats, and continues. "We'll take the opinions of the heroes here. The decision will be based on the majority vote." She asks for his opinion. "What do you think, Authority?" Authority hesitates a bit, looking around. Majority vote? Aren't they all heroes carefully selected by Lao Sha? He focuses on their expressions, saying sharply, "This is way too biased." Lycapis remembers that bronze badge filled with pride, and sets the rule based on that. Then, just like the equality selection process, it needs a 2/3 majority to pass. Authority hesitates, thinking hard for a while, then looks thoughtfully at the heroes around him. Time ticks by silently, minute after minute.
Finally, the results are announced. The voting content appears on a blue screen. Question: do you accept Lippes's equality selection result? Result verification complete. Votes in favor reached 52%, while opposition accounted for 48%. The result is considered not to have reached enough affirmative votes, so the result becomes not approved.
Lippes stares in disbelief at the numbers on the screen.
Those opposed votes, 48%, wasn't enough for the two-thirds majority. The not approved result is like a persistent nightmare tormenting her mind.
Lippes falters at the result. In stark contrast, Authority is looking all smug and pleased. Well, he laughs, all wild, reckless, and self-satisfied. Didn't get the majority you wanted, huh?
Authority smirks. Maybe we should just re-elect the president of the association, don't you think? Just like Authority said, all the heroes here were selected and active since President Lao Zha's time.
Lippes totally didn't see this coming. She stares blankly at the crowd. The result: not enough for the two-thirds majority. Result: not approved. It's right there in front of her eyes. And the reason for this result: Authority. The scene shifts a bit, and his image becomes crystal clear. Right when that incident at Ruthless prison happened, it was a brutal disaster that made the prison even gloomier and more savage. He quickly approached all the heroes, Authority putting on a show of earnestness to persuade them and carefully present his views. Initially, most opposed Authority, the second chairman. The heroes' faces collectively showed displeasure. But in this situation, with Authority relentlessly clinging on, gradually many were persuaded by him. A wild and barbaric event was unfolding. The important thing was that even if they didn't agree with Authority's ideology,
the powerful chairman's seat loomed before their eyes. Quite a few heroes agreed that the chairman needed to be re-elected, according to his perspective.
The chairman's position became clearer and clearer, the reason being that the figure of Lao Zhan brightly appeared to lead her policies. Lao Zha had overwhelming power and achievements that proved her ideals. Lippes appeared in stark contrast. While Lippes lacked both of those qualities compared to Lao Zha, the copper-colored badge of power was like another affirmation. The legitimacy to inherit Lao Zha's ideals seemed to suit Seo Kang Yu, a former member of ITY.
However, Seo Kang Yu's image at this moment was almost associated with savagery and bloodshed in the public eye, because Seo Kang Yu had changed his views and killed the prisoners. The scene returns to the present time at the hall. Opinions within the ranks of the heroes began to diverge.
Authority raised his voice, taunting Lippes. It seems your colleagues also doubt your ability to be the association president, huh? What are you going to do now? Lippes was stunned, stammering. Vote, Authority immediately interrupted her. A popular vote, Lippes repeated tremulously. But time doesn't allow. We can choose a candidate and let the heroes decide, Authority interjected. No, not like that. He briefly thought of Lao Zha's majestic demeanor, and used that as an excuse. You know it well. Your respected third president, Lao Zhan, clearly stated that the association president position must be elected through a popular vote, and in cases of emergency or natural disaster, the government can shorten the election time. Lippes was stunned, unable to say more.
The entire hall was left with Authority's teasing question.
Ah, you do know this, right? Authority confidently continued. Anyone, even if they're not a member of the association, can run for association president. That's also a regulation established by the respected Lao Zhan. All the heroes were silent, as if agreeing with his words. Authority looked at her mockingly. Hey, acting president, what are you still standing there for? Authority triumphantly ordered. Quickly inform the government that we'll be holding a re-election for president so they can set a time. You must fulfill your duty as president, right? Lippes was in a difficult situation, hesitant and unsure of what to do. Authority strained his voice, emphasizing, even if it's only temporary, huh? Authority resigned from his world leadership position and announced his candidacy for president of the Hero Association. The question before all the people is, between Authority and Lippes, who is more suitable to be the association president? Golden sunlight shone into the luxurious president's office. BZ was dozing off, occasionally resting in his reclining chair. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed, showing annoyance and anxiety. Bez vaguely remembered a distant day in the past. It was a beautiful, sunny day, the high blue sky looking down on the lush green forest. BZ, in outdoor clothes with a large briefcase, paused for a moment because of a sudden sound. You have some guts, huh? Before him was Kingston in martial arts attire. Sitting leisurely on a high cliff, he inquired. A request for a private meeting. Is it okay for the chairman to do this? Bez approached the foot of the cliff. He raised his head, honestly answering, I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Gara. I don't think you'd harm me, Kingston mumbled. Those old geezers really don't know shame. Kingston quickly returned to the story. He gave genuine praise. I heard you don't have superpowers, yet you still climb to the highest position. Truly admirable. Bez didn't pay much attention to his words, just quickly cut to the chase. Mr. Kingston, now it's just the two of us, I'll ask you directly. Bez seriously looked straight into Kingston's eyes. As if trying to verify, he sternly asked, "What is your purpose?" Kingston didn't answer directly, just looked at him with deep eyes, softly asking a question. "Hey Chairman, do you clearly understand the development of superpowers?" Bez pondered and replied. An image of a brightly lit light bulb with a filament burning inside appeared in his head. He slowly said, "If we're talking about the development of superpowers, the summon system is even more clearly visualized, the greater the power." BZ then thought of the muscular people. As for the special and physical systems, after passing puberty, they will be strongest at their physical peak. Amidst the majestic mountains, a gentle breeze blew through, carrying green leaves, and Kingston's indifferent voice, half right, half wrong. Bez was surprised. Before Bez's questioning gaze, Kingston slowly explained. The physical system and the superpower system are indeed stronger when they grow up. But he subtly moved his hand, scattering a faint black mist, and Kingston's sharp voice cut through. But physical prowess can break predetermined limits through hard training, you know. Bez, hearing this, couldn't help but blurt out. The forest rustled again with a gust of wind, and Kingston continued. "Aren't you curious?" Kingston was thinking about that ferocious, crimson figure with immense power who could summon rain and thunder. What if a person reaches the highest level of their ability and simultaneously maxes out their physical strength? Bez, considering this, brought his hand to his mouth, blurting out. Then the nation would have a hard time controlling them. Kingston, from his high perch, called out, Hey, Chairman!" He quirked an eyebrow, looking mischievous. "You should ask Seo Kang Yu about that, not me. I'm just curious to see where the ultimate limit of humanity lies." Bez was pretty surprised by this. Kingston's voice softened. "That's all." The river of memories started flowing again. BZ remembered sitting in his chair at his desk, turning slightly to the person in front of him. "With your authority, you want to add someone to equality." Sitting across from Lao Zha, he said honestly, "I didn't expect something like this, which isn't even an important procedure, to need approval," Lao Zha firmly asserted. "He's worth it," BZ probed. "If you say so, then he must be really good. As a teammate, is he trustworthy?" Lao Shan confidently replied. "As trustworthy as his own strength," she added. "I see him as a reliable comrade." Those words echoed another moment in the past. It was back then, when he was talking to Kingston. Faced with his gaze, Bez had said, "As for me," Bez, in that moment, fiercely believed in his gut feeling. He didn't hesitate to speak frankly. "I trust Seo Kang Yu." Kingston suddenly said something totally unexpected. Leaving BZ puzzled, Kingston said, "Then the answer is clear, isn't it?" He forced a smile. "Anyway." Objecting wouldn't change anything. The scene shifted, and a sigh echoed in the chairman's office. Finally, BZ stood up, leaning on the desk with relief. "A big decision has been made, so I can finally breathe a little." Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The secretary hesitantly poked her head into the room, calling out cautiously, "Mr. Chairman." After being given permission, she entered and solemnly announced, "I heard the Hero Association is holding elections for a new chairman." Bez seemed interested, gesturing for the secretary to continue. The secretary hesitantly continued, "Well, She paused, before announcing something urgent. Authority just announced their candidacy for Hero Association chairman before the current one. BZ clearly didn't want this to happen, his face showing disappointment, weariness, and confusion. Kingston's satisfied face appeared. Bez had accepted Kingston's condition. This issue is only known by the officials who participated in the World Government Conference. The conference took place in a solemn room with only a handful of people present. This is top secret. At this moment, in a majestic skyscraper, the Hero Association chairman election, with the framework set by the government, was about to take place. The bustling city, even at night, became even more lively. After 3 days of candidacy registration, there will be 3 public debates. In contrast, the meeting hall was filled with tension. For 2 weeks, a pie chart with a red border will appear. The Hero Association chairman will be chosen through a public vote. The highest security prison, always brightly lit, presented a thorny problem. However, the term of the chairman elected this time will be a maximum of 4 years. If the Lucillus prison break is resolved, the term will end. Hidden beneath the city's peaceful appearance were underlying calculations. Also, in principle, anyone can register as a candidate. So, if there are too many candidates, it could lead to chaos. At this moment, the shining points representing the brains of places all over the world were more important than ever. Therefore, only those supported by representative heroes in the region can run for election. Authority, with its stern clock symbol, and Lippers, with its rabbit and carrot symbol, became two distinct factions. During the candidacy registration period, Authority and Lippis successively announced their candidacy. In the familiar conference room, the purple-haired girl, Mute, with her ability, started the opening ceremony, holding a microphone. Hello, members of the Hero Association, I'm Mute, and I'll be hosting this chairman election. Before the serious participation of the bigwigs, Mulet explained the organization of the election. The candidates will have the opportunity to speak before the entire association. She looked towards Authority, who was already standing at the podium, and introduced, first, the speech from candidate Authority. He told the heroes in front of him. I'll keep it brief. Authority pressed a button on the remote, and an LED screen lit up. Authority gestured for them to look. It was a sharp image of the prisoners in Lucillus prison, Authority said sternly. You all, because you keep chasing after your ideals, these monsters were released. He looked at the hero assembly below and questioned. What are you planning to do? Capture them alive and lock them up again? Then release them again? Authority frowned, clearly showing his dissatisfaction. I believe you won't repeat that stupid act again. Next was Lear Chasis' speech. She stood seriously on the podium, confidently presenting evidence to defend her point of view. During Authority's time as chairman, he condoned the heroes' massacre of civilians. Lippis thought about the images of those heroes, like Hero and Kilo, her voice becoming even more determined. Perhaps the number of civilians killed by heroes isn't less than the number of villains. She thought of Seikei's evil image, and couldn't help but agree with the urgent issue at hand. I know the current situation is very dangerous, a madman preaching eugenics is threatening humanity, but Authority is no different from SK, no, he's crazier than him. Lippis looked at the people below, earnestly continuing. He places high and low values on human lives, using the name of justice to force the minority to sacrifice. She closed her eyes, showing her pain. Everyone is equal. Please don't forget the mission of a hero that Lao Jia emphasized. Lippis's rabbit symbol and Authority's clock were completely opposed. The initial strategies of the two candidates were as follows. In the city with skyscrapers, consolidate the support base. Across the continent, both were busy attracting representative heroes in each region to their side. The authoritative clock symbol appeared, showing the heroes supporting Authority. There was the experienced North American man, Ongunur Su, and the old man from India, a letter. The rabbit badge appeared, showing the heroes supporting Lipe, representing Europe. There was a girl from Oceania, Poi, the masked guy from China, Myanmar, the man from the Middle East, Cafe Gay. There was also someone from South America, Hassan, and someone from Africa, Anigo. At the city center, after consolidating their support base, both candidates appeared in the newspapers with eye-catching headlines right on the front page. Both Lippis and Authority had tried every public relations tactic until the last day of the election registration period, using negative attack strategies to destroy each other. The moment had come, and on the last day of the candidate registration period, MC held the mic, watched the LED board, and announced, So, the registration period has ended, hasn't it? Now there will be 3 debates. Suddenly she was extremely stunned. I narrowed her eyes at the others, and the screen in front of them, blurting out, What's this? She announced that another person had unexpectedly registered as a candidate. Both Authority and Lippis were completely surprised. As a natural reflex, they looked at the screen to find information. A clearing of the throat echoed throughout the hall. Ahem. A strange voice rang out. Hello, members of the Hero Association. A young girl stood on the podium, gently introducing herself. I'm Midias. Contrary to her voice, this person's eyes revealed obvious cunning and a hint of triumph. She continued. Current occupation, high school student. Lippis's eyes widened in disbelief at the image she was seeing. What's going on? Although Authority didn't say anything, contempt and disdain were written all over his face. After a long moment, he finally exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell? Midias's sudden appearance seemed to cause the atmosphere of the entire auditorium to drop a beat. Contrary to the stiff atmosphere and awkward vibes, Midias's face clearly showed confidence. She totally saw this coming. Midias's appearance really got under Authority's skin. He immediately started complaining. What is this nonsense? Do they think the Hero Association presidential election is some high school class election? Clearly only people backed by regional heroes can run. Exactly. The crowd's criticism was about to explode. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the noise. I'll back her. It was Kafega, the hero representing the Middle East. Kafega's words shocked the whole room. Authority and Lispis couldn't believe their ears, eyes wide with shock. Especially Lispis, seeing a representative who used to support her suddenly switch sides, was completely stunned. "Mr. Kafega, you used to support me." Kafega didn't hesitate, calmly replying, "I've changed my mind." Seems like nothing could change Kafega's mind. His eyes were full of seriousness. "Now I support Medius, that girl." Medius smiled slightly, like she knew this was coming, her eyes deep and seeing through everything. In a flash, the situation shifted. Medius appeared like a new player, overturning the whole game. And so, candidate number 1, L. The first two candidates weren't that different. Candidate number 2, authority. The biggest difference in this race comes from the newly appeared candidate. Candidate number 3, Medius. The 3 candidates have officially registered. News outlets quickly updated the hot news. The trending news was all over the big news sites. Trisk, seeing Medius dominate the media. Authority couldn't hide his annoyance. Every article's about that high schooler, so scandalous. News about Medius spread, drawing mixed reactions. Looks like the press is going to be wild right now. But there were also a lot of criticisms of Kafega and that girl, saying that elections aren't a joke. So has anyone even looked into that girl? Authority quickly took action, first needing to know more about Medius. But the data on her is still pretty vague. She's just a normal high school student, nothing special at all. Authority started making guesses and 1,000 hypotheses about Medius's identity. Is she a powered individual? The vague data quickly made his secretary panic. That's not clear, maybe some kind of simulation ability, right? Confusion filled the room, Medius's mystery making even Authority silent. Over here, Lippus is super unhappy. She questioned. Kafega, explain yourself. Kafega remained calm as ever, not even a little flustered by Lippus's questioning. Ask me anything. Lippus thought Kafega was being too emotional about this. Maybe it was just a momentary decision when he hadn't thought it through. Did he know that girl beforehand? Even if he did, he couldn't let personal feelings affect something this important. No, I've never met her before. What? Kafega started remembering the events that led him to make that decision. A few days ago, when I walked into my office to work, he had encountered Medius before. In my own office, I saw her sitting in my chair. At that time, Kafega clearly showed repulsion towards Medius. He frowned. At first, I thought she was an intruder sent by the villains and was about to subdue her. Kafega's hostile attitude didn't last long, fading away before Medius's words. But after talking a few times, Kafega's memories were like, they got scrambled. He no longer clearly remembered the details of what happened. Dozens of times, hundreds of times, no, countless times. Medius's words had some kind of magic. Kafega was like he got sucked in, starting to agree and support her. I feel like I've talked to her so many times. And then, I don't know when, I was sure that I had to support her. Kafega's vague, fragmented memories made Lippus totally question everything. She had a WTF look on her face. Not wanting Cafe to keep drowning in his memories, Lycurapus spoke up. Excuse me, sir. Of course, sure, go ahead. Lippus quickly reached out. Using her power on Kaphora, Lysippus's ability created 2 large bunnies with medical symbols on their heads, gently appearing behind Kaphora. Sure enough, Lippus didn't find anything unusual. This shocked her. There were no signs of mind control or manipulation. But what is going on? Not finding any shady evidence, Lysippus could only try to persuade Kaphora with reason. Even so, making such an important decision based only on feeling, Kaphora immediately cut her off. This isn't a feeling, Lysippus. How many times do I have to say it? Kara's eyes lit up like a devoted follower looking at God. The eyes of loyalty, absolute faith. It was unwavering conviction. I believe that she absolutely must become the president of the association. Kafega was being so assertive, what could Lippus even say? Any advice at this point would just be overkill. Medius's appearance is still a huge question mark in this election. A mysterious figure shows up. What does her appearance mean for the future of humanity? That's a tough one. Not just mysterious, but not exactly a threat either. The people directly affected by this have got to be Authority and Lipers, but they've got bigger fish to fry. Authority and Lepus are still super sus of each other, but they've decided it doesn't really change the game, so they're focusing on each other. Looks like neither of them see Medius as competition. They're just trying to one-up each other. The debate's about to start. The debate kicks off with the MC's sweet voice. Mute waves to the audience. Greetings everyone, I'm Mute, your host for this debate. Before we start, let me explain the rules. First, let's talk time. Mute starts explaining. Each candidate will have 10 minutes to speak. Everyone's been assigned a number for this debate. The order of speeches will follow the candidate numbers. Candidates won't just be speaking, they also need to be ready to throw some hard-hitting questions. During these 10 minutes, candidates can present their platform or ask questions to their opponents. Time is still super important during the Q&A. The time for the answer will be deducted from the questioner's time, so they can cut them off if they don't need to hear the whole thing. And there's another cool mechanism. Rebuttals. During the opponent's speech, each candidate gets to make 2 rebuttals. Mute flashes a bright smile, explaining the rules like a pro, and each time they get to lead for a minute. Now let's begin the debate. The candidates quickly introduce themselves to the public. Candidate number 1, Lycopus. Hello, I'm Lycopus, Mago's student and a member of Equality. Next up is Authority. Candidate number 2, Authority. Pleased to meet you all, I'm Authority, the second-generation former chairman of the Hero Association. Finally, the newbie in the race. Candidate number 3, Medius. It's my first time meeting you all, I'm Medius. The debate starts right after the introductions. It's candidate number 1, Lippus's turn to speak. No surprise that as the acting president, Lippus knows how to nail a speech. We've been through so many wars. The speech starts with the deep roots of the current situation. Since the appearance of superpowers centuries ago, wars between nations have erupted. Then comes the evolution of the conflicts in each era. After the world government unified, there were countless civil wars. Those conflicts took on many forms, but never disappeared. And after the Hero Association was born, society was divided between heroes and villains. War is like an inevitable part of each stage. Lippus is really emphasizing the struggle of being stuck in that scary inevitability. We've spent most of our time in the collapse of society like that. From the bitterness that conflict brings, Lippus once again highlights the roles of many senior heroes. But thanks to the efforts of Lao Sha and many others, the foundations of society were rebuilt. Typical Lapis student, speaking so firmly. And now society is finally starting to function properly. Lippus is hinting that authority is throwing away everything the heroes of the past built. Think back to authority's time. Back then, heroes were like outlaws with inconsistent beliefs and methods, slaughtering villains and civilians indiscriminately. Looks like this speech is totally aimed at authority. Trying to take him down a peg? If authority becomes the chairman of the association, those things will happen again, and the society we worked so hard to build will collapse. Lippus is arguing so passionately. When authority cuts her off, society is already collapsing. Team Authority isn't just going to sit there and take it. Authority requests a 1-minute rebuttal. Can't you see the current situation? This old guy's lived a long time. He's got to be a pro at rebuttals. I seriously can't understand why the sacrifices I endured, even tearful ones, are considered massacres. And that you sacrificing society for criminals is seen as moral. Authority starts arguing. What he's saying is pretty convincing too. You need to understand that this world can't achieve any noble goal without sacrifice, if sacrifice is unavoidable. Even though it's Lippus's turn, Authority's rebuttal is earning him some sympathy. Quote, then we have to make sure that sacrifice doesn't become meaningless. Every seed of evil must be completely eliminated. Authority's running his mouth like this is his own personal stage. Look, it's because we left the seeds of evil that they're causing this situation. Lippus realizes something's off. This old guy's cheating. Hold on, Authority. Your 1 minute isn't up yet. He's deliberately putting his hand on the clock, using his power to rebut over time. Get your hand off that clock right now. Is 1 minute really that long? So that's why Authority's been talking non-stop. He smirks, wearing a smug look on his face. What are you talking about? That punchable face makes Lycopus even angrier, she continues. If you don't take your hand off, Lippus barely got the word out before M's super loud voice boomed. All right, that's enough. Lippus was instantly cut off by M, unable to say another word. Mute used their powers to mute Lippus, reiterating the rules. Lippus, you're only allowed to speak when your opponent's rebuttal time is up. Mute Kellet, the power to silence people. Authority quickly got a scolding too, but the old dude was so stubborn, just shrugging like he didn't give a damn. And Authority, please restrain yourself from using your abilities. The whole debate seemed to be revolving around Lippus and Authority, like they're fighting over some image thing. Their actions are totally understandable though. They're fiercely protecting their stances during these elections. Public image is super important, and it's basically a semi-war zone right now. Authority and Lippus were trying to build up a strong public image, period. They bickered back and forth non-stop. Lippus looked so stressed, constantly yelling and attacking. Authority was no better. His face was totally red with anger. During their time, instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lippus just focused on attacking each other. The debate went by in total tension. But of course, a strong images, Authority started to get suspicious, looking down on Lippus. But honestly, it's kinda sus. How can a girl who can't handle one villain deal with this situation? Or is she saying she's stronger than Lao Zhan? Lippus was miles behind Authority. In terms of experience and craftiness, Lippus was completely outmatched by Authority. Her master's shadow is too big, making it hard for Authority to take charge. It's lucky she's running for election, because in the public eye, she's only remembered as Malago's student, so she's still in a position where she needs to learn more. Her appearance has become a disadvantage for Lippus, making it difficult to win over the public. Most importantly, Her bunny appearance makes people think of her as weak.
Authorities' deep eyes quietly assessed the situation.
So, the next person he's targeting is Medius.
If I just crush that variable, this debate will end the way I want it to. Finally, Medius took the stage in an atmosphere leaning towards authority. She didn't look nervous or worried at all. It was Medius's turn.
Medius started her debate in a way no one expected, by complimenting her opponents.
Mr.
Authority transformed the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation with his decisiveness and amazing drive.
Lippus also received praise from Medius.
Lippus, the successor to Lao Sha's will, has strengthened this corporation with strong ideals and beliefs.
Medius calmly continued, leaving her two opponents confused.
Then she made a shocking statement. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of both of them to resolve the current situation.
Medius was about to continue when Authority cut her off.
My platform is, you brat.
He used that condescending tone again to mock Medius.
This isn't a student council election, Go back and study. This debate isn't a place to discuss policies.
This old geezer, so old but so annoying, kept mocking Medius harshly.
Or did you not do well in school so you ran here? It's a place to impose prejudices on your opponents.
He kept rambling so much that M had to step in and stop him. Mr. Authority, your time is up. It's okay, I'm willing to use my time to talk.
Seeing Medius's generosity, Authority took advantage of it. Then speak, brat. What do you want to talk about?
Medius showed a IDC face
and continued, I am an ability user.
She started revealing her info.
The ability training school that Mr. Lau built when he was chairman is where I grew up, so you can't know what ability I possess.
Oh really?
What kind of special ability does this brat have?
Medius didn't bother fulfilling all of Authority's requests.
I have no obligation to say that.
But Authority stubbornly clung on.
No, you have to say it. If you want to become the leader of the association, you need to have the right abilities.
Authority started using logic to make Medius listen.
No hero in the association will follow a leader who isn't capable enough.
So Medius just straight up threw down a challenge, eyes sparkling with confidence, and a whole lot of sass. Pick a place, Authority. We're going at it ASAP.
Authority was speechless at Medius's offer, totally stunned. What? This debate is being broadcast live on every platform. And of course, Medius's challenge was immediately blasted everywhere. Office workers, using their lunch break to watch live, were so shocked they forgot to even eat.
Medius's image is currently being watched by her family. 9 people in a 1 square meter space holding their phones watching live. The debate was even being broadcast on billboards hanging on skyscrapers. A direct challenge.
Well, Authority. The guy who received the challenge still hadn't snapped out of it, eyes wide and mouth agape in utter disbelief. Without waiting for Authority to process things, Medius jumped straight into the main topic. Let's discuss the match details. Authority. The rules will be mixed martial arts. How we use our abilities. Authority still didn't respond. His life experience told him he was in a tight spot. Authority fell into contemplation.
Faced with Medius's challenge, Authority just short-circuited on the spot.
An unexpected direct challenge.
All the tricks Authority usually uses were pretty much instantly nullified.
No matter how strong an image he's built up, hearing such an unexpected response left Authority flustered. Authority kept calling Medius a brat all this time, and it ended up backfiring on him. Plus, his strategy of labeling his opponent was now becoming a trap that held him.
Currently, Authority is faced with 2 choices.
If he accepts the condition, this choice would somewhat affect his image. Having considered his opponent as a brat from the start, will make the image of him fighting a brat become strange.
Looking at it for a while, Authority still suffers loss.
Besides, with the current overwhelming political position, if he really faces off in the arena, Authority will be lowered to the same level as his opponent, damaging his reputation.
With this choice,
there are 2 possible scenarios. Even if he wins, it's just a meaningless victory.
In either situation, Authority's honor is affected.
But if he loses, it could end his political career. In Medius's absolutely confident expression, everyone knew she had just made a risky move, backing her opponent into a corner.
So what if you refuse the condition?
This choice carries even more risks. He will be labeled as someone who is afraid to fight a brat and will be considered a coward. This decision will definitely cause Authority to receive a lot of criticism. A coward. The image he painstakingly built up will definitely be tarnished quite a bit. This will seriously damage his strong image. Under the circumstances of being forced into a difficult situation, Authority weighed 100 paths. In a short period of time, Authority accelerated his thinking, coming up with a series of coping plans. But M, who had participated in countless debates, was also surprised by this move. BK what? Regardless of the choice, What needs to be clarified first and foremost is Medea's "I don't give a damn" expression, as well as her mysterious abilities, making the game with authority even more difficult. This girl's ability.
Authority fell into contemplation for a long time. The triumphant expression he had during the debate with Lepus completely disappeared. What kind of ability does she actually possess?
At this time, the scene shifts to a green and lush sky, fresh air. Authority lies on the grass, looking at the sky and the earth, very relaxed. Haven't you felt anything strange lately? Brother Du Yang listened to Authority's ambiguous words, full of question marks. What do you mean? Authority continued to utter philosophical words. I don't really understand, but never mind. I feel like the words I just said keep being repeated. Dad, I'm always like that. How long will this last? Authority immediately responded with a sigh, his eyes thoughtfully looking into the distance. Hi, am I just getting old, or is there something unusual?
Over here, Medea was determined not to give Authority any more time to think. She asked directly, "Why aren't you answering, Authority?" Authority knew this situation had to quickly come up with countermeasures.
Well, Authority didn't answer directly but used a lot of words, going in circles. It's true that he's a brat, so his actions are full of emotion. Daring to challenge in the middle of a debate is not rational at all. Looks like I have to drag this debate into the mud to get through this situation. He again pretended to be mature, to overwhelm Medea. Hey kid, this debate is not a place to play around. But this old geezer messed with the wrong person. Cause once Medea is in, she's in it to win it. And I'm dead serious, Authority. Medea even used Authority's own arguments against him to become the association's president.
The most important thing is skill, like you yourself said, old man.
The same logic Authority used to diss Leopus is now cornering him. Remember when you were chatting with Leopus, saying he was weaker than Lao Sha so you couldn't trust him, right? Medea went on to cite examples from Hero HQ itself. And during your time as president, Medea's sharp analysis was airtight. You made the heroes fight each other to sort them by rank, didn't you? Every word Medea said shut Authority down harder than a cheap hairspray. So how about you try ranking me for once? Medea was determined to keep the pressure on Authority until the bitter end. If it's too awkward to do it here, we can pick a place after the debate. Seeing his stalling tactics fail and getting roasted by Medea, Authority realized he was in deep trouble. Crap, I've been bitten by a real snake. Medea reached out to Authority in a gesture of goodwill, but her smile had a hint of something darker. Shouldn't have messed with her in the first place. She's not like me. She has nothing to lose. Authority continued to stall, trying the same old tricks. Alright, you make a fair point.
He started to speak, but no sound came out of his throat. Then he tried again.
Turns out, it was Medea's ability. Authority was officially silenced, unable to speak.
Mute quickly signaled, indicating that Authority had gone way over his time. Authority, Medea has decided not to let you stall any longer, so please remain silent.
Authority was stunned, bewildered, and completely taken aback. He lost control before he even knew what hit him. This brat was just waiting to hear the answer she wanted, and then cut me off. Watching Medea calculate everything so perfectly, Authority couldn't help but feel apprehensive and wary. What kind of ability does she have that makes her so confident? Now on the defensive, every move Authority made was disadvantageous. Should he resort to dirty tricks? Maybe he should take a gamble and try a risky move, full speed ahead, if he could attack without anyone noticing. As he was contemplating, Authority suddenly froze, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face. Medea was facing him, observing every one of his movements. Authority was shocked, relieved that he hadn't made a move. Medea, with her deep, purple eyes that seemed to see into your soul, and her indifferent, emotionless expression, sent a chill down Authority's spine, and his eyes widened in fear. A million doubts seemed to flash through Authority's mind. Could it be that after all the back and forth, Medea's speech finally began? The first debate is drawing to a close. Medea's speech begins. Medea started with a concrete analogy, visualizing the current issues. After countless battles, our society is like a tangled knot, full of unresolved problems. The problems were so numerous that the knot in Medea's mind was a complete mess. Those knots aren't meant to be untied. Then, the impact of people on those problems was abruptly cut off. The one who cut everything off, according to Medea, was a familiar name. I believe that person is Authority. Even so, Authority's approach didn't make the problems disappear. Instead of cleaning up the severed knots, Authority kept chopping away, so even the normal threads started to get cut. There's also another person who had a profound impact on the problems. Someone who took those threads and tied them back together. I believe that person is Lao Shan. You gotta admit, Medea's analogy is spot on. Lao Sha is the one who's been trying to mend this world. However, the problems didn't stop there. That's why the world is such a mess right now. But among the knots that Lao Shan tied back together,
There were also rotten ones mixed in, and that's causing the current problems.
Medius is probably continuing the work of the previous generation, recognizing the problems. But we can't just leave things as they are.
She realized the flaws in the approaches of those who came before. But she can't just cut everything off like they did either.
Medius expressed her sincerity from the bottom of her heart, hoping it would reach the masses.
We need to carefully cut off the rotten threads so we don't damage the normal ones, and then carefully tie them back together.
Medius embodies the harmony of acknowledging both sides, right? It's about not leaning too hard one way, but finding that balance and moving forward together.
Her respectful statement was heard by everyone. I, Medius, if I become the association president, will propose to the government to grant heroes the power of on-the-spot executions. Medius's unexpected measure left the crowd speechless. Those heroes granted this power will be chosen through an even more rigorous screening process. Their attention and astonishment kinda shows you Medius's influence, huh? In determining the list of villains to be executed on the spot, I promise to make the most careful decisions.
Also, Medius didn't forget to add how to handle alpha death row inmates. Of course, she declared with a super confident tone and sparkling eyes. All alpha death row inmates will be subject to on-the-spot execution. That is all. Time's up. The last seconds ticked by. The first round of debates ended. No matter how the candidates performed, all they could do was turn and head home. Finally, the tricky question after the debate is about to be answered. Who is the right person to be the next leader of the Hero Association? Chapter 41. The debate is drawing to a close. Medius is still rocking that confident smile. Authority looks kinda tense, and Lippus has totally lost his earlier confidence. After the first round of debates, Lippus and his symbol got pretty low scores, with Lippus's approval rating
8%. Authority, with his signature clock symbol, is slightly higher, at 35%. And finally, with an overwhelming percentage, Medius at 57%. The public opinion poll has ended.
A map of the continent appeared, showing sparse spots of light. Plus, some heroes who used to support Lippus have announced their switch to supporting Medius. That's Mianji, the mask wearer from China, and Hassan from South America. The podium, that dazzling spot in the press conference, was lit up day and night. Faced with this situation, Lippus held a press conference.
She earnestly spoke, hoping to regain everyone's support. I've listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time talking with authority and couldn't refute Medius's points at the time. The reporters were silent, carefully listening to her presentation while secretly judging, Lippus added. A high school student who lacks social experience, what gives her the right to decide whether someone lives or dies?
Lippus seemed indignant about this issue. She's just as dangerous as authority, that's the claim. After criticizing Medius, Lippus continued. Scene changed to another luxurious room. Lippus solemnly walked in, a little bit pleading. Everyone. Inside were those who used to support her but now support Medius. Mianji, Kafega, and Hassan. Kafega asked her in a low voice. Why did you call me here? Lippus didn't hesitate to directly address her long-standing concerns. Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school student? Hassan casually replied. It's simple. He slightly smirked, implying something. I have a feeling there's no other reason besides that. Lippus paused, hesitantly saying, well, you're always like that, but...
She looked at the woman opposite her, a little disbelieving, and asked, Miel, I never expected you to make a choice like this. The figure of a man appeared between the two of them.
It was Ju Yu, Lippus whispered. If your master, Mr. Ju, knew about this, he'd be very sad. Miel finally spoke. Our master.
She remembered the past, that moonlit night, when butterflies fluttered through the air. Mr. Ju looked up thoughtfully and said, This world is complicated, Mianji.
He stared at the butterfly in front of him, softly speaking with the wind. Things once considered obviously right can become wrong over time, and the opposite happens quite often too. Mr. Ju and Miel stood in the flower garden. Then, he looked at her. To be honest, I've killed many villains in the past. Miel was a little shocked by this sudden statement. Ju Yu continued to drift through his memories. He saw himself calmly standing among hundreds of corpses, Ju Yu continued. The reason is simple. Because, at the time, I thought it was right. Another figure appeared in that scene. It was Lao Sa. Ju Yu's voice suddenly carried a hint of nostalgia. But after meeting Mr. Lao Sha, my thinking changed. Even so, I still don't think my current views are absolutely correct. He looked at Mianji and instructed, Mianji, there is no single right answer in this world. However, no matter what happens, try your best to adapt to it. As long as you've done your best, that's enough. Jute's words still echoed in Mianji's mind. Her gentle voice filled the room. He often said that, Miel reasonably said to Lippers. That's why, after listening to the whole debate and looking at the current situation, I think it's not Lippes but Medius who is more suitable to become the president of the association. Lippes was so shocked that she couldn't respond to Mianji's words, just standing there dumbfounded like a statue. Kafega expressed hesitation in his words. Lepers, we don't support you, he politely continued. During the election period, please refrain from meeting with us. Lepus lowered her head in silence, wondering what to do to change the current situation. In contrast to her situation, Medius always appeared radiant. She was surrounded by a myriad of bright lights. After the first round of debate ended, the entire media began to focus on reporting about Medius. On the newspaper was a picture of Medius, with the sensational headline, Exclusive. It was articles about her student days, and also newspaper pages looking into Medius and her family, articles about the family, including the latest information on the election. Images of Medius and authority were on the front page. Articles about the confrontation with authority. Newspapers with pictures of Medius were all over the place. And among the topics causing a stir, the most prominent was Medius, with her mysterious smile. Along with that was a question that attracted the curiosity of a wide audience. What exactly is her power? Authority opened his eyes wide, carefully examining the information. On the screen opposite him was an enlarged image of Medius during the election campaign. It was a video recording in detail every facial expression and gesture of Medius that day. Authority kept staring intently at the screen, seemingly wanting to extract information about this mysterious girl from the short data. He paid more attention to her expression, especially her violet eyes. Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened as if he had discovered a hidden detail in them. The quiet room finally had sound. Yeah. Authority realized the truth in shock. He muttered to himself, so that's it. At the same time, at Shinkanas's base, cautiously speaking, Slaka-sama, don't you find life lately repetitive and boring? Kai agreed. I agree, Shink sighed. So humans feel that way too. She raised her hand to stroke her chin. It's not just me who thinks so, right? On the other side, a hat with a complex badge appeared. It was the hat worn on their heads. She sat in the corner of the empty house, looking up boredly, trying to look at the brim of the hat, silently pondering. In the ruins, a piercing scream rang out. Ooh-ah-ha! Ah! A little boy with teary eyes cried out miserably. It's so boring. So boring. I can't stand it anymore. It's so boring. That was Fratu, who has a special system. Images of him from childhood, youth, adulthood to old age appeared. His life only lasted a week, and he relives his entire life every week. Currently, he's at an energetic teenage age. Fratu was lying in the middle, rolling around and screaming. Standing around him were Natura, Beckenwill, Adwet, and Vid. Fratu shouted, Aha! When am I ever going to get out of here? Natura smiled gently and said, Shink-sama, please wait a little longer. Because a variable has occurred, please be patient a little longer. Vi was writing something while muttering, What an interesting ability. I feel inspiration flowing intensely. Fratu softly called out, Natura, and he immediately looked to see what he wanted to do. Fratu excitedly said, Let's go out for a bit. The ruins echoed with a worried voice. If Shink finds out, he'll be angry that day. Another naive voice replied reassuringly, It's okay as long as we don't get caught. Fratu stretched out his arms and swayed, trying to convince Natura, Let's just go to the nearby village for a bit, it's no big deal. Natura looked at Fratu's eager and expectant face, considered it for a moment, and finally, he had to compromise. Alright, it's been ages since I felt nature, Fratu cheered. Awesome, so awesome, Natura. You're the best. Natura turned to the others. What about you guys? Bakke hesitated. No thanks, I'm scared of going outside, I'm not going anywhere. Vidi closed his eyes briefly, drew a few circles in the air with his pen, and said, I don't want to either. In comics, the characters who go out on their own are usually the first to die, Fratu grumbled. Ugh. So unlucky. Natura raised her hand, invitingly. What about... Is West-san... West hesitated a bit. He suddenly remembered San's scary, angry face. Thinking about it, he suddenly went quiet, not having the energy to discuss it further. Wet cleverly declined. You guys go. I'm not feeling too well. Natura still smiled. Is that so? Fratu was a little bummed, muttering, So weak. At this moment, the fog thickened, making the lush green forest seem even gloomier than usual. Green leaves and long stretches of plants spread in all directions, and a series of vibrations appeared from within the earth. Natura and Fratu were standing on a towering tree branch, comfortably observing the space below. The two jumped from the branch to the ground, a sense of relaxation and joy clearly on their faces. Ah, it's been so long since I smelled nature again. Hee, this power is so convenient, Fratu quickly suggested. Let's go to the village nearby for a bit. The two were chatting happily when they suddenly noticed something approaching. It was the representative heroes from various regions, each exuding insane killing intent. Miel wasn't wearing her usual mask, revealing the patterns printed on her face. Hassan and Kafega were both armed, as if they were about to enter a life-or-death battle. Especially behind them was Medius, her purple eyes accentuating her coldness. Fratu and Natura were momentarily stunned by the murderous auras. Huh? What's that? On this side, Authority was moving hastily, closely followed by his secretary. She asked, Han is holding a press conference. That's right. Authority finally made a decision that left the secretary bewildered. I'm going to accept the challenge that Medius proposed. What? The secretary broke out in a cold sweat, confirming again, you're kidding. Right, I'm not kidding. This is the only way for me to win. Authority's words suddenly cut off. He seemed to have realized something. No wonder in Authority's tense face, Medius was definitely not someone who would easily fall for it. It seems it was not the first time participating in a debate like this. So she possesses such a cheat-like ability. How can we possibly win? What do you mean? Authority seemed to know the power that Medius was hiding. On this side, the battle between the Natura siblings and the representative heroes was a fierce one. Fratu was seriously injured in many places, with blood splattered all over his body. Natura was a little better, but also terribly miserable. Medius only stood behind and watched, but her killing intent was the strongest. On this side, Authority revealed Medius's shocking ability to reverse time. Looking at Medius's indifferent expression, it's hard to tell that she hides such a terrifying ability. Somewhere, a fierce battle was taking place. An image of Medius appeared, with eyes that seemed sad but were full of ghoul and terrifying. The secretary asked with a surprised expression, "You can reverse time?" Authority turned his head and affirmed. He said with certainty, "Yes, no wonder the more we debated, the more things went off track. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." He gritted his teeth and said, "She has rewound the debate countless times and changed the future into one that benefits her." Hearing this, the secretary asked, puzzled, "Then how can we defeat her?" Authority replied slowly, "Luckily, she has a weakness." He glanced at the secretary and instructed, "Look at what I just sent you." She immediately looked at the iPad screen and observed. Authority calmly asked if she noticed anything different. At this moment, an image of Medius appeared on the screen. The first scene looked very normal at first glance, but in the second scene, a small change suddenly appeared. The ends of her hair began to change, a dark purple color appeared, and the length of her hair seemed to stretch out in an instant. After watching for a moment, the secretary seemed to realize the issue and replied, "Her hair got a little longer? I feel like it did, right?" Authority's eyes were calm but full of meaning, as if he had seen through all the secrets. He emphasized once again, "Yes," he calmly continued. "Why do you think that is?" The secretary hesitated slightly before offering her guess. "Because she has too many dark thoughts." At this answer, he paused for a second, and then reacted with dissatisfaction. "Are you kidding me?" Authority also discovered a secret. Although this woman can reverse the time of everything around her, she can't do that to herself, he said confidently. He then related it to the image of Medius being injured, and used it as an example for the clueless secretary to understand. That means if she gets injured, she won't be able to reverse the injury. Authority affirmed his understanding, believing that she would return to the past with the injury. Speaking to this point, he thought smugly, "So, the moment I accepted her challenge, I knew for sure that I would win." The secretary then asked worriedly, "But wouldn't someone who has the ability to control the flow of time also be physically strong?" He hurriedly reminded her, "Have you forgotten?" Authority revealed a vicious look, saying, "I also possess the ability to control time." The secretary widened her eyes in surprise. Speechless, Authority's voice was steady as he stated, "To put it bluntly, I've been controlling time for longer than she has." He chuckled, his tone full of confidence. "I will win." His old face became wrinkled. His sharp eyes looked forward, and he continued, "Perhaps this is the destiny of those who possess the ability to control time. We use our abilities by trading our lives." The image of Medius flashed in his mind. In another development, the ability users were fighting fiercely with the vine monsters. Natura, covered in injuries, gasped for breath, looking up and sighing, "Phew." At this moment, the vines of the plants grew longer and longer, attacking everyone. Kafega coldly swung a powerful slash of his sword, causing them to be cut into many fragments. He glared uncomfortably and reminded, "Plant control. This ability isn't suitable for killing people, you know?" The vine tendrils revived and charged straight forward, followed by a determined voice. "But I like it.
I can admire the beautiful curves of the plants.
Let me tell you, as soon as the words finished, a powerful yellow blade swung up.
Seeing this, Natura widened his eyes in horror, as if he saw the danger about to happen. Kafega quickly swung his sword to block each attack, but Natura wasn't as lucky. He was slashed across his body by thousands of cuts. Natura painfully flew backward, and blood constantly poured from the wounds on his skin. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Kafega turned to look at the opponent with angry eyes, threatening, "My sword also has curves."
Ah, jeez. At the same time, a hammer appeared from above, crashing down. A cool young man appeared before the full moon. He was swooping down from above. He slammed the hammer into the ground, creating an earth-shattering blow. The surrounding rocks and soil were blown into dust and smoke.
The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone looked at the person with a puzzled expression.
This person was none other than Hassan, the ability user. He arrogantly used the hammer in his hand to hit an innocent person, and he slowly said,
"You can seal a user's ability for 24 hours by hitting them hard on the head, I swear."
Hassan, that arrogant dude, pointed right at Kafega, threateningly like, "Yo, Miel Karega, the headhunter?" Then, out of nowhere, he glanced over at Praetor and confidently ordered, "Get that hood off the guy in the back, I can't see his face." Meanwhile, on the other side, Miel, the ability user with the mysterious mask, just stared at her hand and mumbled. Now Mikkel, the shape-shifting sword, with a kinda creepy face, said, "Based on the mask's color, her abilities change accordingly." And with a quick flick of her wrist, everything in front of her got blasted with a freezing power, like whoosh! Even Natura got caught. He couldn't dodge in time, and his legs were stuck solid in ice, totally immobile. Miel looked up and commanded, "We'll take him down first. The current color is blue, which means ice powers." Natura, freaked out, glanced back and asked, "Pray, how much longer? Are you still not grown up?" Natura, clutching his chest in pain, confessed, "It'll be a while yet."
He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were determined. "I'll be back to my prime soon enough." Natura gritted his teeth and kept attacking those creeping vine things.
The full moon was almost hidden by the dark clouds, and the faint light faded away, with only weak rays shining through the gaps. Prior, his eyes full of hope, mumbled, "Just a little more." The surroundings seemed to sink into darkness, bringing a chilling and eerily still feeling. A light breeze blew past, carrying an unusual coldness, making the atmosphere even heavier. Natura stood there, gritting his teeth and taking the hits.
Prior was still clinging to hope, but his eyes were now totally blank.
He muttered, "Just a little more." The moonlight was mixed with a touch of black, so it didn't look pure anymore.
Prior's lips twitched slightly, then he shouted,
"Ah!" At that moment, Prior appeared with a new look. He was buffed, bursting with energy, and his face was wrinkle-free. He exclaimed happily, "It's done. This is it. Being young is the best." This is Praetor's current body, 23 years old, with peak physical abilities.
He stepped forward, clenched his fists, and said with total confidence, "Time is on my side now." Hearing him say that, Medius popped up out of nowhere, grinning like a Cheshire cat.
Natura's group was stunned, and their eyes widened as they looked at her.
Prior asked, annoyed, "What are you laughing at?" Medius casually retorted, "It's funny listening to your nonsense."
He snapped, "Nonsense how?" Everyone's face was blank as they waited for the answer. Hassan smirked from behind, like he knew something was up. Medius, with eerie eyes, said coldly, "It's not on your side." Suddenly, a quick montage flashed through her mind, rewinding to the past.
Medius's eyes widened in horror as the two people in front of her were brutally attacked. Their faces were swollen, and they were covered in injuries.
Natura got punched so hard he spat out blood.
Prior beside him also didn't fare any better, and was beaten to a pulp.
Kafega, face sharp and cold, swung his sword to attack. He used his ultimate move to completely finish off Masked Meal. Hassan's giant hammer was once again raised high.
He flew into the sky, and then delivered a fatal blow to Natura's group. One by one they were struck on the head like a bolt from the blue, but they no longer had the strength to resist.
Both of them, heads red and swollen, could hear Medius's voice ringing out, "As long as I'm alive." Hassan, ever the cold and ruthless one, stood watching them. Medius slowly revealed her plan with a smug grin. "Time will always be on my side." The room was dark and quiet, with only a small beam of light shining down from the ceiling. Authority leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, his secretary opened the door and entered. "Candidate." He opened his eyes and questioned, "Have all the reporters gathered?" She immediately denied. "It's not about that. There's something important you need to see. This video was just uploaded." Authority looked at her, puzzled. The video started with a kid's silly king prank. Abruptly, an emergency news bulletin cut in. Medius appeared. Greetings viewers, this is Medius. She also showed 2 other faces. Tonight I've apprehended the prisoners from the 3rd level and Natura. Both prisoners are tied up. And, under strict guard in a locked room, Kafega was also there, sword on his shoulder, standing straight as an arrow. Beside them were Hassan and Mienji, supervised by 3 representative heroes from the area. Medius continued narrating her plans. Initially, I intended to handle them on the spot via elimination, but since I'm still a civilian, I'll temporarily hand them over to the government. The final decision will depend on who's the association president next week. The girl flashed a confident smile. Oh, and one more thing about the duel with authority. A proposal given the current situation. Let's put that off until after this matter is resolved. I'll arrange a schedule with authority. Now instead of internal disputes, we should focus on capturing the villains. That sly grin blossomed on her face. I believe authority will understand this as well. Concluding, Medius bowed slightly to the screen. That's all, I'm Medius. The screen then went dark. Authority frowned after watching the video. The secretary continued her report. Also, there's an invitation for a dialogue with Medius. She asked for his opinion while the president was deep in thought. How would you like to respond? As a result, Authority was now sitting on the sofa, asking, what's their angle? He called out her nickname. The girl replayed the time. Medius faced him and replied, it seems you've already noticed. Authority affirmed. It's not just me. Other time manipulators have noticed too. Medius remained perfectly calm. Just as you said, I am a time manipulator, the girl shared honestly. However, I can't rewind my own time. Authority automatically understood and continued, and the time you can rewind is limited, he further deduced. A week, or 10 days at most. If you could rewind infinitely, you would have rewinded the jailbreak already, the girl agreed. That's right. Outside, the light was turning to dusk. The world government, to avoid social chaos, hid that truth even after Sin's broadcast ended, so I couldn't get accurate information at the time. Medius exuded an air of mystery. Just as you guessed, I can rewind time by 1 week. That means I know information a week ahead of everyone else. Authority rubbed his chin. The election results aren't out yet in a week, are they? She agreed instantly. That's right. His normal expression vanished as he glared. Tell me this information. What's your purpose? Is this process necessary for you to win? She shared, without hesitation. During the debate with you, I realized that clumsily probing or avoiding questions would be seen as a bad move. So, I chose to be direct. The lights inside were dim and weak. Furthermore, Medius directly brought up something. We're both time manipulators, right? She looked friendly. To a senior with the same ability as you, I wanted to comfortably share my story. Authority dismissed that idea entirely. Saying it like that makes it sound like you want to create a bond with me, but I don't intend to have that later on. She gave a sad smile. Is that so? That's a shame. So their little chat was over, and the young lady got up, saying she'd see him at the next debate. But Authority stopped her like, I'm curious about something. He was all, why is your emblem a capybara? I thought you'd have some kind of physical ability or something. Her badge gleamed and Medius just shrugged, making up a reason. Just 'cause it's cute. Everything went down as planned after that. Thanks to Medius's achievements. Atresia gave a serious look forward. He's the regional hero representing Authority, and he's from India. Next up was Anarigo from Africa, a regional hero representing Lipus's side. They were all staring at that capybara badge that had switched to Medius's team. The debate building was a total red flag. Plus, the second debate was cancelled, 'cause all 3 candidates agreed. Meanwhile, some people were watching the video Medius put out. Stoka wasn't mad about the prisoner's sudden moves. She just scowled, annoyed that someone with such a bothersome ability showed up. Skur's annoyance with Medius just kept growing. Kingstone was still focused on building up his inner energy. Meanwhile, despite Medius showing up, he smiled, pleased with the progress. People were quietly chasing their own goals. Seo Kang Yu let out a hot breath, his eyes blazing. The government was also super tense, or trying to build the world they thought was right. Still busy doing their thing. The election venue was empty, day after day, time flew by, and it was finally time for the third debate. Mute grabbed the mic and kicked things off. Hello everyone, I'm Mute, your moderator for today. This is the final debate, right? The clock was set for 60 minutes, since it was the finale, giving each candidate plenty of time to speak. The guilds were set up too. This time, the speaking order would be in reverse order of the candidate numbers. The clock was reset, with a maximum of 10 minutes per speech. They had plenty of limits, 3 rebuttals, and when the clock hit 0, they'd still follow the old rules. If all 3 candidates ran out of time, the debate would end. Mute spread his arms out. Alright, let's welcome the candidates. Lipus Guild's in first place. Lipus, rocking her usual bunny ears, stepped out. The girl's eyes were super determined for this debate. Lysipus number 2. with a simple clock symbol. Authority, hands in his pockets, casually walked out, his face not giving anything away. Authority. And the final candidate with the capybara badge, number 3. Everyone looked surprised as Medius walked out. Mute was stunned for a second too. The viewers outside were all gaping. A strange, dark hair fluttered past. Medius showed up looking totally different. But her eyes were still the same, you know? Medius kicked off the final debate. The candidates went to their spots, but they didn't start right away. Before we start, I need to confirm something, Meow pointed at her and asked. Kinda hesitant. You're Medius, right? She was all like, yep, that's me. Medius asked the moderator, can I start? Mute was like, sure, go ahead, let the debate begin. The young lady confidently started. Hello everyone, I'm Medius. Today, during this debate, I want to reveal my ability. This move of hers was super unexpected. I'm a time manipulator. The people outside were all staring at the screen. Even just by looking, you've probably realized I can't reverse time for myself, but I can reverse the time of the world. She just blurted it out. Before coming to the third debate, I reversed time a bunch of times to gather info. Medius dropped her useful information. And right now, I know the location of Alpha's base and all the info on the enemy. Authority just quietly stared at her without saying a word. Medius kept asserting, if I'm chosen as president, I'll use this info too. Licker's eyes popped out in shock. The vision she painted was of the city drowning in flames. Attacking Alpha World's base and starting an all-out war, I promised to choose the future, with the least casualties for the civilians. She touched her chest and swore, and even if I have to trade all my time, I'll try to end this thing as safely as possible. That's all. All eyes shifted to the next candidate. After Medius's speech, it was Authority's turn. Just a few seconds passed before he announced, I've decided. He was serious when he said it, supporting Medius and dropping out of the race. Lepus's jaw dropped. What? Medius, on the other hand, was totally chill. Going back to an earlier moment, she was having a secret meeting with Authority. Why do you call me Authority? He cut straight to the chase like he didn't even notice. Didn't you see this future already? Didn't you know what I was going to say? He was super annoyed. You've been reversing time countless times, right? Thanks to that, I feel like I've had 1,000,000 cups of coffee with just 1 cup. So what did you do during that time? Medius smirked and replied, I'll explain it during the debate. He pondered for a bit before continuing. Medius, after thinking it over, I realized. Authority expressed his opinion. You're the most suitable person to resolve this situation. He also foreshadowed what he would say, so I decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I support you, it'll be easier to get elected because that rabbit's approval rating is currently rock bottom, you know. Medius didn't get excited too soon. Of course, you have a condition, right? Authority admitted. That's right. He got deeper into the issue. As you know, the term of the president this time will end when the current situation is resolved. A deal was being made between them, so my condition is that you don't run in the next election. Medius agreed. Okay, Authority, I accept that offer. Authority tilted his head, suspicious. Looks like you're hiding something, aren't you? I don't believe you'd accept so easily. She still looked friendly. You're trying to help me. Why would I refuse? But Authority wasn't done yet. Finally, as a senior in the field of time manipulation, I have some advice for you. He said something full of hidden meaning. Don't mistake controlling time as meaning time is on your side. He sincerely advised. Time is always fair and terrifyingly strange. Medius listened to that with the smile gone from her face. I'll keep it in mind. Lepus, at this point, was so angry she shouted, Hey! She kept blaming and scolding. If you were gonna do that, why even bother joining the debate? You should have just bailed before it started, he replied coldly. That's my business. Authority didn't even glance at her. And it's still my turn, right? Lycopus retorted. You said you'd withdraw, so what does time even mean to you? But he cut her off. I haven't officially withdrawn yet, Authority suggested. You, the host, could you please mute that rabbit? It's my turn, and she's making so much noise I can't even speak. The girl holding the mic was understandably bewildered. Lepus questioned. Making noise, she angrily retorted. I have the right to 3 complaints, and I'm using my time to talk to him legitimately. He frowned, raising his hand to concede. Fine, keep spouting nonsense. I'll give you all my time, host. Give her all my time and mute me. Please mute all the surrounding sounds too. I don't want to waste any more words on her. Lepus gestured towards the door. This greedy old man messing with me. If that's how it is, then get lost. Authority held up his hands in explanation. If I were greedy, I wouldn't withdraw or give you my time, you silly rabbit. Suddenly, Medius raised her hand. Well, I've said everything I needed to. Can I leave now? Better to use this time to find more info on the enemy? Lepus frowned. Where are you going again? My time isn't up yet. The girl holding the mic looked around at the squabble, bewildered. Is this what they call a debate? The sunlight streamed in through the window. Time ticked by. The clock struck, and the final debate finally ended. The whole city was silent. The result: Medius's face was emotionless. The fourth president of the Hero Association, Medius. The world government immediately confirmed the election results and summoned Medius. She entered the meeting room. The representatives stared intensely. Facing her was BZ. Here, Medius shared all the information she had gathered, along with her predictions about the future. His face stern, he said. The world government pledges to fully support Medius, sparing no assistance. Also, update the current situation of Seo Kang Yu. Medius's face softened with a hint of sadness. Thinking about how he was being treated, she finally spoke. I see. After exchanging information, the room was dark with a faint light flickering. As she was walking, she heard someone calling her and turned her head. The fourth association president, Ido, approached her, saying sympathetically, "The ability to turn back time, hearing the same thing over and over must be exhausting, huh? You've experienced that countless times, haven't you?" He looked gloomy. "Even though this is the first time I'm saying this, you've probably heard it many times already, mice. There's no room for repetition in this world." She remained silent. Ido said sincerely, "Please remember my words." After the meeting with the world government, Mice met with the heroes, urging them to cooperate with her policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow Machias, but the biggest problem was Lippis. She rubbed her forehead wearily and sighed when she met Lispis to talk. "How many times have we had this conversation, I wonder?" Lispis replied coldly. "Really, I feel like this is the first time we've talked." The sound of their conversation echoed in the room. "I've refuted that answer countless times. A strong person like you can't possibly not feel a little uneasy. So how are you planning to persuade me this time?" Menes said frankly. "There's no need to persuade you." "I respect your opinion, Lippis. Even so, you are still a very important factor. Please maintain your beliefs. But I hope you will participate in this operation plan," Lippis said. "You don't need to say that. I'll participate anyway." At the Grand Hero Association building, Authority smiled, putting his hands in his pockets cheerfully. "Congratulations on your election as the fourth president," Mace said politely. "Thank you," Authority looked at her expression. "Judging by your face, you didn't manage to convince that rabbit, huh? A weak woman who can't even kill a villain." Mace didn't think so. She denied. "You could say she is very steadfast in her beliefs." He was amused. "Get everything done quickly, fourth president. I'm really looking forward to your first speech. If you need any advice, I'm always available." Mekis bowed slightly, her hands over her chest. The Magus emblem appeared. The first speech of the Fourth Hero Association president, Medius. She was on the podium. "Hello. To all members of the Hero Association, I am Medius, the Fourth Association president." The avatars of the three equality appeared inside, depicting a bird spreading its wings along with the scales of justice. She presented. "The reason I summoned you all here today is to announce the selection of the third generation of equality before proceeding with the operation." Those sitting below had sharp eyes. "These are the names I have chosen." Suddenly, the symbol started blazing, emitting a powerful light, and there's Amir Xafega, casually slinging his sword over his shoulder. "Oh, and that's the red-haired girl, straight out of another dimension. We've got the tall, brooding guy, alchemist, alter ego, and bringing up the rear is the bunny girl with the rabbit barrier, Lip." The crowd below is losing it. Surprised? Angry? The whole shebang. Medius just stares straight at the dude in front and calls out, "Authority." She's got this little smirk playing on her lips. "Yep, and leading the team is gonna be Authority. That's all I have to say." He's all furrowed brows and gaping mouth, totally confused. Medius picking the IQ team has the heroes all kinds of shit. Lippis is so surprised her eyes nearly pop out. Cafega's keeping quiet, not saying a word. At the meeting, Medius gives Authority a sly smile and says, "Authority, after the briefing, could I steal a few minutes? I need some advice." Authority raises an eyebrow, but doesn't turn her down. Later, the two of them meet in a kind of shadowy room. Authority starts, "Looks like you were hiding something, and it's this, huh?" Medius is all nonchalant. "I wasn't planning on hiding anything. If you'd asked, I'd have told you." He scoffs, then says, "I'm not keen on working with people I don't vibe with. Talk about a headache. That's why I suggested you as the leader. Authority's all. You think they'll listen to me?" Medius grins, soft voice and all. "Authority, if you join Igua and Toa Snack on this op, your chances of winning the next election will skyrocket." He's totally unfazed. "No need, I'm a shoo-in for the next election. That bunny's no match for me." She's like, "You sure about that?" If Leopis participates in this campaign as an IQ member and gets a ton of credit, she could be a real threat in the next election. Authority scoffs. No way that's happening. She keeps throwing out scenarios. Oh, what if another variable power user like me throws their hat in the ring next time? He suddenly goes quiet, not saying a word. Medius keeps laying it on thick. If you help me out on this, I'll use my powers to help you win the next election. Authority's kinda taken aback by her offer. Authority, lend me your strength. If you back me, your power within the guild will grow, and that'll give you a major leg up when you aim for the guild master spot next. He listens to Medius's pitch, thinking it over, then finally says, well, in the timeline you experienced, it seems like I was on your team anyway. Judging by how you haven't time-traveled back, that must be the case. Got it. Guess we're wasting time here then. Fine, I'll help you out. But remember to keep your promise about helping me in the upcoming election. Medius shoots back immediately. Got it. She suddenly went silent, then said with a blank face, the more I talk to you, the more interesting I find you. Authority didn't understand why she was saying that. Medius slowly explained. Most heroes, when they talk to me, ask if they'll survive this operation. But you've never asked that, not even once. Authority was a bit surprised by this. He then said, because I can't imagine a future where I die. The only future I see is me as chairman. Focus on planning the operation and finish this thing already, because the next chairman is definitely me, Authority lightly urged her. Medius once again explained her reasons for choosing Team IQ through the presentation, and received agreement from the heroes. And just like that, the third generation of Team IQ was chosen. Medius named this operation Operation Annihilation. To counter the moves from the Hero Association, Shink sent invitations worldwide. However, because Medius had prior information about who accepted SK's invitation, she dispatched heroes to eliminate most of them before the letters even arrived. This resulted in very few people joining SK's ranks. Canis observed those standing outside and said, fewer than I thought. Just then, Terra, who was a physical type, called out, hey Alphagon, why are we only ranked class 3? Sorhai, a physical type, Nutius, a special type, and Asen, an anomaly type, all simultaneously looked towards them. We don't think we're any worse than those guys. Varus, a physical type man, frowned and asked, where's Seung Hoan? Shink smiled and said to them, make a big contribution in this battle, and I'll upgrade your rank. If your contribution is truly extraordinary, you might even get a reward. As for Seung Hoan, he's training separately. They all fell silent. No one said anything, each lost in their own thoughts. Then, in the still of the night, in the dark night sky, giant fireballs stained the space above Sam's base red. Of course, there's no way she wouldn't notice such a big commotion. Shink looked at his hands that were creating the fire and said, red, huh? Looks like my luck isn't so bad today. Canis, looking at the fireballs in the sky, shouted worriedly, Sin, C.A. Fireballs are appearing in the sky, she calmly replied. I'm looking at them too. In the quiet night sky, extremely large fireballs were slowly descending towards their base. Then, Stelka quickly created a large purple shield to block those fireballs. But Team IA was prepared in advance. Kafega stood on a giant carrot, holding a sword. He spoke an incantation, Arob, then used his sword to shatter the purple shield covering the area. They quickly shattered into pieces, and the fireballs immediately fell, destroying an entire area. Of course, the level of attack was extremely terrible, the level of impact was very large. Authority and Lepus stood not too far away, observing. He clicked his tongue and said, if you summoned Messer and covered it with fireballs, the power would be even greater. But she refuses to do so, Lepus immediately argued back. I've said it many times, doing that would make the power too great, harming even allied heroes. Authority glanced at her. If teammates die at that level, they should just quit being heroes. Lephapus was extremely upset with his words. You should be the one quitting. Hey, I'm the leader, you know? Just then, Terapia popped up from behind like, alright, break it up, you two. Let's get moving to the coordinates the chairwoman gave us. Stat. Authority, with a sly grin, asked them, Okay, is everyone ready to roll? Wipe out those cancer cells, Hero Association, let's move out. Operation Extermination officially begins. This is the Council Theum Medius put together. Mute. Special ability. Sound dampening. Responsible for security. She can create soundproof spaces to prevent eavesdropping. Grove. Special ability. Protection. Responsible for security. Measures to prevent any assassinations targeting Medius. Ethiopia. Special ability. Genius Mechanical Engineer. Responsible for communications. In charge of the communication devices used to transmit directives. This council had a meeting and concluded that, if we don't have information about where Shink is headed, we can't act. M crossed her arms and piped up. Strange. How were they able to use our attack against us at Ruculus prison? Could there be a mole? That information, Medius said seriously. After we take out SK, we'll use mind reading to find out.
She placed her hands on the table, telling everyone to get back to the meeting. Now let's focus on the mission. Yes. Association chairwoman Medius has spent 2 years of her life preparing for this mission. She spent that time thinking alone.
Medius lay sprawled on the chair, hugging a pillow tight, taking a snooze.
She munched slowly on cotton candy, just eating away, etc.
Medius held a stack of papers. Let's try to prevent the death of even one hero. That's the motive behind this planning. So she plans to rewind time as soon as a dangerous situation occurs. Looking slightly tired, she raised a hand to her head. This ability is so inconvenient, it'd be great if I could rewind my own time and keep my memories. It's truly an extraordinary ability. Aren't you being too greedy?
Medius kept rewinding time, creating the future she wanted with the council. She's rewound time way too many times. Is she dreaming of the perfect future?
Authority leaned slightly, shoving one hand in his pocket, saying, But Min told her that time is fair, you know?
A purple beam of light went off, rewinding time over and over.
A circle was created, just like a mirror, and it reflected Medius's image. However, the future you want won't appear. Medius set powerful heroes to fight the enemy. A voice rang out. Area representative heroes, please handle the level 2 villains who accepted the invitation, along with level 3 or higher villains.
What? Lippis looked ahead blankly, wrinkling her face as she asked.
She's the villain I have to deal with. The girl looked annoyed. The equality members will handle them. Ugh, how indecent. That girl is named Censura. Special ability, censorship.
She thinks the world needs a healthy mindset. Anything she deems indecent, she'll photograph and lock them up in those photos.
Censura frowned and yelled,
Ugh, too indecent, too indecent, too indecent.
Lippis bit her lip, clenching her fist. Wasn't Medius putting me here to deal with her, since I'd have an advantage over her? She's clearly a terrible match for me.
She raised her hands, and a light appeared along with a bunny cloak that covered her body.
Lippis tugged at the cloak and asked the girl, Hey, is this okay now? No, why not?
She asked worriedly.
What are the standards? What are the standards?
Censura immediately shouted.
It's what I think. How would you understand? It'll change depending on how I feel in different situations.
The girl held the camera in her hand, ready to take a picture. You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why are you wearing that stuff everywhere? Are you a pervert?
Lippis, hearing that, gritted her teeth in anger. You little brat. She swung her arm, using her power to send Censura crashing to the ground.
This is what I wanted, you know?
Ugh, Lippis continued, fuming.
I like that bun.
So what? She raised her hand and spoke into it. Medius? You there? Yes, Lippis, what's up?
She angrily yelled. Weren't you the one who said I'd have the upper hand here? Are you trying to put me in a disadvantageous situation so I die? You're a member of Equality, and you're complaining so much about dealing with a level 3 villain? Shut up. Censura lay unconscious on the ground.
You wouldn't kill a villain, right? That's why I put you in charge of a villain who's unlikely to kill others. She's someone we won't have problems with, even if she escapes.
Lippis then spoke up.
Are you making fun of me?
Furthermore, she glanced at the camera lying on the ground. There are civilians in the photo she kept imprisoned. If we casually kill her, there's a high chance those civilians will die.
Lippis silently observed and listened to Medius. That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now?
She lifted Censura up and said to the other side.
This troublesome kid, but I'm an adult now, shut it. The full moon shone brightly in the sky, its gentle rays illuminating the ground below.
Kafea, with a fierce expression, walked forward, gripping his sword tightly. Then, a voice rang out.
How fortunate. He looked up at the girl, sitting on the building. She looked down at Kafea and said, I've been wanting to meet you. You're still looking at me calmly, huh, Sai? She jumped down from above. To think I'd meet both individuals known as sword gods. Today must be a special day, a good day to die. Although I asked to learn from that sword god, I was rejected, because she said she hadn't achieved the swordsmanship she wanted.
Kafega continued to stare intently, without saying a word. Ahem. The girl drew her sword.
Light shone around her. What is a sword? I have slain countless lives, but I still don't understand. The mercilessly killed. Because I wanted to achieve enlightenment.
Drops of blood splattered on his face, however. I achieved enlightenment from an unexpected place.
The girl, her eyes glowing red, raised her weapon high. The sword in her hand, along with her body, was enveloped in a surge of power.
Kafega calmly drew his sword. She dashed forward, her red eyes flashing with a light.
He stood still, and used a special move. And she was immediately seriously injured, spitting out blood. Kafega then spoke. It's not a tool you wield for yourself, but something you wield for others.
In a corner of the city, under a dreamy purple night sky, a hand was raised to shield the forehead. Authority stood still, observing something. He raised his head and looked at a guy standing on the building.
That must be the one I'm in charge of.
The guy glanced at Authority and asked,
You're Authority. You're a bit old, but despite that, your fighting spirit is pretty good. It's a shame Emil didn't come here, but you'll do.
Yo, his voice made the dude stop in his tracks.
Authority grabbed his own tie like, I hate trash that talks big like they're hot stuff.
He yanked that tie off. Boom. Words are a waste. I'll just kill ya punk.
The mutant took Authority's punch to the gut like a champ. His hand went all claw-like, fingers spreading wide with sharp nails popping out.
He tried to swing back, but Authority dodged it. Smooth.
The mutant clutched his stomach. Damn, that's a heavy hit, a real banger. And like I thought, the speed ramps up with time acceleration, real fast, crazy fast. Authority raised an eyebrow, totally confused by the mumbling.
The mutant pulled out his sword.
Feels good to cut something worthwhile, but Authority cut him off. What the hell is this trash talking about? Authority clued him in. I haven't even used my time powers yet.
The mutant was like,
huh. Before he could finish, he ate a kick to the face. I just dodged. Ya trash. Red blood splattered as the mutant went flying. His head was bleeding, and he groaned. Authority sneered. Still can't dodge that, even after transforming. Enhancement types have levels too, ya garbage, he muttered. If I actually used my time powers here. The mutant panicked. Wait, hold on. But Authority didn't care. He charged, quadrupling his speed to finish him off. The enhanced mutant's head exploded. Splat. Wait for what? Blood rained down his face. Think you could fight back with more time? Get lost, you trash. And that's how a hero fight ends well. The big three equality guys smoothly beat a level 3 criminal. Lepus had the girl with the camera trapped in a bubble. Lepus was standing there alone when someone called out. Authority suddenly popped up, making the girl jump and scream. She recognized Authority, and he was all, Crazy rabbit, I knew it. She was confused. Knew what? The perp Lepus is holding is still passed out. Why drag that camera girl along instead of just killing her? Authority rolled up his sleeves, dropping the nice guy act. I'll send her to hell. But Lepus started arguing nonsense. The old man wasn't backing down. Then I'll just blast that protection bubble too. Lepus wasn't scared and started drawing a magic circle. Try it. But then someone telepathically messaged them. Authority, please calm down. It was Medius, chatting with them in their heads. There are civilians trapped in her bubble. Just bring her back to the jail. We'll deal with her later. He was still salty. What if she escapes? Medius assured him. Authority, in all the futures I've seen, that camera girl never becomes a problem, he asked. She'll die within a week. Right, Medius replied. I haven't seen that yet. She clarified what she does. I'm not tracking every day right now, just observing by the hour. Authority yelled. By the hour, Medius. What kind of future are you painting? She answered with a picture. If you're drawing a big picture, even if there are mistakes, you need to keep going until it's done ASAP. Then the drawing disappeared. If you keep drawing a bit, erasing, redrawing, when will you ever finish? She was super confident in her plan. Even if it takes longer, I won't let a hero die. Authority looked at his blood-covered hand and reminded her, Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry it all alone. Heroes dying is unavoidable. She was still resolute. Even so, I'll do everything I can. He didn't argue with her either. You're the president now, so I'll listen to you. He still wouldn't let go of that criminal. But then, let's look at the future a week from now. Based on that progress, we'll decide this girl's fate, Medius said softly, and followed through. Understood. In her mind, the bloody memories of the heroes flashed. Again and again, it repeated more and more. Medius's eyes widened in surprise. And she reported back, Authority, according to the results after I experience the future, she doesn't become a variable, and she reaffirmed after being escorted, she'll be imprisoned without any issues. He tentatively accepted. All right, let's drop it. The people in the strategy room listened silently to Authority. Then he seriously questioned, will we win the war? Medius hesitated. Victory seems possible, but if things go as they are, some heroes will die. He wasn't too surprised, it was inevitable. Medius was still focused on her goal. Authority, if there's a way to save them, I should try, even if it consumes all my time. He sighed in annoyance. You? Then Authority turned away. Still, you have to leave some time for my election. They ended the conversation too. Understood. Lycopus was curious. Election? What are you two talking about? He turned around and gruffly ordered. Shut up, Rabbit. Prepare to move to the next area. Those in the meeting room were actively discussing. President, are we sure of victory? Victory seems certain, so let's focus on reducing hero casualties. Medius shared with them. But there was one strange point, she pondered. Even if all the villains from Alpha World were wiped out in the battle, each name she mentioned. Steve. Next was a black guy, Therapy, also in the villain group. There was the calm Ahura, and the girl with the crazy vibe, and Seung Hoan, who they couldn't underestimate either. She blurted out something that shocked everyone there. They aren't appearing. They discussed. What, if that's the case, then almost half of the main force hasn't joined the battle. Did they run away? It is suspicious. Lucky we listened to authority this time. They became more urgent. We should speed up the process, and then look further into the future. Their side was doing great. The heroes followed Medeus's instructions, wiping out each villain. In a multi-story building, gloomy and with few people around, Shink appeared through the mirror. Is everyone ready? The abilities were all directed towards her. My lords have given their approval. She was very serious, as the symbols in her eyes glowed. You all must have felt it too, right? Something is off with the flow of time. They listened silently as she said, Medeus, he mistakenly believes that time is on his side. Her spatial gate emitted countless mysterious dark energies. My lords. Shink turned and instructed them. But time is truly our ally. Go forth and teach them a lesson. Xiao Benzu nodded to her. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth spoke up. Seo Kang Yu, the one who defeated Seung Hoan. Maladiti cracked his shoulders. When is he coming? Tujin raised an eyebrow. It's been a while since I had a decent fight. Sync was disappearing behind the gate too, so Emil's here already. They're heading out with a common goal for Alpha's glory. 4th Task Force. Let's go. Hassan sighed in relief. All right. He had a smug look on his face. Bookkit secured, stammering. Too easy, huh? She wondered. Hassan, do I really not need to do anything? He replied with a frown. Yeah, it's best if you don't use your powers. I can't hold back. Hearing that, she felt a bit sulky. You're so mean, Hassan said confidently. Seriously though, these second-floor guys are pushovers, Pocket inquired. The equality folks will handle floor 34B. Right? He responded. Yeah, looks like we're stuck on floor 2. He sounded a little bored. From afar, a man dressed like a cowboy approached the two of them, puffing on a cigar with a disdainful look. Verakus greeted them. Pleasure to meet you, heroes. The two of them were shocked. Oh crap, it's Veratus, the physical enhancement type. Varus is one of the members of the Tragic Villain website, specializing in hero bounty hunting, a professional hero bounty hunter. She couldn't keep calm and was trembling to the point of losing control of her words. 44, Hassan reminded her. Calm down, Pocket. He revealed a clear contempt for the enemy. We've got Medeus too. There must have been arrangements made. Whether it's floor 4 or 5, my hammer will take care of it in one swing. Vercaris just looked at them without saying a word. Hassan planned on the spot. You two work together. Somehow get his hat off. Just put all your strength into hitting the top of his head once. He was skeptical. The top of the head. Looks like Veracruz realized something. Ah. You're the one who targets the head to seal off abilities, huh? He replied. That's right, he wondered. What's the regional hero's bounty? I remember it being quite generous, he suggested. I've always wanted to ask you something. Hassan felt confused. Varius took off his hat, directing the top of his head towards him. How about this case? I have 2 cowlicks. Hassan was surprised. 2 cowlicks? 2 cowlicks, he nodded. That's right, he doubted. What does that have to do with my ability? Doesn't having 2 cowlicks mean having 2 tops of the head, meaning you have to hit 2 spots? Pocket stood aside, witnessing the confrontation between the two of them. He retorted. What? People only have 1 top of the head, he argued. Really? Don't bald people have no top of the head? Hassan explained. Nonsense. There's no one without a top of the head. On the contrary, I like hitting bald guys the most, because the top of their head is so clearly visible. Varus sighed. I see. A new piece of information, he teased. Before you poke fun at bald people, you should get yourself checked out too. Hassan wore a bored face. 2 cowlicks are a sign of early hair loss. Hearing that, he was speechless. Vercaris was a little angry. You, he declared. We're going to kill you in the most painful way, he wondered. Why? He started fiddling with the gun. You told me something I didn't want to know, making me feel humiliated. Realizing Veretus's actions, he and Poiset immediately got into position. Poiset, get ready, yes sir? She started focusing her power. Hassan and Varius witnessed this with some surprise. Oh my god, that's crazy. She's turned into a giant rabbit. Pocket in his transformed state with an angry face. Ready to go, huh? Varanus seems excited. A physical enhancement type, huh? This is gonna be fun. Kingston explained. Physical enhancement types are different from special ability or summoning types, who usually control Ki externally. Most people with physical enhancement abilities only control Ki inside their bodies. He listened intently to his master. That's why many in this category think their power is predetermined at birth. leading to laziness or even giving up on training. That power is described by Kingston like a container, but really, it's because their container is too small. Energy is like water. When the container is small, the kid will overflow. And once the kid exceeds the ability to control it, it becomes useless, Kingston seriously instructed. But if you know how, we can hone and expand this container through training. You will hone your container with me. Hassan looked at his master. While learning to control Ki. Oh, one more thing. When reaching a certain level in controlling Ki, Varus quickly pulled out his gun. The two of them were also prepared. The bullet was fired with extreme speed. Hassan and Pocket coordinated, and they dodged his attack. Next, the powerful bullet pierced through the large buildings behind them, one after another. He and she were a little surprised to witness that power. Veritrice was a bit silent to see the two unhurt. The lesson from Kingston was that one can transmit Kira into objects. Beside the gun, a string appeared. He grabbed the string, then threw it towards him and her. The string hit them, and tightly bound them together, and they both fell to the ground. He grabbed control and became complacent. Now you can't move anymore, because I've transferred Ki into this binding string. It's going to be harder than steel. And now, Varakis looked sinister. I'll rip your head off! A shocking sound echoed. Then a strange man appeared, flying in and punching Varuta straight in the stomach. Caught by surprise, he couldn't react, and was hit, spitting blood. Hassan and Poiset were shocked. It was you. He punched him away. Kingston spoke up. Not bad, the growth rate is pretty fast. He happily laughed and said, just keep feeling the Ki in your body, and moving that way. He raised his hand to his forehead, looking into the distance. Let's see here, he observed, surrounded by an intense power. Oh, this guy is the perfect opponent to warm up with. Not too bad either, Kingston instructed. Now try mixing your special ability into your attack, just like we practiced, he instructed. If you kill him in one hit, it's a failure. But at least use 3 moves or more, Kang Yu understood. Various stood up, adjusting his hat. Haha. Am I being treated like a punching bag? Kingston propped himself up on the ground. Sitting down, alright, I'll be here watching. He sat behind the two who were bound and ordered, go get him, my disciple, the tragic hero bounty hunter. When the Hero Association operated the ranking system, of course, from rank 5 to rank 1, the bounty was priced according to the level of danger. Verapis, the leader in this industry. Highest income came from Sunkus, a candidate for the equality title. After completing that mission, Varus enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only following the bounty page without participating anymore. He lay in a comfortable chair sunbathing. There's a lot of new faces, huh? But then one day, a name on the website caught Varus's eye, and that was Seo Kang Yu. Even though he was in the equality tier, Seo Kang Yu didn't have any bounty money listed. Curious, Varus contacted Tragedy to ask why, but the voice on the other end of the phone from Tragedy was like, totally unmeasurable. Seo Kang Yu had never been in a fight, so there wasn't any info on him. Tragedy even suggested, hey Varus, why don't you try fighting him once and set a price? We'll pay you a good amount. Varus was so over it, and replied, nah. Back in the present, Varus explained. Back then I thought he was nothing special, so I was just a little curious, and moved on. Varus went on. But after hearing he beat Seung Hoan, I decided to see for myself. As Seo Kang Yu spoke, he reached for the gun at his hip. Just how much are you worth, anyway? Varus unloaded a barrage of bullets at Seo Kang Yu. The bullets flew towards Kang Yu, but he stood still, not moving a muscle. His face was cold, and Kang Yu waved his hand. Another invisible hand appeared. Kang Yu unleashed his dark light shatter, quickly using the hand to alter the paths of the bullets. He darted towards Varus like a flash, knocking him down. Varus immediately felt the pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seo Kang Yu's punch carried a dark red power, spreading throughout Varus's body. Kang Yu followed up with an upward punch, Dark Soul Shockwave. Verikitas was sent flying into the air from the attack, but Kang Yu wasn't stopping there. He clenched his fist again, Chaotic Soul Barrage. Kang Yu treated Varus like a punching bag, hitting him relentlessly without holding back. Verkus thought with difficulty, I get it. Why his bounty wasn't clearly listed. Kang Yu's eyes turned emotionless, and a white, cross-shaped light appeared in the sky. Kang Yu leaped high, his fist positioned in the center of it. Kang Yu announced, Dark Knight Frenzy. Verkraelis lay on the ground. You're full of surprises, your bounty, he smiled in admiration. Really is unmeasurable. Kang Yu didn't say a word. A red beam of light shot down from the sky, and he slammed that awesome power into Virasalis, shaking the surrounding ground and rocks. Hassan and Morest watched the scene with wide eyes. Hassan mused. Someone who can handle a tier 4 like a kid playing with a toy. I heard he was secretly training. He glanced at Kingston sitting behind him but didn't expect to learn from Kingston. Hassan called out loudly, Kingston, take me as your disciple. Morris stammered. Me too. Kingston was confused. What is this? Get lost. Hassan sighed. Medius? Sorry for doubting you, so that's why you left him alone. Morris was shocked, thought he was dead for sure. Suddenly a voice rang out. Our chairman is the best. Kingston fell into thought. Kingston assessed Medius's abilities as no less than authority. He looked at the image on the screen. Looks like Kingston figured out he can experience the future and come back to the past. With that, he can lead the future the way he wants, huh? He stared at the sunset sky before him, and Kingston frowned, annoyed. Well, that's just no fun anymore. He wondered if he should just go find that quack guy and off him. Kingston's eyes were glued to the screen in front of him. He recalled the past. Bez had said, Kingston, I've decided to entrust Seo Kang Yu to you, but if anything goes wrong, I won't be able to keep leaving him in your care. I hope you understand. Kingston sat on a rock, scoffing. Oh, you dare threaten me. Bez bowed deeply again. Seriously. This isn't a threat, but a request. Kingston raised his voice. The head of the world, bowing and begging another. Aren't you ashamed? Bez replied. If it's for the safety of the people, I'm willing to do anything. Kingston pushed himself up. Commendable. He smirked. All right, I'll think of it positively. Kingston waved his hand, leaving. Observe a bit more. If it gets boring, I'll go take care of him. Kingston postponed his decision, remembering his promise to Bez. But when Medius reversed time for a total of several months, Kingston decided to kill him. Now Kingston was gazing thoughtfully at the sky. A clear blue without a cloud in sight, Kingston exclaimed. So that's how it is. Seo Kang Yu, who was meditating behind him, spoke up. What's wrong? Kingston frowned at his reaction, thinking, he hasn't reached the level to sense this yet. Seo Kang Yu was completely oblivious to anything unusual. Kingston said, It's nothing. Focus on your training. Making Kang Yu confused, Kingston looked up at the sky again, inwardly sighing. Is this really all there is? Back in the present, Kingston praised Kang Yu. Not bad. Your technique has become more refined. He clapped non-stop. There's nothing like real combat to improve your skills. But in his mind, he thought, still a long way to go. Kingston looked at Kang Yu, thinking, because you still can't sense this, he calculated in his head. Maybe he needs more real battles to improve his senses. Kingston sighed inwardly. Well, looks like this is going to be more interesting than I thought. He turned and left. Let's go. Find the next opponent. Cut to another location, Medius was reporting. Hassan contacted us and said she told the other three that Seo Kang Yu has finished eliminating Burris, Canis said with a worried look. Cleared the 4th floor this quickly, Mute exclaimed. That's Seo Kang Yu for you, Medius agreed. Yeah, Miel looked at her. If we keep going like this, we might actually save all the heroes, Medius suggested, continuing to turn back time. She continued. Step by step, like putting together the pieces of a puzzle. News of Seo Kang Yu's participation had spread to the heroes. Authority frowned, looking at the watch on his hand. Oh really? He sneered. Just gotta snag that wild kid Seung Hoan and we're done. Suddenly someone else chimed in. Wow, hearing that kinda stings, Yano. Melodati whined. It's like you don't even see us. She flashed a creepy smile. Long time no see, ex-chairman. Authority frowned. Chairman live, if you please. Team Equality was cruising along when Meanie popped up. Someone greeted her. Long time no see. MJ. Ho waved enthusiastically too. Many. Fancy meeting you here. Du Yang smirked. Let me send you back to your master, shall I? McKinney retorted. Wouldn't be bad, but not just yet. Over with Medius. She was making these super intricate hand signs. This time, I'm definitely gonna catch you. Ad Wet Wet powered up his blue energy too. Bring it on, bunny. Bei K, hiding behind, mumbled, trembling. Just don't kill me, please. Medius replied with a confident look. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Elsewhere, Ego ran into Vidi's crew. Vidi asked, Is that you? His face was full of disdain. The maid next to him also joined in. The number 4 that Therapy mentioned, it's exactly like that. The two of them glared at Kia, with zero chill. Ego gritted his teeth, pissed off. My name isn't number 4, it's Alter Ego. Night fell, and the city was in ruins. Tatsujin was facing off against Amiya, who greeted him. Amiya, I've been wanting to meet you for ages, Amiel replied coldly. With our history, I doubt we need the pleasantries, right? Without another word, they immediately went at it. Powerful opponents face each other. Team Kingston and Seo Kang Yu also met their match, Kingston exclaimed. Oh, not bad at all. He sized up Canis and the fox-eared girl in front of him. So you guys took off the collars already. Kingston waved his hand. Hold up, gotta have a word with Seo Kang Yu. The fox-eared girl immediately protested. Says who? Suddenly, their eyes widened. Kingston's voice turned ice cold. Hey! His face was super menacing. Wait, The two of them recoiled in fear. Kingston turned to Kang Yu. "All right, let those two duke it out for a while. Perfect practice," Kang Yu replied. "As you wish, master," he asked emotionlessly. "But how long do I have to hold back? Can't I just finish this quickly?" Kingston smirked. "Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You're way stronger than before," he continued. "But it's still not enough." This made the fox-eared girl and Canis uneasy. Kingston kept lecturing Seo Kang Yu. "Listen up. Around here, I'm the only one who can even be considered your opponent." His voice was kinda hinting at something. "Just around here, though." Kang Yu was totally confused. "What are you talking about?" Kingston gave him a clue. "Look around. Can't you feel it yet? You gotta get better at using your kick stuff." Kang Yu looked around at the atmosphere. "Feel what, exactly?" Kingston looked up too, gazing at the ruined city. "You'll figure it out soon enough." Kingston turned to the other two. "All right, let's get moving." He zoomed right in front of them at crazy speed, making them both grit their teeth in shock. But Kingston slammed Canis down into the dirt before he could even react. He pinned Canis by the neck. "Let's go one-on-one." The fox-eared girl panicked. Canis struggled. "Gaff, can't move." Kingston scoffed. "Don't worry, not gonna hurt ya. But if you're just here to rescue this guy without fighting Seo Kang Yu, I'll off him right now." He laid down the terms for the fox-eared girl. "If you beat Seo Kang Yu, I'll let him go." The fox-eared girl was baffled. "What do you even want?" Just then, dark energy started swirling and gathering in one spot. Kingston answered her, "I just want to see it before I kick the bucket." He looked over at Seo Kang Yu, who was getting into a fighting stance. A battle between folks who've reached the top. Consider it an old man's last bit of fun. Finally, Kingston stood up and announced, "All right," he ordered the fight to begin. "Go." He turned to Kang Yu with instructions. "Kang Yu, use as many skills as you can. Don't finish it too quick." Kang Yu replied, "Got it." Kingston frowned, thinking to himself. Only then, he looked up at the slightly shifting scene before him, thinking, "Will you be able to win?" Elsewhere, Shink was staring down below. Seung Hoan asked, "Hey Shink, is Seo Kang Yu here?" Shink replied, "Looks like it." Seung Hoan flashed a creepy grin. "Long time no see," he figured. The others are probably the same. Just then, Ahura showed up, with a bunch of dead bodies floating above her head. Ahura eyed Seung Hoan. Seung Hoan confidently smiled right back. Below, Seo Kang Yu was ready to go. Ska and Medea said at the same time, "This fight." The fox-eared girl and Seo Kang Yu both charged at each other, ready for a no-holds-barred fight.